You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kids, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like. Here we go.
Jinx gonna check the wrong side. Bigson still in it now. 1v1 Hyun versus Bigson. 44 health to full health. Is Hyun gonna expect the right side? He is not, and Bigson nullifying the ultimate in total. The follow-up as well, walking into the site and dropping at the hands of all players. What is that? Spray transfer, poster for 4.
Basically everything that you can imagine.
Down B.
You have the run it back here coming in from Gucci. Koziak's able to get into sight again, getting one, but Gucci coming in huge.
Is going to be open for a plant. Matt Outs. Wow, I'm lost for words there with that shot. Hijinks now making some noise. Drout's on that crossfire. The distraction heals enough. Now you have to rely on Kraken that fight for spin, which is so good here. This thing. My authority. Pacified that one. Kraken gets an ace.
It stops the plant. That's huge. They're pushing now aggressively. Lockdown's coming in as well, but Tonaho hits the first shot.
The other thing about it, right, is that the Hunter's Fury comes in, and that just denies the lockdown, allowing for everyone to swing.
Stop their breach at all costs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pit of Valor number 42, sponsored by Fit Fam for this weekly tournament. And if you want to gas up Fit Fam for the rest of us for the sponsorship as well, go check out their Instagram page at Fit Fam. My name is Seymour. Alongside me, my wonderful stepcaster over here, Doctor, here to bring all the action. And started us off, I mean, this looks like a fantastic one. I mean, if we could recap last week, which we both were on that grand finals, we got to see Down to Flank take the victory over Rock Bottom. And this week, actually, Rock Bottom is in the mix as well for these teams, but we're missing Down to Flank, so possibly a chance for Rock Bottom to be taking it today.
Yeah, I mean, last week was a ton of fun between the two teams. We had a 3-game grand finals. We had a tri-cast mixed in there with you, myself, and Vincent. So last week, definitely a lot of fun. If you missed it, be sure to check the VOD on YouTube. But for tonight, yes, Rock Bottom making an appearance one more time. And they played out of their mind last week in such a way that I think they could really show up again this week and really clean house.
Oh yes, especially because Breeze has been in the mix. We didn't get to see it last week, but maybe we'll be able to take our Crocs off and head to the beach today. Get to see some nice and breezy map play as well. And to mention other notable teams in here, I know everybody's got it highlighted. Man, I love MILFs. Man, I love Fwogs. And coming in here, it's Mimi, A Evil Cats team. Behind them, Doctor. Looking forward to seeing that team play, especially just because I love the Man I Love Fwogs team as well.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a pretty interesting matchup, which it does look like we're waiting for that to potentially come through. It does look like currently their first opponent would be Vanquish here tonight. So if we do get that matchup, it'll be, how we say, an interesting one, to say the least. So we do have a lot of great teams here tonight, like always here at the Pit of Valor. And you mentioned Breeze earlier. I think we saw it once last week, and it was a bit of a blowout. So it's basically, it's not quite as bad as when Icebox was first introduced to the pool, where we were getting a bunch of like 13-0s every week. But it's definitely that was perfect timing. First of all, you just wiped it away.
I did.
But there is a lot of nuance to Breeze map that Icebox obviously doesn't have because it's a trash map. But teams are starting to show practice across a number of maps. And so last week we had a lot of wall plants, we had a lot of Molotovs. So I think we're gonna see more of the same, especially considering that things haven't really changed in just a week.
No, not too much. And you know what did change is we got to see the end of the Masters, something a little bit aside from Pit of Valor, is just coming off a big tournament for Valorant itself. Sentinels on top and a Supremacy out here with a 3-0 win to finish that one out. And I mean, since we're getting to see this, is there anything that really stood out to you for this week of competitive play that's like maybe able to affect what we're going to see in amateur play?
So more globally, not necessarily like per map basis, but I don't know if you saw, Riot announced both a mobile client of Valorant, which is going to completely change the game, and a console version. So those, I think, are going to change a lot, basically everything. But in terms of what we're going to be seeing in the server, I'm not sure what is going to be different. I do know that if the Fortnite World Cup originally was anything to go by, we're going to be seeing a lot of kids on iPads smacking the boomers on their mouse and keyboard.
Oh, for sure, and especially considering like getting these teams ready as we are waiting for the first set of match to kind of be underway and locked in here. Haven't heard on the maps, but what are you looking forward to most on the day for the POV right now?
So biggest thing I'm looking forward to is honestly the different map pools that are going to be coming out. We've seen pretty much every map played for most of the Pit of Valleys these last couple weeks. The only one that like I haven't really seen a whole ton of has been Haven. I've actually been seeing more Split and Icebox than that map as well. So I personally really like that map. I would like to see more. I think a lot of the strategies people are running currently in terms of compositions and things like that, like wall plants and Molotovs and lineups and all these kinds of crazy things. I think Haven's great for all of those. There's, both attacking sided and defensive sided, lineups that can really be pressured and blown up quite easily. So I think Haven has a lot to offer for teams that we're not quite seeing as much as I would think. But I'm also somebody that says Breach is really good and we almost never see him. So I'm not really sure what I'm talking about, I guess, because I just like when things go boom.
Dude, everybody likes when things go boom. 100%. Everybody likes when things go boom. And it does look like we have our first match locked in, and it is going to be the Man I Love MILFs team going up against Vanquish. And if we're taking a look at this, we can see Vanquish bans Split, MILF bans Icebox. Breeze gets banned as well. So I'm curious, what is it? Where's that going to lead us with? That leaves us with Bind and Ascent and a Haven. So three maps left in the sense. And out of those three, I mean, they're pretty typical.
Probably going to see Bind
here. Probably going to see Bind out here, if I have to say so.
And I do like the way you pronounce the team name because it really almost sounds like a Pokemon, right? Like MILF, right? Like it's just, it's a Pokemon at that point. So I do enjoy that, and I don't know if if our advertisers are super ecstatic about it, but I'm sure FitFan loves MILFs as well. So,
everybody loves Fwogs. Everybody loves Fwogs out here, and everybody likes Man I Love Fwogs, especially MILF. And so we are going to see Ascent get picked instead of Binds. Talk to me a little bit about Ascent.
50-50. So Ascent is a really strong map for both attacking and defensive sided teams. There's a lot of different options you can go with. I mean, you've already talked about the most generic strategies. You can also do some really fun things involving mid, where you can do like a mid A split, which is super funky. And we do see it a lot on pistol rounds. And by a lot, I mean like every now and then, not quite Blue Moon territory, but definitely not super common because it does require so many things to go right, I feel, and you have to have a certain composition to make the most out of that type of split. But you can also just like garage rush, you can AVE rush, do some funky stuff. We've been seeing a lot of Sage on this map as well. The wall brings so many different angles, and I do like that they're using it for angles too. They're not just using it to casually block off a site, wait for it to dissipate, and then they get bum rush, right? Like they're using it aggressively on catwalk or into garage to get like cheeky peek angles, and it's really fun watching these battle Sages come back.
And you also see people, teams that strive away from a Sage pick on to a Viper, and the Viper is becoming a lot more useful into the metas, especially on a map like Ascent as well. It's able to use your toxic pick to lock down one side out of the two, which is completely perfect and completely viable for this, as well as the wall to just block off some spacing for the defenders, maybe to get aggressive on their side. So there's so many different things that we're going to be looking for. I think we're going to be definitely seeing a lot of interesting play styles from MILFs out here, because I mean, you saw the advertising for this team. I saw the advertising for this team. I'm expecting some chaos.
They have Coach Keglanuk in the back pocket, so having known Max, having talked to Max in person, and by in person I mean on the internet, because that's what in person means these days.
Yes.
I have no idea what to expect. It's just going to be nonsense.
I want to see Yoru. If it's Keg's coach, I want to see Yoru. I better see a Yoru. I better see a Yoru come out today, or I am going to go on strike.
We saw one in Iceland, and that went.
We did. We saw two.
Swimmingly.
Actually. We saw two. And lost both times.
you know, it's nothing but consistency.
Yeah.
So, you know, do expect if Max is coaching, somebody's been putting a lot of hours to know what Yoru does because somebody has to. It's not Max, obviously, because he doesn't think that Yoru is actually an agent, but somebody on the team has been putting in the work.
Somebody out there. Definitely going to be looking at for sure. And coming to this, not too much to say about Vanquish. And as you all know, or if you're new to Pit of Valor, these are going to be best of ones up to the grand final, which will be a best of three teams playing for $100 at the end of the line. And nothing more to explain about that. And I mean, there is a little bit something to explain that you can go for it as well. And I actually have it right over here, you know. It's this. Oh, I dropped the cup, but I have drink control here. This nice little pink cup. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It suits all of my needs when it comes to quenching my thirst, especially when drink control needs to replace a meal, which is exactly what it is. And you yourself can go to drinkcontrol.com and on checkout use code GLG10 to get 10% off of your order, which is completely useful for this. I love drink control. I went to the driving range today, actually. I put it on Twitter,
Oh, yeah?
and I had drink control with me, and I swear I was hitting 50 yards farther. So if you want to, you know, it makes you, it just buffs you. It buffs you.
Not a doctor, by the way, but yeah, definitely use code GLG10 at checkout to get yourself a nice little discount there and enjoy some of the fantastic flavors that Drink Control offers. And like Colin said, it is a meal replacement. So when you're using those real degenerate gamer hours, at least you're still well nourished.
I remember a time when I first tried GLG or GLG's checkout code and got when I first tried GLG's checkout code and I got some drink control. I spent a couple days I just replaced my breakfast. It did the duty. Huge vouch. Drink control. GLG China checkout. I have to say these teams getting ready into this lobby, as we also see that. Let me see. I'm looking at the lobby right now, so they are getting ready to go off of this. And right off the bat, if you're looking at either of the teams, it does look like Vanquish is going to be starting on defense. So in the sights of Milf here, man, I love Frogs. Talk to me a little bit of the attacker side for this. What are we looking at for this first round?
So we aren't quite into agent selection yet, so that'll really show off exactly what the mindset of these players is going to be. But I think since it is kind of a slam together puggy team, I do think that we'll kind of see falling back on some like really good meta favorites. I think that's the best way to win when it is kind of like a pugginess, like play meta, right? It's the same way like when you play solo queue, you want to have either the most balanced possible team or you want everybody on their most comfortable agent. So I mean, honestly, they could come out rocking 5 duelists and I wouldn't be surprised, but obviously that destroys their defensive half. So I Coach Max wouldn't let that happen, I don't think. So I do think that it'll be more of a basic meta composition. We'll have Jet, Sova, a smoker, whether it's Astra or Omen. We'll have potentially a Sage, and then we'll probably have like one kind of either second duelist, like the Raze or the Reyna, depending on who's really feeling spicy today, or we'll potentially have another kind of control agent like a Breach or something like that.
Well, in the words of some pretty wise people, maybe those 5 duelists are going to work because you don't have to use abilities if everybody's dead. So
you just kill them in the forehead.
Rely on that. And I do agree with you. I mean, Coach Keg definitely won't be straying his team afar from the meta. I feel that if there's any time to stray your team away from the meta, it is going to be in these round one matchups. I'm not saying anything against Vanquish, but I'm just saying this is where things get tested in the round ones of tournaments. Pug game styles start to come out, and we start to see some pretty pound for pound round sets. So I'm excited to see this. I don't want to see a blowout between this first round matchup. I really want to see this go back and forth between these squads. So on the sides of Vanquish, I need to see something good for them. I don't know anything about this team. I haven't casted over them before, and if I'm not mistaken, I haven't seen them in the Pit of Valor either. So I'm going to be looking at them to make some pretty good first impressions.
Yeah, this is definitely a newer team for us here at GLG. So first impressions, obviously matter a lot. This time, though, it'll be really interesting to see how they come out swinging since, like we said, it is their first match here. It's round one. Everybody, is coming off fresh. Maybe they've been playing some solo queue for a little bit. Maybe they're just getting out of class, getting out of work, whatever it is. They're not going to be quite warm as they would like. So this is when things like really kind of come in like to that clutch factor in a way. Because like we talk a lot about how like end of the tournament, right? Like you've been playing 6 hours of Valorant straight, and your mental stack is just crumbling, and you're like, I just gotta eke out something more. This is like, you're trying to warm up the car on a cold winter's day, and you only have like half of a heater vent in your car, and it takes forever. And so that game one is your warm-up game for a lot of players. So it'll be really interesting to see exactly what the players are ready to do, because I mean, honestly, they could have been pro gaming for the last couple hours, and they're just cracked in round one.
These teams taking quite a little bit to get into this. It looks like they're all ready and finally getting this underway. So appreciate the patience from everybody, all the viewers out here, as we are going to hop into Ascent very shortly, very soon, as they're just picking out their server. But I mean, I think we've covered quite the bases here. I'm just excited to see some good Valorant today.
I am excited to watch some Valorant. I honestly don't care if it's good or not. I want to see some fun. I want to see players enjoying
themselves. That's what it's all about.
If it's good Valorant, that's even better. But if it's fun, if it's a for fun game, I can definitely find some readiness there as well. So super excited. I am
come out with a smile on my face.
Yeah, I just want to get into the game. I just want to play. I just want to play. I just want to cast. I want to talk. We've been talking, but I want to talk about the game.
Exactly. Here we go. We're hopping into Ascent. We're hopping into Ascent, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for it. Appreciate the patience, as now the agent select is going to be a front. And something to note is that with Iceland just passing, we were seeing a lot of flexibility from teams aside from the NA region, because as casters, I don't really get to see the EU side of this too often unless I'm viewing the EU tournaments, but which I don't get to for time zones quite often. I usually miss them. But when I was seeing them in Iceland, a lot of solo duelist compositions. And with all eyes on Iceland, I imagine that we're going to start to see some flexibility from some teams in the amateur scene, maybe kind of wrapping around to that same playstyle.
Yeah, I think solo duelist was kind of there for quite a while on the EU side. So it'll be really interesting to see if it does kind of get picked up over here as well. I do think that we've at GLG been seeing it kind of often, not like super duper common, but I do know that we've seen it once or twice, looking like it is going to kind of continue with that, both teams running that solo duelist, and it's both going to be the Rays. We got Breach on one side, Viper on the other, and then it's that Smoker Astra, the Sova, and then it's the controller Killjoy, which is interesting to me. The Killjoy itself is kind of interesting to me. If this is, the game. Hello. The Killjoy is interesting because we kind of saw her fall off the face of the planet after her most recent nerf, when they made it so that she can't exactly, place her lockdown wherever she pleased. Most notably that one little chandelier over on A site. But yeah, she just kind of fell off the face of the planet. Like we saw people dropping her left and right, picking up the Cypher instead. There were still a couple people that played Killjoy quite a bit. But I think we're still pretty heavily in this Molotov meta. So I think that's kind of where she kind of fits back in.
I am a big Killjoy fan. Let me just say, I'm a big Killjoy fan. I love her kit, and I feel like when it gets utilized properly, it can really affect the flow and the rhythm of a game, especially on a defense side. And I definitely agree with you. I think with the Molotov meta coming on out, with the post plants being so strong, I mean, when you match up, let's say a Killjoy with your Viper, you got the Viper with their Snakebite off site, setting up for her lineup. You got the Killjoy putting her Molotovs or Nanoswarms right on that point. So that just goes hands in hands. There's so much delay on those post plants for this attacking squad. So I agree with you. I mean, I definitely saw Killjoy fall off after that change. but that change as well wasn't big enough to affect this amateur scene too much. So I have seen Killjoy stick around for some players when they just like that agent enough. It's what you're gonna do, and I'm a big fan of seeing her into this lobby. Definitely seeing the breach on the side of Man I Love MILFs. It's gonna be fun to see if that breach play off of the Raze, SFX playing on that Raze. So playing for them some flash peaks, some 1-2 hits for themselves. Going to be seeing the teamwork come into fruition for the squad.
Yep, and so we are just dealing with some technical issues on the backside. So do hold on tight, folks. We are figuring those out just as quickly as we can. That said, though, we are going to cut to a short break, and hopefully we'll be joining you in just a couple seconds with the actual gameplay.
Invincible.
like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling up, yeah.
And we are back now with the Pit of Valor 42. Map number 1, Ascent. Vanquish on defense. Man, I love MILFs on attack. We already see the attack. Looks like he's going for an A swing. Right through market.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good already. First blood heading over to Vanquish. Second blood as well. Nomel already picking up 2 quick frags. Tons of HP still alive. And Exy gonna pick up another one with a sick shock dart there. Is traded out by Ito, who is able to get 2 with 28 HP left.
Hey, Ito very low, but so is your Killjoy. So Vanquish looking out here. You got 2 players full HP. The swing from Nomal. Gonna take him out with the classic. The follow-up from Mikey as well. Both players go down. Plenty of time for the defuse. And round number 1 going to Vanquish for their defense. So Sidon. I like what I was seeing from Man I Love MILFs off that attack. You know, very decisive through the middle of the map, taking control of market right away. Provides so many openings to A or B. It's just when you got onto site, you just weren't prepared for what was waiting for you.
Yeah, pissed around, you really need to hit your shots first, and that time Vanquish was just quicker to the punch, so MILFs is going to fall down round number 1 here, and coming into round number 2 will probably be pretty standard. Looking here, I'm not seeing a ton of sheriffs on the side of MILFs, so I do think that they have decided to stack up pretty commonly with the classics to make sure that they don't really over-invest too much here, and they'll just be coming in with a normal set of economics heading into round 3.
Does look like we have a pause up front. I'm not sure if it's a tech pause or what kind of pause it is. We are looking after first round going to the side of Vanquish. Man, I love MILFs. Looking to retaliate with a second round of their own. I didn't get to catch if they had any buys or not. Doctor, did you see if they were force buying in the second round?
On the side of MILFs, it didn't look like it. From what I could see, it did look like they just had classics pretty much the whole way through. Like I said, round 2, it's pretty expected that you're going to lose it. So I don't think force buying on 2 is really that great unless you're down like 10-2 at half point and you don't have a choice to not force buy on round 2. So this time I do think that it'll be classics only. Does appear to be the case as we do head into the round, and I just think that makes sense, right? Like you're not going to overinvest into spectators.
You see they skewer through mid, taking control of market courtyard. If you look at the mini map, nobody there to retaliate for the side of Vanquish, but off screen over to the A side, you see 4 go down in succession as MILFs walk into a slaughterhouse trap waiting for them. The alarm bot gonna give away the raised position, still coming away after FX. Brilliant shots with that red classic. But now that they know exactly where he is, you see the Odin through the wall, drops him down to 29 health, and players collapsing on him as the hunt is on. And there you have it, Lemon. Frenzy's gonna get that last kill to put Vanquish on 2.
Pretty solid round. Keeping 4 members alive for your bonus is pretty good, right? It means you only lost 1 member to the pistols of your opponent, and it does mean that coming into this round you don't have to really spend that much. So, you know, they do have pretty much a good start, right? Like, yeah, they have 2 pistols and their Frenzy and the Ghost, but
Right here.
it's the bonus round. They can just do whatever they want. They're even going to upgrade the Ghost to the Judge, apparently.
So I was confused how I waited was in the lobby, but it's actually we didn't. So makes a little bit more sense to myself. But you take a look and see that it is going to be an A hit. Looks like for Man I Love MILFs, and Polkin just waiting with a Judge on this bonus. Wow, right to the face. The Boomba almost going off, and you take a look at the kill feed. 2 go down for Vanquish in the meantime. So Man I Love MILFs getting a lot of real estate here as they're going to rotate the bomb all the way through mid. Catwalk is under control. So that means they can take control of market and rotate to B where the Sova is laying.
And I do like this idea. You are going to see Lemon rotating around here with the Frenzy, but they got 2 frags over at B. Any other round, they would know that it's an empty site. They do have the 1 member here that is holding tight, but you know, against 5, it's a huge ask. Lemon does have this corner held down pretty hard. The Lava Burst gonna come out, try and deny that a little bit. The Frenzy not quite gonna win out that time. but still 1-on-4.
remaining.
Gets one, but they still fall.
No, Pinecone gets the trade on an AC, and all up to the Astra now. 1v4 situation. On this bonus, you got a Frenzy, a Judge, not too much to work with. You still come out with 2. Hello. As that was User, the second player, dinked by the Frenzy of Lemon earlier. Spoken does swap for that automatic pistol.
Enemy remaining.
We're going for the ghost instead. 3 go down, and suddenly this is very doable. A 1v1 Astra v Astra, and Vulcan hasn't taken a lick of damage since the initial of this round either. So getting onto site, has located Ito with this Phantom in hand. Definitely has the better rifle, but salvaging that Phantom for himself. Polkin finds a 4K and clutches up for the bonus of a lifetime.
That is pretty much worst case scenario for the Mil-Mils there. You bought up on your 3rd round, you overinvested into all of these rifles because it's what you needed to do to win the rounds, and you lost every single one of them. And you consider this the end of their economy. It is in shambles. 300 the average means they can't get a full buy-in. You can see them kind of mismatching with some sheriffs here just because that's all they can afford. But on the side of Vanquish, they have everything they could ever want and then some, with some money still back in their pockets.
A whole buy there. The bonus on a 1v4 gonna sing in the meantime. As Vanquish looking for a 5th one. SFX located there. The swing from Bullcat 4-2, as well as a Evil Cat to stay side by side with their teammate. Pinecone does get the trade onto the Astra, but Mikey, the paint cans, keeps Vanquish nice and steady for this round. Down to 2 players as Man I Love Milfs up to the Astra and the Breach here. You see the Breach User, Sheriff in hand. Plenty of utility to work with as well to take control of this of the catwalk and waiting for them. The operator Lemon gonna miss the first initial shot, have to back off and respect that angle now as User gets that flash out, but patiently waiting for this operator just to get something else out so they can walk into it.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of scariness with these sheriffs. You know, they are these one-tap little gremlin things. They can really ruin your day, but for now we are just seeing whiff shot after whiff shot. User here gonna go for the flash. Can't quite connect the shots, down to 8 HP. Trying to get something done, but they just get run down by We Didn't.
It's easier said than done. The one taps with the sheriffs. I mean, it is a one shot to the head, but you have to hit that shot first. And Polkin, the only player going down for the side of Vanquish, means that their stocks are literally through the roof here. I mean, look at them. They're gonna if they win this round as well and take the rifles out of Mil-Milfs once again, this is just gonna be terrifying for the attackers as the defenders are looking good. I mean, you got Ixie now on an Odin, giving up their rifle over to Polkin. So going to be able to solo hold over to the B site where the side of Mil-Milfs are actually looking to get aggressive in, and off the bat SFX with this Odin or with the operator pickup comes out with first blood.
Needs a little bit more than that though, as they are going to get an actually great recon dart showing off 2 people there. Here comes the lockdown as well. This one will be interesting. We're seeing the shock darts come out trying to destroy that. Ixie! He's in the corner. They didn't expect it.
Only seeing We Didn't. Now the swing around is going to be quite the bloodbath as it goes back and forth with these squads, with Polkin splitting the difference on the Pinecone, all alone on site. A Evil Cat for the clutch, 1v2. Has the Vandal, an Owl Drone, and now a Recon Dart. Looking to even it up, one for a 1v1, but whiffing on a few shots, and Polkin's going to swing for the trade. They're going to even recover that operator. Mikey was down to 7 health there, so it was almost a 1v1. That's another rifle round that Mil-Milfs lose. 5 in a row going to the side of Vanquish means that they are sitting rich.
Yeah, you're gonna have to win multiple rounds in a row now here to break the economy of Vanquish, who are looking just absolutely out of their mind right now. Polkin 10-1-1, absolutely popping off here in this game 1, round 1, and this is a good game for them. Even in normal circumstances, you know, you don't often go 10-1-1 in the first 5 rounds. That is a lot to do.
Spraying through that one way, Polkin takes out 1, but look at those sheriffs. We were talking about it earlier, and the damage they can do takes 2 in return for the Vanquish squad. It's going to leave us in a 3v3 now that Lemon's found user on a classic kill as well. You see, we didn't ask that Viper spin, so you can drop it and deny A site in total. It might force the rotate from Milmilfs with the fact that they only have sheriffs. But instead, the Odin XC gonna take down one.
Player standing.
And Pinecone, hello there, with these one taps going for another one. Ito picks up a Phantom to trade that out, and that is a thrifty from Milmilfs that I never saw coming.
The Sheriff magic, you don't always expect it, but when it finally comes through, it's sick. Is going to be able to close out that round. Only kept one member alive, though, so that is a bit of a problem here as we are seeing the purchases come in. Everybody's looking pretty tapped out for the most part. You know, they do see SFX with only half armor on their operator. Yeah, you have Ito and Pinecone at, you know, a fairly significant amount of credits, but the rest of the team not doing so hot.
Doing hot indeed. Milf setting up for the B take as SFX getting really aggressive with this operator and that half armor, like you said. Might bite them in the end, but it seems like they're going to be sticking with the utility onto the boathouse just to clear their corners. Mikey on this crossfire for Market, waiting for them to push in. So all three players are here to put them out. You see the Rolling Thunder into the side. Lemon for the first on SFX. No more operator for this squad now running in tandem. Milmilf onto site. Mikey, crossfire I called out earlier. 2 to his name, but splitting even both of these squads. So Milmilf's bring it back to a 2-on-3. And the attackers take control of this site with the lockdown as well, but AC hiding behind that house is going to find the 2 with that Odin. And close it out for Vanquish again. 6 rounds now. Milmilfs, that one round that they got, gone.
Yeah, and that's just a very unfortunate series of events there. You know, the lockdown from the attacker side was active. It just wasn't covering that very last corner. And you could see that they were like a little hesitant that somebody was like in the back of the site there, but they didn't fully commit before they started planting. And so when they finally did go for the one plant, one peak, they weren't detained like they thought they were going to be. They were actively shooting them in the face, and so you end up losing 2 members there because there's no way the planter there is going to be able to respond in time once the call is made, because it's just, how do you respond that quick? You're actively holding down the 4 key. You hear, oh god, and then you have to turn around, pull out your gun, and somehow find the headshot. Like, it just wasn't enough time.
B to A they go. See a new sight on this. SFX Sheriff down range, waiting on that pre-angle for Mikey to peek out of Market. Firing squad is not going to be met by anything. You see AC just with that knife out, peeking, shouldering the corner to try to bait some shots, bait some information from the side of Milmilfs. Polkin throwing some shots down onto User through the smoke, down to 48 HP, and Polkin is going to swing into that, drops the spike in quite the position that Milmilfs are going to have to rush and run over there and get this back and clear out those 2 players just to pick up their spike. And off screen, we do see that SFX does take down Mikey inside of that Market. Base site gets denied too, so they're going to have to rotate and play for the spike fast.
Yeah, they only have 15 seconds left, and honestly, in a way, that's a nice trade. It does work out very well, but Polkin and Lemon are still on target. Polkin expecting the flank from Pinecone, gonna get the headshot, not quite the headshot, but gets the shot and gets another 4K. That's like 3 or 4 for them this game already, and it's only 8 rounds in.
Look at Vanquish now back into that position we saw them before, and they have 3 ultimates, a lockdown, a showstopper, and the Hunter's Fury. So they have so much to work with, and the fact that the lockdown and Hunter's Fury can deny the corners of Milmilfs getting onto the site, they can completely play for a retake with these ultimates, or even go for an aggressive play off this showstopper. The side of Milmilfs, they're going for the rifle buy once more. They have the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury. Just to see how they are going to utilize these abilities.
Yeah, I would like to see them in a position where they can use the Hunter's Fury as like the defensive retake tool. You know, where they get the spike down, they play for retake, and then they can use the Hunter's Fury, you know, defensively in that fashion. But when you're down 7-1, I don't know if you're ever going to get to that point. So it's almost like you should be using it to get that information, right? Like, it's obviously not the most ideal usage of your ultimate, but if it's what you got, it's what you got. As we are going to see SFX super far forward. He's the head.
Playing it patient, but Axie is able to recover with that Odin, set up for the position and take him out for first blood. Damaging is the setup of Vanquish now. Nominal and Pokken on the crossfires to take out the Catwalk players. All up to User. Now the Breach is going to be hunted down. Pokken for 3k as he's just counting up that kill feed. Vanquish on 8 now. They are dominating Ascent today.
Who needs a duelist when you can just pick Astra? It's just working clearly for Pokken. 18-2-2 was maxed on credits at the end of the last round, but looks like they probably bought a weapon for one of their friends, and they have their Cosmic Divide available again. Like, they're just playing lights out Valorant right now. And the Milfs, they're not having a great time. They're spending a lot of time spectating their friends in the last couple of seconds of the round, as we just see Pokken go for another aggressive peek. But there's only
User's stuck. User's stuck. I don't think Pokken is giving up this angle either. They are going to back off, so User can escape. And you take a look at the minimap, you see a full rush for the rest of Milfs through Market with their Sheriff's Duelist. Brilliant shots from Pinecone to deny that alarm bot. No vulnerability from that. Then they're gonna get rid of the turret, even do some heavy damage onto the Sova. Neither team to lose a player as SFX on 3 HP, pushing through that garage to look for an opening. And SFX though loses to the shock dart. In the meantime, and through the wall, the setup from Axie, the backup from Mikey. Vanquish looking to find their 9th here as Ito and User, the last two alive.
Not looking stellar, as we say here in the broadcasting world. Ito gonna try and make it out with their life, but you know, these two members here, two remaining members of Milfs, they're just the sheriffs, right? Like, it's not exactly a huge investment here. It's not like they have full rifles, but they're gonna go for it a little bit. They do know exactly. Oh god, so violent looking in the X-ray. But Axie's gonna be able to get the 3k there for themselves on the side of Vanquish, and I do expect we're gonna see double digits from Vanquish this half.
We got a timeout starting here for these players. 60-second timeout's gonna be underway. Definitely needed for Milfs, so they have to recover. Now playing for a 9-3 half. But if you are kind of looking at Milfs here on the side, they do still have that Cosmic Divide and Hunter's Fury for the two players. And they're going back into a rifle round. And this is where I need to start seeing them playing for some early picks, because they are tending to kind of gather into one area. And when they do get to from point A to point B, like their plan is, they're kind of stuck in that situation where Vanquish are spreading themselves out, waiting for this kind of tendency of Milfs to push into that one pooling area where they can just kind of get mowed down from either side. The crossfires are just so stellar from Vanquish, and Milfs are struggling to get through them.
Yeah, I mean, when you're hitting your shots and you're expecting your opponent to walk into your crosshair, it gets a lot easier to do exactly that, right? We're seeing a lot of Vanquish players just clicking the enemy head and finding the shot, and so it works a lot easier. I know that we were kind of beaming about it earlier with the quintuple duelist comp, where just hit your shots and you win the round. But I mean, that's exactly what Vanquish are doing. They're setting themselves up for success by putting themselves in great positions here, waiting for the enemy to push, and then when the enemy does push, they're ready to hit the shots.
Vulcan respectfully gives up this corner this time around, realizing when they are overpowered, and honestly backing all the way up to Garden. This is what I was talking about earlier. You're gonna see the Cosmic Divide come in, but they can play for the retake considering they have the lockdown, they have the Hunter's Fury, they have a Cosmic Divide of their own. They have so much to work with. So Vanquish are just gonna call for the off angle, set up for a Hunter's Fury and lockdown to get back onto this point, and in return, the Hunter's Fury of Evil Cat to try to reply to this, as you're already losing out on one character. 5-on-4 for this site.
do get the defensive Cosmic Divide coming up too. Snake
Backed
Bite
up.
coming through that. And this is a tough spot. Showstopper comes in, gets a double kill. SFX finally going to shoot back one, but it's too late. They're already on the spike. They know exactly where you are. They're just shooting into the Cosmic Divide because what are you going to do? Pokin gets another kill, and the best case scenario for the
Last
Milmilfs
round in
has
the
fallen
half.
flat.
And this is where I was explaining that Milmilfs are kind of falling into the same tendency again and again, and Vanquish are realizing that they're just going for these rush plays onto sites, not really setting up for defensive early picks, not trying to draw some utility out of this Vanquish squad early. So in return, you notice that Polkin gave up that corner immediately at the start of that round, backed up into Garden so that Lemon can drop that lockdown. They can get a 5-player retake onto that site. And as soon as Polkin puts down that Cosmic Divide and all players in Milmilfs are stuck back inside one, it was really history at that point. Mikey was able to pull that showstopper, get a double kill with the amount of players standing on top of each other. And here you see Polkin, as confident as ever, push on through that A main and find that first blood once more.
And Ito is finally gonna trade back, thankfully, but they still Polkin to contend with. Lemon's even rotating over just to put shots on target. Polkin gets the headshot on the user, and that should basically wrap it, right? It's 4 versus 3. Yeah. Oh wait, Ito's got something to say about this. Is he able to pick up Lemons? Pinecone picks up. We didn't. All right, this is looking doable for a second.
Playing for that second round, as it might be a small victory for going into that half, but it's a victory indeed now. 3 players against the 2 of Vanquish, but we've seen them in tighter predicaments. Xy's gonna spot the cross. Right on a site they go. Should be a free plant in the meantime, but still gonna put that lockdown just in case to keep Vanquish away from them. And in turn, the Pinecone is gonna take the space given to her, and move in for some extra real estate. Watching this cross, Polkin opens up for that 2v2 now, as both players of Milmilfs going to be stuck on site.
And I really liked that lockdown positioning. It's not something you can very easily hit with shock darts or any other type of utility like that. As we do see them pushing onto the site, the shot is going to miss from SFX from the operator, and Axie is going to be able to pick up the 2 frags and an Odin. But like I said, I really like that lockdown position because it does get the majority of where you're trying to stop people from coming from, and it's not easily destroyed by utility. You do need to either aggress forward and shoot it to death, or you would have needed to commit something like a Hunter's Fury that obviously wasn't available that round. So it does hold them back. Unfortunately, Eggsy just hit the shots and just W-keyed onto the rest of the site.
Talking about Vanquish here, looking really practiced. I was saying earlier they need to make a good first impression, and they are. They look perfectly practiced with their utility usage, with their abilities, with their retakes, and their setups as well. So now moving on to attack, looking how they can dictate the pace of this game and the rhythm of these defensive players. On the other hand, Milmilfs need to start picking it up here because their backs are against the wall, 11-1 going into this half. And we started seeing a little bit at the end there some hot shots with their rifles to bring this one back. And I do like what Pinecone was going for with her lockdown to take a little bit of space into market, but holding on that the angle, she loses the 1v1, and then you get the retake with the 2-on-2 working together now. Lemon shots down market, looking for that first blood, not gonna find anything except damage. And in return, SFX with a noggin nade. User to back him up with a secondary. Mikey gonna go down 2 early picks for Milmilf.
This is looking pretty good here as we do see Polkin trying to push forward aggressively. Was the hero of the first pistol round. This time going to get shot in the back by SFX, who's just continuing to rain the paint down onto the enemy Vanquish team. Gets a 3K, going for the 4K. SFX just has the 1 member remaining. Can they hit the shots? They can't as XC takes it out, but Evil Cat's got the backup.
They find another round. The pistol round's gonna be big for this team, right on the defense. And I mean, Vanquish finding 11 on their defense, moving on to attack. It's definitely gonna be different for these players. And I do like the setup that I saw from User. User finds the pick onto Mickey inside of that A main. and then they flash out onto Catwalk for SFX to swing from mid and get that kill. It's the perfect backup. It's the 1-2 punch that I was talking about in that Agent Select Doctor. That breach support with their flashes, providing so much for duelists.
Yeah, the agent just does so much overall. You know, it's got fractures. We do see a very aggressive push there from SFX. I don't think they expected 5 whole members to be there. Oh, the shots from Pinecone are everywhere. Literally tracing them through the sky as EvoCat's gonna be able to get 1, gets 2 before falling to Polkin. But now it is a 2v1. Polkin can do this. Polkin's done it before. It's just an Astra and a breach holding them back.
Polkin's been out of their minds all game long.
Recovering it.
And now the rotation all the way off site. You have Milmils who have stacked the B side off the information given. I think Polkin's gonna get that heads up play, drop this door, put the bomb down onto A. It's set up for the utility that they have. I think that at least they have 1 star and a smoke already down for this backup. So playing off that star with the Spectre that they picked up, plenty of utility for Polkin to make this 1v2 possible. Playing on the aggressive angle as well. User around the corner. You can hear it. Both of them. Flash into sight. Polkin's gonna be met by Ito, and that Astra on Astra gameplay is gonna go the way of Milmils for a 3rd round.
Surprised they were expecting him to be in that smoke so quickly. Ito just able to get the shot, you know, comes rushing through the smoke, and it looked like they were absolutely ready for it. You could see the user had the flash out as well, so they weren't going to try and think that they were on the other side of the smoke, but Ito, peeking at the exact same time as user there, was able to cover their buddy that time. And so it's 3 rounds now for the Mimels. We are going to see a bit of a shattered by on the side of the Milmels since it is their 3rd round, but the gun round fully in hand of Vanquish, and they're 1 away from match point. This is a best of 1. The first team to win 13 rounds is the victor and will continue on in the tournament. For now, though, it's only 11 on the side of Vanquish.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer here in the Man I Love squad. And they said they were going to int, and last round we saw SFX literally go into 5 players with that Spectre, so they're staying true to their word, and that's what is making me the believer here.
They are loving frogs, correct.
They are loving it. Everything about it.
I'm loving it. Sorry.
Take a look at the setup from Vanquish. You see the full rotation 2B with this spike. All 5 players here, so not a lot of map control for the Vanquish squad. They're going to be looking to steamroll this B site, and meeting them is going to be SFX's Raze, who only has 2 satchel charges, and the Killjoy alongside them for Pinecone.
I do think that right now the Vanquish squad is looking to overpower whoever's at this side from the Mimels. They are going to have a little bit of help here from EvoCat as well. And look at that, full retreat. They think there's too many people here on the B side. They don't want to have to try and, you know, finesse their way onto the side. They just want to roll over it, right? Use this explosive weaponry of the full rifles that they have on their side and just beat whoever's there to a pulp. And so this time the fast rotation comes through, the doors going down, 10 seconds left on the clock. That spike should be going down any second now.
Oh, user going down, no flashes to back up this retake, but Ito through the smoke now, 4 seconds, you don't have any time to play it! Ito just saved the round for Milmils. That's gonna give him 4. Oh my, what a play! The int pays off.
I got money.
They
Anyone need
lived.
something?
They didn't even int. They just W keyed in and out of that smoke, got the frag they needed, got out. I like that they recognized the time on the clock, right? Like if you are in that situation, knowing that you drop the spike with less time than it takes to plant in that situation means you can just full on run away. You don't need to take any more fights. You don't need to try and put out any more utility. You just need to be wherever you aren't and get there as quickly as possible. And so the team of Mimels recognized that, got out of dodge, and they won the round off the back of that. They didn't lose anybody after running away either, which is pretty clutch. I think they fully upgraded this round anyway, so like economically it doesn't matter. Oh, that's a lineup and a half, but Lemon still hits the shot.
Losing out on their smokes now, so he gets spiked down. Milmils now No smokes for that retake. Pinecone gonna retaliate though onto Polkan. A huge damage for the side of Milmos to take down. Even Nomo now. Pincan right at the feet of We Didn't, but only gonna drop him to 88.
Mikey suicide.
Kills himself, and in the chaos, Milmos keep this going. Look at what they have to work with as well. SFX has picked up the Showstopper, so moving into this next round, you might even look to dedicate the Showstopper for an early pick. Although you have the Operator, so you might not be looking to use that ultimate just yet.
Just barrel stuff them, right? Double blast pack. If the Showstopper misses, they just barrel stuff them with the Odin.
360 YY, or I guess scroll wheel down, whatever you want to look at.
And just phase up all over the
ladder soul. Gravity well into the collateral as well as SFX opens up with the first one. Showstopper for a second, only gonna drop Lemon down to 50%. And now look at that Reton Dart. Get so much information on these players. You know the rush is coming in. You're gonna relocate if you are SFX for the follow-up. Vanquish are stuck inside Garage. And even if they back up, look at this. User and Ito gonna be taking control of the middle of the map, looking to completely suffocate this team.
And that's it. That was a ton of utility being used there by SFX with nothing left as User and Ito and Evil Cat and everybody else on the team pops off and picks up frags. Axel actually gonna get a nice kill, but Pinecone still ready for it.
Let me just say, I mean, I think SFX played that so well with that early pick onto the Operator. You get first blood, you pull the Showstopper. Yes, you don't get the kill onto Lemon, but the ultimate backs them up. It makes it so that pushing back in, Vanquish has to use even more utility just to get through that chokehold. And Milmos are playing this defense a lot better than I was seeing on their attack. Composed as ever, ready to make this comeback. But Vanquish, they only need 2 rounds to close this one out, so just gonna keep rolling with the punches until they break through the wall.
Yeah, they don't really need to change much up since it's working, right? It's when things stop working that they have to change. And honestly, if things stop working for the Mimos right now, it's too late because they're, again, within 2 rounds of losing the map. So they're going to get the Recon Bolt Dart to give away the position. But the lockdown still comes out. SFX going to get 1 frag, but I don't think they expect Mikey to be this close up. Still gets a second one. Showstopper pinged.
Rocked and damaged, but all up to Axie. It's at a market. They know exactly where he is. The truck dart as well to damage Ito, but he's going to walk right on through that and put Axie into the ground. Milmos now on 7. As you look at the side of Vanquish, they use both the lockdown and the Showstopper into that round. And they didn't even find the win there out of it. So using 2 ultimates there is quite expensive. But coming into this next round, they have the Viper Spit, Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide. Whereas Milmos, they only have the Hunter's Fury for themselves. So might be looking to clear some early corners or play to deny a plan.
Yeah, I mean, they are only 1 orb away from both Lockdown and the Rolling Thunder. So at the end of this round, they should be guaranteed 1 or both of those, considering all you have to do to get that final point is die. But we are going to see the Boombot triggered in the mid lane. It lets you know that there's at least 1 person wandering around there. They may not expect 3 members there, which could prove deadly. But for now, they are actually going to see all 3 of them with the drone there.
All these players back to the catwalk now. Hunter's Fury is actually going to make them rush into A, where you have User falling off the aggressive angle back onto the site to back up with their players on Heaven. User fights 2 in succession. You get the trade from Axie. That's about it so far. Ito swings for a 4th one for their team.
Oh,
brilliant from Polkin again to find the head of their opposing Astra, but Mimi through the floor. She's got that Odin going burr. And Milmos, they're starting to get some momentum under them. I love what I'm seeing from this squad.
Yeah, it seems like they've finally come online. Like I was saying at the very beginning of this game, this could be the first match or first game of Valorant for some of these players, and so it does take a little while to get ready and warmed up and stuff. And it definitely looks like they've hit that phase. I mean, look at this. They've won 7 rounds in a row. That's more than Vanquish won on their defensive side, and you know. Obviously, we still haven't seen a round win on this attacking side from Vanquish, but they only need 2. They just need 2 rounds. It's the smallest of margins, and the mid-milfs are playing completely out of their gourd to make sure that they don't actually get those 2 rounds.
Looks like Astra's playing a bit of crisscross here as Cosmic Divide is down. Gonna close off the site through the Cosmic Divide. Mimi finds a Shock Dart kill onto Lemon. So it is going to provide a little bit less of a defense for this post plant. Mikey gets pained by it, but through the Cosmic Divide, trying to stay alive as best as they can. The Gravity well keeps the Evil Cat in spot. But offside, off screen, User pushing into him. You know where Mikey is. The Odin's going to do the rest. 2 players left standing backed off site. Axie on Wine, and We Didn't waiting for those lineups. But now they're setting up for the crossfire. We Didn't gets 2. Evil Cat and Pinecone out of it. Through the smoke, you find Ito playing for that ace. The player's on the bomb, and Axie steals it, puts Vanquish on 12. A little bit of... would you call that toxic, taking somebody's ace like that? Especially when it's just so present for you. It's wrapped up with a bow tie on it. But We Didn't not going to get the ace. Only 4 in that round. Nonetheless, going to put them on match point.
That whole retake was toxic. What was that? Oh god, so many kills going the way of We Didn't there, and it's just I don't know what to say. They were 6 and 12 at the beginning of that round. Now they're 10 and 12, and they have their ultimate available. That is,
it's such a
it's a bit of a swing.
It's such a good combo of a duo to have as well for that setup. I mean, you have the Sova for information, and then the lineups from the Viper, and you just get in there for the crossfire as soon as your utility is used, and the rest is history. So I think that was played perfectly from Vanquish there, and the players on site that got stuck. There's only so much they could do. In the mix of this round, right off the bat, you do see retaliation from the side of Vanquish, as they did lose out on that first blood from SFX, who took quite a bit of damage with their operator. But in the meantime, you did have Mikey taking down Ito, so no more smokes for Milmilfs.
Bit of a problem too, because they now need to hold off this heavy push with just SFX, 2 blast packs and an operator. That's all you got. You somehow need to dodge something. You do get the 1 frag, but you only have 10 HP. So Polkin is lightning on the trigger, and basically Mimos just need to not get killed through smokes this round. That's all they need to do. But again, they're heading into the Viper pit. This is impossible.
Oh, big flash on the Evil Cat as a swing from Polkin, free for that kill. You do get the trade from User. The Breach taking out that Astra. Mikey playing inside of 1. You're gonna have to push into this as Viper back into those lineups. It's gonna be tough getting onto this bomb. You have to clear these players, and Mikey just waiting, being so patient. User's gonna swing through the wall. He puts the game in the history books. 13-8. Not to mention, though, that was a 11-1 half. So you got to give some respect to Milmilfs after that half. They were looking good on defense. They brought this one back. They just couldn't put the game in their favor. I mean, it was such a one-sided first half. That was just such too tall of a glass to kind of fill.
Yeah, I mean, those last 2 rounds there that, closed out the map were honestly so tragic. We saw, in the second to last round, there was the lineup in the Viper smoke there where they just all melted in front of them. And then, honestly, the W key into that 3rd frag there where they just hit a headshot through the smoke. That was just mind-blowing there. Then the final round there just wasn't a whole lot to be done. They lost a couple quick kills. They couldn't rotate fast enough, and then the utility usage here from Vanquish at the very end was really quite spectacular.
Well, sad to see Mills dip out after that first round, but excellent to see the amount of talent that came into this to form into the roster. On the side of Vanquish, I'm excited to see what they have to come as they're going to move it into this round number 2. I like the setups I was seeing from them. I like the way they were playing. They look like a good team, and I can't wait to see them in the next round. Coming up next, though, we do have Great Lakes Drafts going up against E-Rose. So when we do switch after this break to this next setup, we are going to be seeing them meet on binds. But in the meantime, we're going to switch to a quick little break. So go grab some snacks, hydrate a bit. GLG will be right back in a minute.
Is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these days ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. But kiss me out and we'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down.
Folks, welcome back to the Pit of Valor number 42, sponsored by FitFam. Go give him some love on Instagram, by the way, at FitFam. It's myself, Seymour, alongside Doctor, as always, here, hopping into round number 2 with Great Lakes Drafts going up against E-Rose. Both coming off round 1 victories here. Back into a best of 1. We're looking at bind for this matchup. And Doctor, talk to me a little bit about this. What are we looking forward to at bind?
So bind has to be, I say it every time, but it has to be the most played Valorant map. Like it just has to be. It was the beta map. It was the only map we played for the first couple months until we finally got Ascent. Like if you've been playing Valorant for the whole year that it's been out, as we just had our 1-year anniversary, you've played bind a billion times. You know the strategies, you know what you're looking to do. And you know exactly how you personally want to play, and hopefully how your specific team wants to play, as we are seeing just a lightning quick lock-in on the attacking side here. And this is so fun and interesting because it's a bit of a different take. Obviously we're seeing Sky come out on both sides, and I think Sky is great. when you know how to play her, right? Like there are certain tricks you can do with her birds that really catch people off guard, but some of them do take a bit of practice. So I'm super excited to see how these two play out.
Love seeing some Sky gameplay. As recently, I have taken up the mantle of being a Sky player. As I do call my flashes, I do heal my team, but I'm still bad at the mechanics. So work in progress nonetheless. Exciting to see this player or this agent into the mix once more, alongside a Sage on Hiccup. As
It's
the
okay,
duelist.
Colin. I know that you just need a little bit more aim labs because I know when you say mechanics,
you know what I need?
you just talk about shooting. I get it. I understand the plight.
Look, I think I just I need something. And that something just might be drink control, which I could get at drinkcontrol.com, and I check out I could use GLG10 to get 10% off my order.
This
It's
is
perfect.
true. These are all true facts. But what would you do with drink control, Colin? What does it do?
I would replace my meal with drink control when I wake up in the morning, and it would give me that energy so that when I'm playing in Valorant games, I don't miss.
True. Shout out to our sponsor of the night, FitFam. And as always, chat, if you want to get your channel points into the sky, be sure to take part in the prediction here tonight that hopefully is live at the time I'm saying this, and hopefully I didn't miss it. But if it's not live, there will be one later in the night, I have to imagine. So bet your channel points on that, and keep an eye out on the Twitter, GLG, for some fun little things we can do with the channel points in the future. But we're already rapid fire into the first round here. They're W keying. They're shenanigans on the face.
You know, it might not be our producer, the owner of GLG there, Ben, playing for Great Lakes Giraffes, but if Ben does drop the leg, I will flame Ben. Being amazing, that is. As he didn't send his spirit energy over, and you can already see going on to the A site. Athletics with the first kill, making a second one onto Hiccup as well too, to his name. Brilliant shots with that, goes through the wall. And on the site, you see Eros down to 2. With Ben finding Stifler, it is up to the Astra and the Viper. Now just the Viper to keep this one going, but Liam Burton, slow rotation back here, and the Boomba should be giving up their position in a few seconds, if not just delaying this push even longer.
Yeah, this is a tough ask. Like, yeah, the HP bar is super low here for Ben, you know, only 11 HP, but they still have to get through a lot of other people here. I mean, you do see them getting caught with the Poison Cloud out in their hand. They're going to pop that up, but I mean, look at, they still have so many people to shoot through, and they just have a classic, right? They're going up against ghosts and everything else, and they just have this poor little classic. 5 bullets left. They use 3 for 1, but the reload's not quick enough.
My friend, you have underestimated the power of the right click on that classic. Swings wide, absolutely eats. That Ben just ate that right click. Right to the noggin.
It's not good for your health. Can confirm.
No, not at all, but still though, with the overpowering amount of players you have, Great Lakes Giraffe gonna come out with that pistol round for that round number 1. You can see that all of my Spectres as well. You just see 3 of them grouping up towards the B side of this map. They went aggressive last time around. They might do the exact same this time, and it seems like that's what they're going to do. But what they don't know is that it's going to be the side of Eros going for a full attack to the A site. Ben and Athletics looking to hold it down. Holding down the floor with 3 so far, up to 2 players of Eros to do some extra damage.
And this is looking like it's going to be a flawless round very early on to the game here, as we do see Snake Bites and Recon Darts covering the bathroom entrance. Paint Can going to go super deep into the little crevice there, but not going to quite find anybody. But the one-way smoke, pretty good here for Awesome Joey.
Stuck in the corner by the gravity well. As soon as they peek, Athletics going to put them to the nether realm. Flawless round for Great Lakes Giraffes, as seen a beautiful second round from themselves. It's going to provide a full bonus going into round number 3. Nobody has to buy anything except abilities into it. And in turn, I'm going to be looking at Eros to take advantage of this to try to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, the bonus round here, the gimme round, typically when we start seeing things turn around for the losing team, but it's not exactly that problematic here on the side of GLG either. I mean, yeah, they have 5 Spectres, but look at how tight these corners are, right? Like, there is a lot of distance that you can really blow up with these Spectres, as we are seeing a nice little, 2-3 split, BA, or 3-2 split, excuse me. But they do find one person out by the fountain.
Well, if Great Lakes Drafts plays anything like the staff of GLG, expecting
They're
a hot 13-0.
They are about to get 13-0'd. I'm actually not even sure the GLG staff has this game installed. I'm fully honest with you.
Maybe not all of them, but most of them.
Oh man, but no, I mean, so far the Giraffes are holding strong with their Spectres. Eros not getting hyper aggressive, even though they know they have the weaponry advantage.
The Gravity Well not going to suck anybody inside A short. But even still, Eros might be a little bit slow, but it looks like the execute is going to come through onto this A site. And Ben has actually snuck his way into the showers. So you see the blast packs into U-Haul. Stifler going to be taking control of that. Flash is going to miss. The backup for the paint cans into Glyph Spectre. Panda as well does find Awesome Joey for the trade, but Glyph's just going to hold the W key, go for that, recover the Vandal as well, down to 11 seconds. You got to get the spike down, but Glyph is raining terror onto your team. He does get taken out, but 1v1 versus Zemus and Burton as the Vipers. Toxic between the two, just has to wait for that time to take down 3 rounds. It's a like Straff. Zemus is going to try to take this gun out of their hand, but just holding on the Phantom for the next round.
Yeah, I do like that play there from Zemus to just swap out for the better weapon. It's going to keep you from spending that 2,900 credits heading into the next round. And, letting Burton keep it largely doesn't matter because look at the economy here. Yes, they'll be able to buy up around it with sheriffs and frenzies and things like that that can be quite deadly. But now that the Giraffes are on a full buy, they really don't have that much to worry about. They can play these longer angles. They don't need to be super tight to these corners like they were last round. They can take advantage of their superior weaponry this time.
Great Lakes Giraffe could be met by the full aggression of sheriffs. Ben, though, is going to judge right around the corner. Peeks wide for the kill. Does take out Hiccup, but Stifler finds 2 in the meantime for a great rebuttal. The healing from Panda is going to get his team tip-top shape. Pushing into this, though. Zemus spraying through that Viper's pit, looking to catch somebody off into the site, but it just seems like playing for this retake slow. Great Lakes Giraffe looking for an opportunity to push in.
And look at this. They're actually thinking it's a bait. Everybody from the Giraffes have rotated back over to the B side except for their Viper player here. And I don't know if it's like a bait for the bait, but Eros slowly walking up A short. They may actually get the drop on them here.
Great Lakes Giraffe has fallen for it. Eros played the trap card. GLG was not expecting it. Snake bite. Not landing on the planter either. Paintcan's gonna miss as well. Keeps Zemus off the site for the meantime. You do see the ultimate get pulled by Panda, so Eros looking to just put the nail in the coffin with the utility advantage. Flash misses into U-Haul. The Gravity Well gonna keep him in place. Great Lakes Draft, they are just getting out-utilized right now. As Glyph has to force his way into this U-Haul. Pandas has picked up the judge from Ben earlier and is making sure that nobody on Great Lakes Drop can get into a secure spot. Does recover the Phantom, picks into Zemus, but provides an opening now for GLG to get into his Stifler under 3K from that Sheriff. And this just looks out of reach for GLG. The 3 rounds were strong, quick. They're going to meet their demise in round number 4 and give Eros the first on the board.
It took them a little bit extra, but they did finally get that first round. It's 3-1 now in favor of the Great Lakes Draft still, but now we should, for the most part, get a full rifle round, right? Everybody should be fully equipped here. They're trying to figure out how to get Awesome Joey a weapon, and they do figure out the quick mats to make sure that happens. The only downside here is a Glyph is going to have to be on that half armor buy, because for some reason you can't buy your friend's armor. You can buy him every weapon of mass destruction that you may want, but not a little something to protect themselves with.
Glyph, flash into long, not gonna land on it, avoids the dog, and right in behind you see animal control gonna keep him behind as Glyph stuck inside the cubby. Showstopper from Eros. Look for the opening here. Stifler onto site, into rifle, still Eros coming out on top. You do have off less Athletics to use this Hunt Fury to locate some players hiding in some corners, but not gonna do anything but damage to them. You're gonna get this plant down. You have the wall blocking off elbow. Post plants inbound, and even the resurrection to keep this team on a flawless 5-man.
It's a great revive there from the side of Eros. Not only does it give you a bit of a numbers advantage, but it means you get to potentially carry all your rifles again into the next round. And you can see the 3 members left alive here from the drafts. They're just full retreat, right? Like they know they don't have a ton of economic power left in themselves, so they do want to make sure they can carry in as much weaponry to the next round as possible. And so 3 rifles, it's gonna have to cut the cake, as we do see Eros surviving with 5.
Looks like GLG just made an announcement after what we said after the start of round number 3, you know, with the 13-0 for GLG. They announced that they're going to be releasing Doctor from contract after claiming the entire GLG staff either doesn't know how to play Valorant or simply doesn't have it installed. So Doctor,
Okay,
it's
now
been
try
nice
going to the Astro
casting with you, but I guess I'll see you elsewhere.
I'll see you elsewhere. Expect my invoice pronto, and I expect it paid in 30 days.
Eros
Wait, did
puts
he
a second on the board. Yes, he actually
He actually announced it. All right, I guess it's official. Bye, everybody.
Doctor has left the building, everybody. Welcome back. As it seems like the contract made it from Ben to get back to Doctor's desk immediately. We can't do this without him, but Eros looking to tie us up into this round. Plenty of utility being burned into the B site. You see Athletics inside of the tube, hoping to stand his ground, but Stifler using the blast packages to do that distraction. Gets over Pandas with the backup and Hiccup to follow up on site. Full control to Eros as their attacks are starting to look picture perfect.
Here.
Yeah, the defensive side that Athletics was offering in those first couple of rounds has just been overwhelmed time and time again here by the squad of Eros. And this time, I don't think you can really save if you're the Giraffes, right? Like, it's the same situation you were in last round, but economically, you're in a bit of a better position since you have more money for losing, but you need to start taking weapons out of the hands of Eros right now.
Joey drops now. GLG down to 2 players, and they're plateaued in their spawn, so they are going to escape with their lives, hopefully, as soon as this Toxic goes down. Pandas is not even running. Pandas is just going to accept it.
Yeah. They had too much money, I guess. And they needed to get rid of some of it. Money laundering, if you will. But no, it does look like we are going to have a bit of a disconnect, I have to imagine, on the side of Pandas, because even though I was technically right in that they simply have too many credits on the side of Eros, it's not ideal to just start spending them willy-nilly on sacrificial, hearsay.
At all, but we talk about Eros going for these B hits, and the side of GLG, they haven't had an answer to it whatsoever. I mean, to the start, the first 3 rounds that they had were almost flawless on the A site, but B site seems like they're just stunned.
Yeah, they just haven't really had the best defensive side, and I'm hesitant to say they should just give up the site. right? Like, because that seems to be the issue, in that they're holding the site a little too hard. They're being overwhelmed, and they're just being outnumbered and outgunned in these situations. But if they fully sacrifice the site and go for the 5v5 retake, I do think that the utility on Eros' side is actually too strong, right? Like, they have Sage, they have Viper, they have Sky. Like, there's a lot here that, you know, would stall out any potential retake. And so if you give up the site too easily and you don't force out too much utility from the side of Eros beforehand, then they can use all of that same utility to deny you re-entrance to the site. And when you're rocking, you know, that same Viper, a Sova, that same Sky, like, it's not quite the best at retaking 5-on-5.
No, not at all. Especially when you have the Sage walling off elbow, you're gonna have to just let your positioning be known by taking out that wall, and it's just one less area to watch for the side of Eros. On the other hand, if they're gonna stick to the B site, I would like to see a little bit more aggressive ability usage to keep Eros either off site a little longer for the rotation to come inbound, or just to bait some utility out of the hands of Heroes so that when they do get to the site, they just don't have a lot to work with. I mean, you see Stifler almost uncontested blast packing right into the middle of the B zone, as he did get behind Athletics for that off angle with Pandas in the past round. So I really think that if they are going to go for these B holds for the side of GLG, I need to see a little bit more aggressive usage for their abilities, or just maybe some aggressive crossfires on them as well, because just the site, even with 2 players on it, is just free for Eros at the moment.
Yeah, and I think you touched on a great point there in regards to Stifler just blast packing for free. We've seen it a couple rounds in a row now where they can make a very similar play. And then once they're on the site, they're not really being challenged. I mean, specifically that last round, you saw them blast pack into the far back corner on the left side, and Athletics, who was in the tube, has to either respond to, you know, getting shot in the back from his own side, or respond to getting shot from Garden there. And because there was no other member of the Great Lakes Giraffes team, you know, able to watch Athletics' back in terms of, you know, Stifler, he had to somehow split focus. And when that happens, you just get pincered, you get shot from both sides, wasn't able to get a frag on either end. And it just makes it a 5-on-4. Then you do see Glyph fall as well, 5-on-3, and you just can't recover in that situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying that GLG hasn't done the worst job on this, as they have found 3 on their defensive side, so it is an even game. They're not out of it just yet. It's just, you see some tweaks here. You see some differences, especially moving into this next round. I mean, you look at the screen right now. I mean, you have Ben, you got the Phantom. They're going for a force buy here. Phantom light armor, Zemus Vandal light armor, and Awesome Joey is going to dedicate to the full armor, but he's only going to be able to have a Bulldog. So I think to kind of check onto the list for these early rounds is Awesome Joey versus Stifler, the Rays versus Rays, the 2 duelists on site, and one's just having a tough time just playing in their roles. So Awesome Joy, I feel like they're just not slotting into this defense, and they're having a little bit of an identity crisis for this defensive side for the duelists. And really coming into that, I need to see Awesome Joy kind of start using their Boomba, start using their paint cans to delay this attack from Eros a little bit longer, or as long as they can, because their rotations are not suiting GLG.
Yeah, and I think the Bulldog's actually pretty interesting, because if my math is correct, before the Bulldog purchase, you're at 4K, which should be enough for, you know, a real rifle, whether it's the Phantom or the Vandal. It does put you at obviously less than the 1900 you're currently at. It would put you more at the 1100 credit point. But I mean, if they lose this round, they're at max loss bonus anyway. So you full buy next at that point. So with the rest of the team force buying here, I think that that's a bit of a better call, unless they're, yeah, I mean, I just don't see a reason to go for the Bulldog here over, say, the Phantom.
Unknown what this pause is for. I imagine that one of these gamers have dropped their gaming headsets and they need some help recovering it. So as soon as these players are ready to go, we will get back to the action. and see who is going to take advantage right away between these two teams. We're looking for the fourth on either side, tied 3-3. This is round 2 of the Pit of Valor number 42.
Yeah, hopefully when they do find their headset, the applause isn't too vigorous, as we all know how difficult clapping can be. But I see movement on the screen, and that may signal that we are heading back into it in just a second, and the timer agrees with me. Here we go, Colin, onto the rift.
Revealing area.
Athletics already, aggression right through long.
And
As
there's
they
nobody there.
completely take fountain control, but nobody's here. They're going to just back on up. And you see that it's a bamboozle. Eros going for the A side. They get the wall down early. Free plant for this. Now setting up a post plant in a very limited section for GLG to take control of.
And we even see the ultimate jellyfish coming out from the Great Lakes giraffe. It had to travel the entire map though, so it is quite tired and is eradicated quite swiftly. And now it's this 5v5 retake that I was talking about just a second ago. And a lot of the power that the giraffes have has already been used. Zemus is going to get out of the corner and pop ahead real quick. But what else do they have left? Eros, Stifler, picking up a kill. Zemus a kill. Panda's a kill. Athletics, it's all going back and forth.
Well, we're going to get it to half the gravity wall. Going to keep them in that toxin.
Did it have?
They don't have it. And Eros, just with that utility that you were talking about, it was just impossible for GLG to get onto that safe and sound with enough time for the defuse. And that's exactly what you highlighted in that tech pause, is that if you stack that site for Eros, you get the bomb planted for a 5-on-5 retake, you barely use any utility whatsoever. You just have full reign over time control at that point.
Yeah. And I mean, that's why we're seeing the agent selections we are, as we are going to unfortunately be back into a bit of a tech pause here, as we do see in the chat. But yeah, I mean, time control is such a big factor these days. And I mean, when you look at the compositions teams are building for themselves, it's just inherently there. I mean, we saw it previously when we saw the Brimstone Sage meta, which I'm going to be fully honest with you, it's so crazy to me that Astra is just so good that you would rather have Astra plus a Molotov agent than just Brimstone, right? Like Brimstone, who's been buffed, his smokes last for, a 30-year mortgage length, and his Molotov does 1 billion damage, and that's still not good enough because Astra does so much.
It's just, I mean, I could relate it to many other games with a character coming into the meta and just taking over because they have better utility, even though somebody has just extra on top of them, they're just the better pick. And you take Viper, yes, you go for the molly, the extra molly off of this character, but still Viper creates more than just that molly as well. I mean, you do have that snake bite, but honestly, you got the orbs, you have the wall, you have so much for this character on top of it that you're just, yes, Brimstone has the smokes and the molly, but if you split those abilities between two characters, you have even more to work with.
And that's what we're seeing here. Is we do see our beautiful drone shots here, surveying the land of Bind. I think Bind IRL would be kind of sick to visit, right? Like you got your spice traders, you got, your hookah spots, you have this nice you have this nice clean lamp store to visit for your, what's the word? Souvenir. Like it just looks like a great place. Obviously the sand is a bit of a problem, but I mean, you're already wearing Crocs, Colin, so I think we have other issues.
I actually don't own a pair of Crocs, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You brought them up. We talked about Breeze earlier, and you're like, hey, let's kick off the Crocs and enjoy some sand. And I was like,
Hey,
I don't know about that one, Chief.
It's just the vibe. It's just the Breeze vibe. Over here. Once again, I'm going to apologize for the tech pause. This player is having internet issues on this fact. And I'm going to take some time for chat just to ask, who you got taking this on top of it? I mean, we got GLG, the obvious favorites, but will Eros trump them?
It's kind of looking that way. I do think that right now we're not going to be able to see the best that the GLG composition offers because we've talked about the agent selection enough. I just don't think their defensive side, once the site is given up, I don't think they have enough to run it back. I don't think they have enough outside of just out fragging the enemy team into obliteration. Their utility just isn't enough to retake the site in an easy, clean manner. So for now, I am going to give the edge over to Eros. I just think that with the situation where we're on attacking, we're on defense, and with the current compositions, they have more to offer. And whether that means they just get a huge lead here on their offensive side and they then have to defend it, I still think their defensive side is pretty strong regardless. So they just have to hold on to the sites.
And I do think that Eros is going to find quite a bit of succession in the swamps as well for that half. Excellent insight, Doctor. We're going to do a quick little break while we get this tech pod sorted out. When we come back, we will continue with this round number 2 matchup. So stay tuned for some more Pit of Valor.
Still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Will you come with me and guide me through the dark? Stand by, watch me fall apart.
Folks, welcome back. Short little break, and we're hopping right into the action for this round number 8. Did you see Eros going for another P take? Because they have been very successful in this half of the map. Bringing a lot of utility out of this side of GLG, and even burning into it. We are going to have the Trailblazer on top of it, keeping the sights of Great Lakes Gaming back into the spawn.
And it's another 5-on-5 retake situation. Zemis quickly makes it 5-on-4, but is it going to be enough? We are going to have to wait and find out as Stifler still on target. Gets a nice little headshot on Glyph there. Is aware of the flank from Hookah, but will they wait for 2 players? It doesn't matter because Ben just puts him in the ground. And now, oh no, Kyle with the snake bite up. Can't quite get the shot. Zemis falls. Ben picks it up. Awesome Chili turns back in. Hoot versus Athletics is enough to win the round in the favor of the Giraffes.
And at that point, it was just player advantage going for those trades. As yes, I mean, Eros had everything they wanted to, but this is where we kind of draw back to the first tech pause. As I know we could reference it a lot, we had a lot to say between them, and you were talking about the 5-on-5 retakes. You had the 2 players go through TP this time around, so you weren't plateaued in your own spawn. You had a different dynamic to your retake. So that's going to split the attention of Eros, exactly what it does. You get Ben coming through Hookah with Zemis on the opposite side, creates a pinch effect. Takes out 2 players. Great Lakes Giraffes gets onto the site, retake it with 2 players standing at the end of it. And they tie us up once more for a piece, finally shutting down this Eros B-take.
That said, Colin, Eros had max credits on multiple players, so they're just able to fully kit themselves right back up, and potentially we are going to see a reset round here from the Great Lakes Giraffes. I mean, we're seeing Zemis with this Judge and not exactly the greatest of, weaponry on the rest of the team, so if they lose this round, it means they go right back down to 1,900 credits at the end. So that is not enough to feed a family on. Barely enough to even, keep yourself alive. So the Wolf is going to go a bit wide.
Oh no!
Lots of
The
things
gravity
happening
well.
there.
Gravity well holds him in. Glyph misses the flash too. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong for Glyph, and he is going to lose his life on top of that. So Ero's finding first blood into this round, finally going to take their beat take. Stifler for a second one. Ben's going to be out of the mix, and no flanks this time around, so Awesome Joey's going to have to go big on the site. Exactly what happens. Going to dedicate the showstopper, but loses his life instantly now. 3-on-2 with Hoot going to be taking out that ultimate. And the resurrection just put the cherry on top for this squad. You got player Zemus in that elbow. Athletics has found his way into Hookah. 4 players for this post plan. 1 gonna be on site, 3 inside garden. The Viper wall to block them off. Athletics
big ass care.
creeps its way into it. Finds Hiccup. Gravity Well's gonna hold Athletic into the site. Now it's all up to Zemus to force his way into it for a 1v3. Player on his left, player on his right. Spike is taking out of his favor. And as he swings it, Hoot spots him. Just gonna be baiting him into the clock. It is time to run because this round is out of hands for Great Lakes Giraffes. It's only how much damage could Zemus do, and will you get out with your rifle? You do not. So quite the expensive round for Eros to take their 5th.
Very expensive in that everybody died. And it's a reset, so it was only 1,900 credits going out to the side of the Great Lakes Giraffe. And because Eros have been pretty wealthy up until this very moment, they still have another full buy. So we're seeing shatteredness coming in here from the Giraffes. They might force buy into like some half armors and some sheriffs and maybe like a stinger or 2, but largely I think they just save their credits. There's only 3 rounds left in the half, so you want to have a good showing. You want to try and make this a 6-6 half as best as possible, and over investing here is the exact opposite of that.
Glyph walks right into Stifler, holding strong on the corner outside of Hookah. Let's even look at Eros. In the quiet of the night, you got Cosmic Divide, you got the Showstopper, so as much damage as you can going into the next round, you will still have so much utility to work with as another one bites the dust for Great Lakes Giraffes. It's going to be a 4-on-2 for the site control. And Burton lurking for this Viper. We denying the TP for the side of Great Lakes Giraffes as soon as they swing into it. Zemus has a sheriff and Ben has a judge, so literally only so much you can do for the squad as Zemus once again in a 1vx situation. Nothing to really carry over into this round, especially considering it was just a reset. The sheriff would be a lot, but it's not really necessary.
Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna overcommit. They're gonna go back and pick up this judge. If they teleport, there is somebody waiting for them, so Burton just chilling in the teleporter, gets a free kill, gifted over to him. 4 members surviving there for Eros to make it 6 means they only need to rebuy 1 weapon, and with 7,400 credits on the Burton, they're not sweating it. They're having a great time here on the attacker side.
And now things are starting to get dicey for Great Lakes Giraffes in the money situation. Look, 3 players on 100 credits. Ben's only has light armor. Might have to see some ultimates use just to back them up here to come out with a round win. They need to shut down Eros here, or they're going to be financially in trouble.
They may never financially recover, even as Joey. I think they were seen by the Wolf here. Bit of some shenanigans. Up to the sky we go. He's actually in the tube though, so stays alive for now.
Stifler has no idea that there was someone underneath him. Ben is going to find a kill before going down. And even Athletics, with this Hunter's Fury, going to take the life of Hiccup, the Sage. No resurrection, no healing. The wall's already used in the slow orb, so utility has been plentiful. Trailblazer gonna let them know Glyph is on the flank, and the players in CT. 3 different points of contact coming out before Great Lakes Giraffes for this retake. The dog is gonna let them one in. Glyph gonna take one into the trade, but lose 2 of his teammates at the exact same time, so quite a tall task. He's gonna stop Burton. Lose his life for it as they do chomp at those ankles.
Oh, that's tragic. Just literally jumped all up and over him. You could even see in the slight hitch that they bounced off of them. So there was a little bit of a visual cue that you actually jumped out onto somebody. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to give them the full clearance that they needed to be able to turn around and get that frag. But 7-4 is the halfway point, and another shaky buy from the Great Lakes Giraffes. It was a bit of a strong start here on their defender side, but once Eros read that they could just bum rush the sites and overwhelm them, it hasn't really looked back to the Giraffes.
Look at this Trailblazer. Right in through showers. Athletics and Glyph gonna play very aggressively to counter it out and even use the ultimate to back them off of it. So this excellent usage of Great Lakes Giraffes to hold control of the A site, deny Eros of map control, but at the same time, they're gonna open arms, walk over to the B site, take down Ben right off the batting garden, and now look to reap what they own.
You are divided.
I'm gonna get the Cosmic Divide up here as well. Bit of an interesting spot, if I'm being fully honest with you. But it's there. Is gonna beat out some of the players of the Giraffes, though, as we do see Snake Pit coming in as well here into the end of hookah and the entrance of this little connector. So 2v4 with the Viper Pit in front of them. I don't like their odds, Colin. Not a bit.
Odds definitely stacked not in their favor. Stacked against them. Z-Mace walled off, or smoked off, inside of Heaven. Finally, gonna have a chance to look upon A site. Player right below him to his left, not gonna check it, that's Hiccup. Even transitions to the second one. 3 for that round, the Sage. Might want to look to use their ulti, but not gonna have the chance at all. That's the end of the half and an 8-4 victory for that side, to the side of Eros. Great Lakes Giraffe had a tremendous start to that first half, but ever since Eros kind of, I guess, exploited their B site, they just took so much success on that half of the map.
Yeah, we'll see if the Giraffes can do something similar here now that they're on the offensive side. You know, I mentioned that they didn't quite have the best retaking situation, so that could actually get exasperated here, since a retake is basically just a site take with a bit of a timetable on it. And so now they're on the offensive side. They need to take sites aggressively, and they still have that same composition, and that... What is that, a manatee? I don't know, whatever it was strapped up. It was ready for some violence.
Are we gonna find violence though? Hawk out into garden, clears the corner. What they don't know is hookah is corked at the moment by a Sage Wall. Tigger's gonna have to drop down. The Pancakes right at their feet, burning the heal for another 45 seconds. And GLG, I think they realize that B-Site's a little bit out of their hands. Unless they want to actually dedicate themselves to it, but they're just going to waste so much time out of it. They still have a minute 4 here, and they have yet to pull those A players off. So even if they rotate, they're going to have to deal with Eros no matter where they go.
Yeah, and the reinforced ice wall takes so many bullets to break down on the pistol round. It is very difficult, especially when you're mostly classics. There were a couple ghosts in there, so they did break it down, but like you said, it's a huge time investment as we are getting the poison wall up here on the B side, and this seems to be the play.
Glyph opens up on a hoot. Now side control looking to be favored to GLG as they take down Hiccup as well, but Bandos has something to say about it. He does meet his demise to Z-Mace, who does take down Stifler as well. Now 3 to their name as Eros down to Burton, and only Burton for this 1v3 clutch. Frenzy in their hand, 100 health, no utility. Oh, even Ben, wow, Ben finds a shot through the wall. Drops Burton down to 41. I'm pretty sure they know exactly where this player is now. It's only a matter of time before Burton peeks out and loses their life, as all 3 players just sitting around that Glyph with a little bit of a shoulder peek into that headshot. And Great Lakes Gaming gonna start the second half exactly like the first half with a pistol round win.
Yeah, it's a really great start here from the Giraffes, and if it follows a similar pattern, then they should be able to bring it within 1 of tying up again. They should be able to win the second round here. They have the economic advantage, they have the weapon advantage, everything's in their favor. and they should be able to run away with it. It's that next round that things get dicey, and they won it last time, right? Like they won their bonus round on the defensive side. If I remember correctly, it was super close though, since it was that timeout. But it's tough. You somehow need to hold the enemy back, and now looking at the setup here, it's going to be another slow round here from Eros.
Very slow round for both teams. Because even in GLG, although they have the rifle advantage in this situation, they're taking it one step at a time. They have shower control. Take a look at Hiccup. He's getting so much information for the team, and it gives Eros the opportunity to force stack this A site. Burns the heal from the sky right away, and now Hiccup is just going to bide their time. Lay in wake in case the rotation comes on through. Back to B. It's not going to happen. Right onto the A site they go. Pandas opens up with the first. Instantly traded. U-Haul occupied only for a short amount of time as Pandas is going to lose their life to the Spectre of GLG. Overpowering their way in, but still meeting quite resistance as it's a 2-on-3 now in favor of GLG. Hiccup's finally going to get this flank opportunity all the way from the market. In behind, they're going to find Z-Miss on the crossfire. Glyph going to take quite a bit of damage, but not enough for Burton to find that. Whips a few shots, and Glyph's going to snap over there for his third. 6-8, GLG crawled back after the second round, but honestly, they paid quite a bit for that as well. I wouldn't necessarily expect a save round, but most likely what we're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, at best, we're going to see sheriffs coming in. You can see them playing around with armor, going half, going full, trying to decide what they want, but that's actually not a very successful second round here. They lost 3 members, which means that's effectively 3 members you need to buy something for. Because even though it's a bonus round, right, like you don't want to just go in with your Spectres wastefully. So they do invest a little bit. Nice little ice wall here to give them the jellyfish orb. And we'll see if they decide to use it. That's a great blind up there. Glyph not having a great time, and they are going to use the jellyfish. Interesting.
Well, it looks like B along is jellyfish fields here, but Panda's not going to get any success out there as this net is stifled off by the Rays. 3 in a row, making 4, working on an ace. Awesome Joy's the last one standing for Great Lakes Gaming as they met full resistance at B and paid in blood. Hoot is going to take the ace away once more in this day. Eros survive with 3 and make this scoreline pretty nice.
We're getting there, Colin. That's the grand scheme of things here, but it is finally a rifle round for everybody involved in the server, except for Hiccup, who apparently has not been wised with their investment portfolio and are just going to be hanging out on that sheriff. Apparently, they bought the top of GME and sold at the bottom.
It said they're never gonna sell, and then they should have sold earlier.
They should have sold a while ago. Although it's gone back up a bit now, so that's good. Especially honestly, if you're an AMC holder, you are having a great day.
Stonks, everyone.
Not financial advice. Buy Dogcoin.
GLG 6 to the 9 of Eros. They have completely stalled out this attack after losing their raise off the bat. Awesome Joey. Burton, bright awareness onto Glyph through that smoke. He's gonna make GLG lose a second player as well. And a utility to burn them through shore. They're not gonna be able to get onto the site easily. I mean, there is nothing going for this attack right now.
No, I mean, they might not even get onto a site this round, as you know, they are toying with the idea of going back to B, but they didn't even bait out a real rotation from Eros. There's still 2 members here. In fact, they're even getting the little extra rotation over here in anticipation of it.
What can these 3 players of GLG do? I mean, they have rifles, but Eros has made the heads-up rotation. It is a 3-on-3 for this site. They deny the information. Hoot on the crossfire allows Pandas to split himself in. It's a team ace for that side. And Eros put themselves on double digits now. Their defense is starting to look so good.
Looking great. I mean, this is kind of what we've talked about time and time again, in that the giraffes, they don't have the best composition for playing this portion of the game. I think they were really hoping to have an absolute stomp of a defensive side and then try and like roll in for a couple rounds here on the offensive side. And Eros have just kind of said, no, we're just going to beat you and we're going to shoot better than you and you're going to die a lot. And so that's exactly what happened. Another Sage Wall very early in the round here, given the orb over to the Giraffes, but who did they give it to? Who did they grab it already? No.
It's something that you highlighted earlier in the first half, but it's definitely coming in for the second half. So the amount of utility that Eros has here is just so tough for Great Lakes Draft to just get their toe onto the site. They can't even dip into the pool of A or B without getting caught on something. So it's tough here with the Asian selects that we see from Eros. I mean, the Sage just being that nuisance. They have a player right to the left quite a bit. So calling for the swing in here, right into 3. They don't lose their life, so good to get out. Fortunate enough with their lives. But now it's Stifler's turn. Boombot and Showstopper. Stops only one. Ben, they're going to lose their life. Zemus did get the trade in the meantime. They're going to back this up. Eros Pandas with the flank finds 2, and Stifler and Hoot combined to shut down the rest. So 11-6 now. And Great Lakes Draft just once again, that's what I'm talking about. They're just stuck in spot.
That round, they had the particular unfortunateness of being
I should play
down a
some
ton of money
Astro
as
Stars
well.
in this reality.
You know, they only came in with pistols for the most part, and so I think avoiding the triple kill showstopper that was like right on the edge there was a great thing. Unfortunately for them, Pandas with a huge flank from Market really stifled any attempt at winning the round there. And so even if they'd been able to been more aggressive outside of bathroom, Pandas is always going to come through connector. And so now we're one away from map point potentially as the Drafts, they have a buy, they have ultimates, just can they even get into a position to use them at this point is the question.
A lineup for Stifler as he finds 2. And Pandas with that blind is going to locate the information, throw the rest, complete collapse onto GLG. Satchel charge for Stifler as he looks for his third, but he lands into the snake pit, and Glyph is going to get that extra damage onto him. Athletics left alone now to make something happen, but only able to find a second. As Hiccup is going to put the nail in the coffin for match point in this round number 2 matchup. It's been quite the journey. Let's take a look at what we just saw in that. Take a look back at that round as Stifler here was just waiting on this aggressive angle. Exactly what I wanted to see Joey do in the last half, but not going to see it from the side of GLG. Stifler just being that raised stiff this time around. 23-11, not to mention, as he is having quite the game on binds.
Yeah, really coming out strong in the second half here, being lights out for a lot of the game. I mean, even in the first half, we saw their blast pack plays onto the B side being really problematic for the Drafts to deal with, and similar stuff here on the offensive side. We're getting the Wolf and the teleport coming through, paint cans galore. Gonna force Stifler into the tube, but there's nobody peeking. It's just noise for the sake of noise.
The amount of times I saw flanks today, I thought Zemus was just about to knife his teammate in the back. Then I woke up a little bit and I realized that not gonna be the case. It's round number 12, so you're looking to dedicate some ultimates, and Stifler gonna deny that showstopper as soon as he get pulled. I think that's the second time this happened for Joey. And now 3 players out of the books for Great Lakes Giraffes. Stuck inside Hookah. Ben's gonna use the Cosmic Divide, but he is stunned. As Pandas puts that last kill in, they're gonna punch their ticket to the third round. It's 13-6 on bind. As they just looked so good ever since those first 3 rounds that they lost.
Yeah, it's a huge round there at the end, and a huge half, really. I don't think the Great Lakes Giraffe played bad by any means.
Oh, no.
I think they were just kind of outdrafted in a game that doesn't really have drafting. Compositionally, they were losing a lot of ground that, had they maybe changed 1 or 2 agents, it would have been a bit easier for them to recover from. But once the sites were taken on their defensive side, they had no way to get back into the site. And then on their offensive side, they simply had no way to get into the site to begin with. So I think had they been able to get into the site, get the spike down just off of pure fragging, then they would have had a nice little defense there to set up with everything they had going for them. But they had to frag to get there. And unfortunately for them, Eros was just better at that portion of the game.
Well, if we take a look at the battle fight real quick, as I'm gonna skim my way through, Vanquish from our round one has made their way in, or have made their way into that round number 3. So we look at Rock Bottom, also continuing to make their run as well. Down to Flank still in the mix against Thrifty in that next
you told
match
me
as well. I thought Down to Flank didn't make it in. I didn't see them before, but they've snuck their way in. As they are now in round number 3, and on top of that, if I am seeing this correctly, as soon as I find the two, so Eros goes through that round number 2 to face Diplomax in round 3 match. So I'm gonna see a ton of good games. I'm excited to see who comes out for that Down to Flank versus Thrifty game. I think that one's gonna be quite a banger of a match.
Yeah, and I think interesting enough is we do potentially have another Rock Bottom Down to Flank Grand Finals. I know that at the very start of the day we said it wasn't going to happen because we didn't think Down to Flank was in,
I didn't see
but that's fine. I'm not flaming you at this particular moment, Colin. I'll save that. But with them being in the bracket, again, randomized bracket, by the way, these aren't seeded. They still ended up on opposite sides, which means they can only meet in the grand final. So I hope that happens. I honestly hope that that's what we get here at the end of the night.
We possibly see back-to-back grand finalists between both of them and see a rematch in that. But it's time is going to tell. I mean, we have new teams in here. Vanquish has looked like quite the opposition to go up against on that top of the bracket. So Down to Flank has to keep their eyes out of them for them. We're going to head to a little bit of a break while we get ready for our round 3 matches. When we come back, we will notify you on who is going to be playing. But for now, we'll take a little bit of a break as GLG will be right back.
City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Boom, and we are back, guys. Thank you so much for being patient and sticking with us. I am joined by a new face to me, a first for me. I'm going to see if I can get my directions right. It's the other way. Sir Mickey, how's it going, my guy?
I'm doing good, man. I think you're over here. Yeah, it's hard for me too. How you doing today, man?
Doing all right, buddy. All good here. Looking forward to this matchup. We are bringing you Diplo versus Eros here. Going to be a really minty matchup. Looking forward to it. And as you guys can see down below, this is going to be on Bind. So a little bit about these teams respectively here coming into this. Diplo beat Mystic in their last matchup, 13-6 on Bind. Eros beat Great Lakes Giraffes, which I love the name, by the way, 13-6 on Bind also. So both these teams coming off of dubs. It happens to be the same score and same map. I looked at it 4 times before saying it here on stream. So if I'm wrong in chat, y'all can flame me, but I'm 90% sure I read that correctly. So the same map, same scores, and we are back on Bind again. So if we're going to be seeing history repeat itself, it's going to happen here. If we get a third 13-6 in a row on Bind, I'm buying the lottery. I don't know about you, man, but I'm looking forward to it. And I think we're sitting on 10 in the lobby, getting ready. Any thoughts, opinions here, Mickey, what you're expecting, or you're just kind of chilling, waiting to see how this unfolds?
I'm just kind of I'm chilling. I don't want to call it too early or anything. Both these teams look pretty solid, so I mean, I'm very interested to see what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, you and me both, man. I mean, the brackets are heating up. Of course, we are working our way up the ladder. I'm going to be with you guys with Mickey for, I think, 3 best of 1. So if you guys aren't already comfortable with these 2 faces, be sure to do that. Make yourselves comfy. There is so much more to come. It's a good opportunity here, of course, to shout out the Fit Fam gang for sponsoring us. That is Fit with 2 T's and an underscore at the end there, Fit Fam on Instagram. They have hooked us up with a $100 prize pot. So if that's not juicy, I don't know what is. And you know what? This is also a fantastic opportunity to thank all of those different organizations, communities, groups that are reaching out and supporting the gamers here in these tournaments week in, week out. We appreciate you. We love you. And it's a pleasure to get into it. So Mickey, I think we are ready to jive here, get into this ban and pick phase. Take us away on the goods.
Man, this is very, very, we're already getting into it here. So Diplo is gonna ban Breeze right off the bat. They also banned Split, and then we have Eros banning Icebox, and then map 1 we're gonna go straight into Bind, like you said, and we're already gonna have some lock-ins on the side of Eros, and now we're just waiting on Diplo. It looks like we do have a Raze and a Viper both locked in on Diplo here, and Sova is gonna be an interesting pick for Bind. I love seeing those Sova lineups.
You and me both, man. I'm all about it here as we patiently wait for the lock. There's I Will Not Lose. Going to slap that with the Jet and Franklin hovering on that. Oh, man. As we patiently wait for that lock. And there she is, signed, sealed, and delivered. Comp-wise, looking pretty, you know, frosty on both ends. Let's see if that Astra diff is a vibe. I'm looking forward to it, man. Astra, for me, still kind of up in the air. Gives me some heebie-jeebies when I see that, when it's not played correctly. But when utilized, I'm not going to lie, picking up and putting down stars can be pretty broken when you think about it. So it can put a lot of doubt in the enemy's minds, and it can block off entries, leave them saying, okay, there's stars here, they're going to go here, and you throw a complete fake. So there's opportunity with Astra to make plays happen, both on the defense, on the attacker side, and we are ready to boogie, getting into it here. Appreciating that stunning flyby here on your Wednesday Pit of Valor, folks. Yet again, brought to you by Fit Fam. If you haven't already, be sure to slap a like on their Insta, and you know, our socials too. GL Gaming Lounges, myself and Mickey. You guys can slap that exclamation mark caster there too, and stay in tune with our goodness as we are ticking down onto the pistol round. I am looking forward here, man. It feels like a hot minute since I've gotten down with some Valorant, but let's get down and gritty. Honestly, I'm kind of chilling here, man. I'm with you on this, Mickey. I don't know where it's going to go, but if one thing's for sure, pistol rounds, they always set a good tone or a, you know, good vibe for the match to come.
Oh yeah, pistol rounds are very important to begin with. Either way, if you get the first 2, if you just get that first one, the eco difference is going to be huge on that 3rd round. So after pistols, it's already important. So we are going to head straight in, and it looks like Diplo's taking a kind of a off-color route. They're making noise towards B, but now they're heading towards A cat, or A main, excuse me. We're gonna have already some Viper abilities coming out here on both sides. We got smokes and walls, and here comes the Sova ping onto sight. Burton's gonna back off, make sure he's not detected, but now here they come. Dragon takes him out, and now it's a 3 versus 5, and we're getting into it. Bomb's gonna get planted right against Truck by Dragon here. Now, like I said, 3 versus 5, so Diplo does still have the man advantage here, but we've seen things flip just like that, so this could be one of those moments.
patiently wait here now. They're going to be trying getting onto. This is Hiccup taking control of U-Haul coming on the bed. Does he know there's one in the corner? He clears it, but that's Frost connecting with the 1 and 2 and the 3-piece combination. Franklin bringing home there with that stunning classic clap onto Pandez, and that earns Diplomax their first round here in this matchup as we get on to it. Coming out strong and swinging. A is the play. I'm looking forward to seeing what Eros is going to do in round 2. If there's a rebellion in hand, but oh wait, I thought Techie was going to commit there with Vandal. My heart kind of dropped, but all's good. Looks like Spectres are the play.
Yeah, right out the gate, coming in strong, Frost and Franklin, along with Dragon. Frost phenomenally getting 3 kills right off the bat. That was a huge help for his team. And now we're heading into round number 2. As you said, Diplo is going to take that first round, so that's already an eco difference with the Spectres coming out. Because if they win this round, they don't even have to buy again. They could just save the Spectres, and that'll already be beautiful in the eco. And here comes the opening picks. York is going to pick up Hoot and Pandez, and now again 3 versus 5. Here comes the rotate from Heroes. Bomb's going to go down. And now here they come for the retake. Frost takes out one. Can he get the second? He is, but York's going to snag the third one. There we go. 2 rounds in a row from Diplo.
Easy peasy, my friend. That is Diplomax picking up their second healthy pistol round. I mean, not much loss here. Economy-wise, things are looking peachy as well. Full armor is coming out on the board. Looks like Franklin going to go on the upgrade to the Phantom. The rest of the gang, of course, Eros off that 2-round save are going to pick up their weapons as well. Vandals and Phantoms abroad as they are fully bought out here. Sans Burton, who's sitting on that light half armor situation. $500 to his name, though. This is an opportunity for Eros to get back on the board. Alas, as we're going to see by the looks of it, a short wall to deny, and I mean, there's not really that much there to contest, so all's good as the rest of the gang is grouped up heavily towards B, leaving one lonesome Viper towards short area as we patiently wait for some activity. Ample time on the clock as well. They're going to grab that bomb, and looks like Frost has Buddy Sova in the rear towards Hookah as they're spotting towards long. Dog coming out deep, but a Marshall going to clap that real quick and deny that information. Hiccup is going to as well tickle too, and we'll see what they get here.
Yeah, York had seen that Sky Dog coming down long, and he backed off. That way Omen could take it out. They only know one's there, but now Eros, oh my goodness, 3 out of the gate, takes out Dragon Frost and York immediately with just with 1 mag. That was insane. Now here comes the raised nades, excuse me, and now it is a full-on 2-on-4 situation here for Techie and that Omen. This is not the best situation if you're a Diplo fan. You're not holding too high hopes right now, but Techie is going to be able to smooth things out a little bit more, taking out Burton. And here comes Hoot. He takes out Franklin, and again, it's a 1-on-3 now. Techie's going to get a second. Can he get the third? He is going to be able to take out Hiccup, and now it's a 1-on-1. Oh my goodness, the alt fire to end the round. That's round 3. That's 3 in a row to Diplo, and Techie goes big there for that last 1 versus 3, and it was exactly what they needed.
Dude, that situation from Techie was just pure finesse. That jumping right-click classic was a vibe as well. All things said and done, you got to appreciate the fact that now Diplo is up with 3 rounds. What was looking really strong there for Stifler, who opened up with 3 picks with that 1 mag, like you said there, Mickey, was denied heavily on the 4K clutch there from Techie. So really, all things said and done, that round was looking very healthy for Eros, but it quickly went upside down on its forehead as Diplo has come back on top with their third. So massive as we proceed into round number 4 and a save.
Yeah, Techie played that so perfect. I don't think I could have done better myself, but look at that early nade. It's going to deal a little bit of damage, nothing too crazy, but it is going to give them some information as they're going to, as Ero's going to back out of Hookah now, but now they're going to re-enter into Hookah, and now it looks like Eros is playing this by ear. They're just kind of staying towards both sites, not making a decision quite yet, which is smart. They don't want to overcommit. Because what happens if they overcommit, half their team dies, uh-oh, you're not in the best situation. So they are going to play it a little slow to get that information. Now it looks like Frost is ready to make a full committed entrance to B site, as Omen is going to set up for those smokes, I believe. And here they come. And there we go, that's the cover they needed. Here's Frost with the entrance, with these satchels here. He's going to spot one on elbow, and Hoot's going to be able to take out Dragon from that spot. But now he's not in a good situation. Techie is going to be able to trade him out. Now it's a 4-on-4 situation, and here comes the retake from Heroes. And York is holding it down with ease, and here comes Burton. He's in 1v1. No, Frost is going to pick up 2. Beautiful ult here from him, and now he's going to go ahead and nade towards Hiccup, and I don't think Hiccup is aware how low Frost really is. but he's not doing too great right now.
Same time though, Mickey. I mean, look at this though. Hiccup is so lit, right? He's also fighting. He knows he's gonna get peeked from both ways, and yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do in that situation? You are getting plastered 28 ways sideways, and you know what? It's no good. As Diplo was able to get that fourth. So, what started out a little bit, dare I say, promising on round 3 is now completely gone back on top of its head. But as per usual, for those that are economics majors, well, clearly you can see that I don't know what the F I'm talking about, but you can see they're back in here with a buy, fully equipped and ready to boogie. So guns are aplenty, armors aplenty, and this is going to be yet again an Eros opportunity for Stifler to hopefully pick up a 3K and the rest of the team to follow. But we'll see what's in store for this round, as looks like the tides have kind of changed. They've left the bomb towards outside of A, and they've sent Raze and Omen to scout around, get some information. As you can see, Omen on the mini map now going to slowly regroup with the rest of the gang.
Oh, Techie's going to get knocked. Techie's going to get slapped all the way down to 1 HP. He's not in a comfortable situation. And there's a little bit of distraction being run by Frost on B site, and I think that's going to give York and his buddies an opportunity to take A site, but they're going to have to do it quick. Look at that beautiful one-way from that Astra smoke towards A mid. That is a phenomenal smoke. Just barely see their ankles, as Frost is going to be covering that angle for what he can do at least. And it's going to be kind of a standstill right now. Not much going on. Just getting the information they need to. Both teams are just trying to figure out what the next move is. Here comes the Sova ult. I don't think he's going to be able to tag anyone up, but York is going to get that second entry, and now Hiccup's going to return the favor to Frost, and it's a 3-on-4 situation. Franklin's going to get bombed down, immediately teleports out of that situation. Good call from him, and now here it comes. Hiccup coming in for the 2-piece. Can he get a 4th here? He already has 3 on the board. Franklin not in the best situation. He's going to get running gun by Hiccup, and here comes that res on Dahoot. Now it's a 1 versus 5. This is not a good situation for Techie, but he's making the best possible deal that he can for himself here. He's got 1 HP and a dream. Here comes Hiccup going for the wall bang. Techie's going to be able to get him out. And oh no, that would have been absolutely phenomenal if Techie was able to pull that off, but Hoot's going to shut him down, and oh how the turntables. Now Ero's going to be able to get their first win on the board here as they take round number 5.
Sticky situation. I mean, my heart kind of dropped there on that 1 HP play. I was very shocked that he was able to get that whatsoever. But hey, all things said and done, Eros is picking up their first. You can see sitting on 2 ultimates as well. Diplo as well has a response with 2 ultimates. We'll see if that comes out. I like the financial res. I'm all about that life, really and honestly. Use it or lose it is my motto when it comes to ults, and often you wait for the perfect opportunity, and that opportunity never really presents itself. So Eros now on the board, and they are probably feeling good after that, considering they've had a rough economic patch and round-wise as well. But luckily for us, Diplomax, given their 4-round spree, now they've turned over 1, are still very much invested in this round, as they're setting up one more time for what I like to see are good, strong defaults, good map coverage and spread, not giving up information. As you can see, Burton not taking any damage whatsoever as he shoulder jiggles that and understands there is 1 at short. So gonna wait and see what the play is going to be. Franklin towards the long, the rest of the team grabbing the bomb now. Sova, the main carrier, regrouping with Jet and Viper, most likely going to come back around and join the party at some point, as looks like they're setting up for a B take here, Mickey.
Yeah, Diplo's been doing very well on these site entries. I think the main reason is that they're not just rushing onto site, they're formulating plans, they're strategizing, and they're getting stuff done, and it's been really great. Franklin is just barely able to back up from that Raze ult, but never mind, he goes to peek it again, and Stifler's going to pick him off. Stifler gets his second as Hoot gets his first, and now it's a 1 versus 5. This is not a good situation for Dragon. And he's aware that Burton's in teleporter, and he has bombs, so he's able to make the plays that he's able to, but I think he wants to get this Viper off his back before he goes for the rotate. Now he's going to enter back into Hookah. He's not going to see anybody. He's definitely going to hear the sound cues down long. He's going to hear orb. He's going to hear footsteps. It's like he's going to give him a bit of free reign around Hookah. And I think he's really checking behind him. He is 100% aware that Burton is there, and I don't think he's going to have enough time to get on site and plant. He is going to be able to take out Hoot and takes the second to Pandas, and here comes Burton. He pushes in, is able to get that wall bang just barely off that corner, and Burton again going to get them their second board on the second score on their board. Excuse me, I can't speak today. Burton makes it a 2-4.
Nice start for them. Happy to see Eros on it. And like, you know, you said here, at this point, things are looking a little bit hairy, right? They're getting put in really tough situations, but I'm not going to shake off the fact that Dragon got 2 kills there towards the end of the round, right? Consider the financial impact of 2 guns. Ain't a joke. You can see Burton and Pandas now sitting at $200 and $300 a piece. So if this goes the wrong way, we're going to be most likely seeing maybe a bit of a broke buy situation. I don't know if the rest of the team is going to have enough to buy and drop and buy utility if they lose all bodies. So this is a pivotal round here for Eros, and they don't play this one outright. It's going to be a bit of a financial disparity coming into round number 7 here.
Yeah, the eco is not in a good place for Diplo here. But again, we're going to see Burton in that same spot onto A short. And it looks like the wall is going to be put up, but it's going to be broken too. So that's going to give them a little information. They at least know that there's going to be people coming from A short. And Bomb is going to get left behind, but here comes the pickup from Franklin. And I think they're just about ready to make their push onto A site. As Frost is going to kind of hang back, play lurk a little bit, get the information that they need to from B site. And I believe Astra's the only teammate left on B. Or the only, Euros player. And here we go. York is going to dash straight in there, immediately gets taken out, and now Techie is stuck along with Frost in that Astra ability, and here comes the puddles. The Sniper is going to get tagged up a little bit. So is their Viper, but now the heals are coming in from Sage, or from Sky, and Panda's going to take out Techie, and now it's a 2-on-4 situation as Frost goes down. And there we go, it's a 1-on-4. Franklin returns the favor though. Quick trade on the Stifler, and now he's pinned in that corner, and I don't think he really has much of a choice, but he is going to be able to get the diffuser, but it's not quite what they needed. And here we go, Heroes 3-4 now. Like I said before, oh how the turntables. This is just flipping back into Diplo's face. Now they won those 4 in a row, and now they've lost 3 in a row. So this is not a good situation for Diplo. Their eco is just not in the best position that they need to be in.
This reality.
Troubling moment. I mean, that Cosmic Divide is a force to be reckoned with, and you can see the patience was good. I mean, Stifler did all the right things, tried to contribute, and you know, in the end, you can see they've come out on top with 3 consecutive rounds. It's all good news across the board here for Eros. It looks like they just need to kind of give up 4 rounds, and yeah, all things said and done, it's looking like a really even matchup here, Mickey. I'm not blinking twice at any one of these 2 teams, but Diplo 2 are now sitting on 3 ults, so I would expect them to do a bit of a drone Huntress Fury combination to open it up, and you know, that could segue into a very strong take on either one of the sites. But that's Burton to deny short with that ultimate, so he's going to be peeking into this periodically. Oh no, he's getting Burton the Boomba. Ooh, that was close. He's going to get back to the smoke pretty soon here as Frost is decaying down to nothing. That's the Huntress Fury as well. Now off it goes. Not much out of that. Burton's got to get back in his smoke to get integrity, but no, that is not going to happen as Franklin denies that. And they're going to go right on to A site here with a man advantage. Spike being planted as well here. That is the Rays jumping up high. Showstopper still looking for someone. Make it a left, make it a right. And he's going on top of the truck, but whiffs it, sends it, and no contact. Gives Franklin the chance to get the bomb down now, as he's hopefully trying to do that while getting blasted 28 ways sideways. He's off of it again. But this time, York and Gang are covering him in a 4 versus 2. Planted now, and post-plant, we'll see what can they do. That is Stifler. One more time, the man with a Dream picking up the 1 onto Techie. Coming around a green boxes, gets denied by York. Leaves it down to only the lonesome Stifler on Eros, but Dragon holding steady on short with the beautiful headshot connection. Earns Diplo a much-needed round. And that's beautiful, man. Good bounce back and much-needed economy as well.
Yeah, I mean, Stifler holding it down as much as he could, but in the end, he just wasn't able to get those final 2 kills. So here we go, Diplo Max, again, like you said, 5-3 are in the lead, and now that that gap is slowly closing. Eros is working on closing that gap, but Diplo is also putting up one heck of a fight right now. So it's at this point, it's still anyone's game.
I agreed with you, Mickey, and I mean, all things said and done, you have to appreciate the pushback from Diplo, right? It's kind of demoralizing or tough to get back after 3-round, 4-round loss in a row, but you know, when you're back on it and you're feeling good, as York and Techie are doing just that, man, heavily pushing through and keeping the gas pedal on. This combination lends itself really well to A takes as that wall completely divides. Kind of think of it as a sage wall, but it can go up and down, and that's a bit of a troubling situation. It's up Burton with the 1 and 2 Sheriff. York and Franklin on to U-Haul, get one apiece. But Burton feeling healthy with that Sheriff in hand now. He's up against two, a lit Jet and a full HP Viper, as he's going to try and deny shower entry and work his way over. But that is Techie reading the room and swings big and, you know, catches Burton completely off guard and earns him that beautiful 6th.
I don't think he was ready for that Viper to push him out of showers. That was just an unfortunate timing for Burton there.
A little bit.
And now we're gonna take a quick little technical timeout here.
Because we're just chilling, coming back to the desk, guys. By the way, happy Pride Month. This is an important thing for us here at GLG, and as you can see, I'm happy to support the background and the love. For all of our viewers, of course, one more time joining in, thank you so much. We're gonna wait for this pause to go through, and that was something new to me. Maybe I missed something, but there's a new pause screen now, which I think is kind of dope. That timeout situation, that's a vibe. I'm happy to see it. You guys don't have to stare at walls anymore with our scoreboard over it. You get to look at our beautiful faces, and the rest of the teams are not going to be able to do any kind of funny business in freeze time, which we've seen some things like that happen before. So let's talk about it, Mickey. Given the current vibe and the score, I think we're sitting at a 6-3 respectively. What is your gut telling you? How is this going to pan out? I mean, we still got 3 more rounds in this half before we switch, so could be an even. But I think all things said and done, it looks like the attackers are really lending themselves well to that Viper. I'm going to say it's a massive differentiating factor, and we're going to see more and more of it. I don't know if you feel the same or if you got some differing opinions.
I mean, it's still at this point, it's anyone's game. There's only a 3-round gap here, and like you said, there's only 3 more rounds left in the half, so that's plenty of room for Eros to either bring it back and tie it up, or Diplo to take a full 5-round lead. You know, anything could happen within those next 3 rounds. You could see Eco crashes, you could see Eco rises, anything could happen. So this is still anyone's game. But this first half so far has been extremely interesting. It's been very fun to watch. And immediately Panda's going to throw out his Wolf there onto straight down straight down out of hookah. Gets that information that they need, and now here comes Stifler just doing what he can to get the info from Long, and it looks like Diplo's already on their way towards A site to lock down A short. Dragon's gonna enter. Oh, here comes Frost with the ult. Is he gonna be able to pick anyone off? I don't think he has any information to work with here. Oh, there's Sage. No, he just barely misses. Sage not able to use that ult in any type of way to help out his team, but now it's a 3 versus 3. Shots are being traded everywhere, and Bomb is going to get planted straight on the site, and now all 3 Eros players filtering out of CT straight into Lamps here. Dragon's going to be able to get the first 2, but Stifler's going to end him, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Stifler is ready. No, not quite able to see Techie. And there we go. Diplo is going to get their 7th point down here, and now it's 7-3. Still in favor of Diplo Max, but there's still 2 more rounds, and there's a 4-round gap. So this is, I mean, it's not looking too great if you're Euros, but it's not impossible. It's not an impossible comeback.
And, you know, all said and done here, Mickey, you got to appreciate the reality of the situation, right? I'm not going to blink twice at the fact that Diplomax had a rough couple 3 rounds that I keep going back on, because when I saw those go down, it looked kind of sticky. I'm like, this is not looking too great. They got absolutely curb stomped there, especially with that massive clutch that came through. But now on a 7-3 scoreline, if they end this off with, 3 rounds to your name on a switch, kind of leaves you no breathing room, right? You're really and honestly in a tight position, and to bounce back from that, it's going to be interesting to see. But, you know, I have confidence that in Eros' adaptation here in this last couple rounds takes them, a bit of moment to get the steam train rolling, but I think they just got to learn to be a bit more fluid in their motions and commit to either a retake or a hold type activity, right? If they're getting on A, let Viper's utility breathe, right? Get control and also contest the right things when you want to. And you can see now Stifler is trying to make the magic happen as Hoot gets the 1, but Frost is already connecting from the rear end as he's picking it up now. And leaves it down to Hiccup and Buddy Viper to make the magic happen on a retake against 4. So if there's a bit of a prediction here, given the current situation, looks like Diplomax is set up for a strong 8th round.
Player standing.
And there you go. Dragon and Frost get into the final 2 picks of the round, and now it's 3-8. Still in favor of Diplomax. So this is not looking too bright if you're here for the Euros. If you're a Euros fan, you're not doing too hot right now. I'm sorry. Might want to just turn your monitor off, or take a minute, go get some Cheez-Its, settle back in, get comfortable again, and cheer for your team, because this game is not over yet.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, yeah, this is where it gets tough for me, right? Eros is sitting on 3 rounds. This is it, do or die.
Yeah.
They're fully bought up and equipped. You want to walk away on this half with the 4. I mean, that's the play. Ideally, you want every round you can get. But if Eros can pick up this one, I think we're going to be seeing a very stunning half. And you can see this, it always seems, Mickey, like there's one ultimate being used somewhere, right? Maybe just because I'm so used to seeing Viper ultimates or not used to seeing Viper ultimates that have a lot of spread and basically linger the entire round so long as you maintain smoke integrity. It's fun to see it, and it really denies opportunity for the attackers, and it's kind of like a zoning mechanism too. But you can see Burton is fearlessly walking on through, knowing very well that if someone's lurking in this, by now they would have taken a healthy amount of damage. But right behind him, does he know? Is he going to BM him? Oh, the discipline. Mickey the one. Oh, we have more in the tank. He's going to leave the smoke. So lurking away. Does Techie expect him to be behind as Pandas is coming to support? Gets swung off by Dragon. They're connecting with the Phantom. Burton gets his 3rd of the round, and it's all down to 1. So that, I will say, Viper ultimate, that pit was disastrous. This earned Eros a, there it is, man. Their 4th round, we very, very much wanted them to pick up as we proceed into the second half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if you're Arrows, you needed that round. You absolutely needed that round, and they got it. So here we go. We're already starting off the second half, first round, and Diplomatics did kind of dominate the first round. They got, you know, they at one point there was a 5-round gap, but now Arrows looking to bring it back, and now we're gonna head right into one more tech pause real quick, just a quick little technical timeout.
Boom. Just like that, we are back. So you guys can see down below, we ended on an 8-4, opportune moment to slap a pause. Interesting situation. So Diplomax, you know, minus a couple rough rounds in the beginning. I think it was round 5, 6, and 7. Very strong. They're able to stomp on through with their 8th. The question remains on this switch. Okay, Valorant's one of the very few games that I have like this really funny feeling sometimes. I get this funny vibe, right? It's not like your typical, how can I say, momentum-based game in the sense of, you know, sidedness. I'd say it's like team. No, it's not. Okay, how can I say? It's not map-sided is how I feel sometimes. It's really team-sided on a given map. Like they could just have a rough defense or attacker side, and on the switch, we could see a complete flop 180 on its head. That tends to be how it goes for me. And I would say 8-4 to me is a pretty staple half. So again, guys, I'm just spitballing things here because I have a gut feeling. I like to talk about it. So I'm expecting this half to be a rally up to even it, and then we're going to see neck to neck, where it really comes down to the wire. As soon as the first team crosses double digits, from there it's going to be pure pressure. So I don't know. I'm still on the fence here, but let's see if my predictions are true. As we admire the beautiful stuffed animals that are in crates in the back corner here. I never knew those existed, but we're getting.
I don't think anyone did. Our observers are always so like they just know where stuff is, and immediately Shot's gonna take just a ton of health off of York, and he's gonna back off. But Dragon's there to back him up. And now here it looks like a full B push here from Eros as they are now on attacking side in the half. And here they come out. This is, you just see them all swarm from long, and they're checking every angle they can. They're rolling off, smoking everything. And now here comes the plant, and here comes the rotate. Frost immediately going to get the first pick of the game onto Burton. And oh no, Stifler taking shots, but he wasn't able to take just enough cover. And now here come the trades. Hoot's gonna pick up 2. He's gonna pick up a 3rd now. It's a 2 versus 1. And Hoot could possibly get an ace here. I'm thinking it's looking like it. There we go. Easy ace for Hoot. Beautiful defense after post plant from Eros here. They played that perfectly, and Hoot was just, he was in the perfect spot at the perfect time for all of those kills, and it worked out swimmingly for Eros. And now they're going to get their 5th round on the board. So I think your prediction might have been spot on there. I think they might come back strong in the second half, and then we could be tied. But I mean, it's still a 3-round gap, so anything is possible at this point.
Yeah, you better. I mean, you have to appreciate, like, I don't think anyone understands the magnitude of Stifler's nade into back sight there. That single nade is what cleared Sova out of sight, and they basically collapsed on that. So, even entry fragging as York goes fat with the shorty onto Stifler. Then it slap him quick, and that early frag is pivotal as Pandas is trading from the side as well onto Franklin. Vectors aplenty now. Burton is going to connect. Sky Getting denied there. The bird is clapped as York picks up one, dashes aggressively, gets the third.
One
Can he get it?
enemy
No, but he
remaining.
has Dragon in the wings to support him with a pickup trade. Moves it down to
man.
just Hoot to make it happen against 3.
And look at this pick. He's
Enemy
always
remaining.
checking his corners. He did it perfectly. He immediately takes out Frost and Dragon. Now it's an even 1 versus 1. Hoot is tagged up just a little bit, but he does have abilities. Techie is out of abilities. So that's already that. I mean, it makes a difference. People don't think of, people usually underestimate abilities, especially Viper's abilities. He might want to reload. Techie might want to reload on this, but those abilities can make all the difference. Is Techie okay?
He's
think
thinking
he's
about
good.
something. Yeah, he's good. Just maybe a little water break, bathroom break, peanut butter
Yeah.
jelly sandwich
30
break.
seconds left.
Took a second to pet his dog.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
we all
important.
do it. We all do it. 1v1 clutch. Just pet your cat real quick. It's fine.
It's clutch Vuju, man, or Guju. Guju is the word, not Vuju. That's voodoo
Something
and
like
Guju
that.
mixed. You just gotta you pet it for the Wusa moment, and just like that, look at that, boom. He's gonna go for the plant. Was the dog pet enough though? That is the question to be answered, as he is on a wide rotate coming from short. And he walks it, I think, at the most opportune moment. I don't think he was in walk radius or sound radius, rather. As Cubby is the play. It looks like Hoot gonna hold steady. Techie, if he hard clears this,
Oh, there we go.
my heart kind of dropped.
Yeah, mine too.
A little bit over to the left. I thought it was gonna whiff, but all's good here as Diplomax are able to on that clutch. That's Techie, your clutch master flex, picking up that 9.
There we go. Diplo with their 9th round. This is, I mean, it's, again, if you're Diplo, you're happy to see it. If you're a Diplo fan, you're standing up clapping. I hope you're supporting your teammate that much that you're standing up and screaming in your house full of kids. It's fine. Everything's fine. Be loud. Be excited for your team. They're 9 rounds. They're 4 rounds up. It's a 4-round difference, but still, this is not an impossible comeback for Arrows.
No, far from it, man. I mean, they're on a 4-round delta. Anything's possible here as they're grouped up heavily towards B this time, leaving A completely open, except the Viper wall to kind of lead them down. That is York holding steady with the automatic judge activity. Burton and Pandas, though, as he runs out of bullets, are swinging fat, and that double-up situation was insufficient to hold, as looks like Diplomax, 3 HP. All the members are going to be getting on a retake opportunity as Eros has taken full control, but not if Frost has something to say. Gonna clap Burton, and we're down to a 3 versus 3 scenario now, Mickey, as Techie wants to clear the close left, get full control, and they want CT, and they want Franklin's head. Clean cut off. He gets the 1. Can he get the 2? No. Pandas swings big with the Phantom. There is still heal available from him, as he is very well knowing that they're on site. Frost, though, is fat, sticking this all the way through.
Oh.
He gets pancaked as Eros is back on the board, and our dreams of a bit of a rebellion is here as they've picked up that 6th.
Man, I gotta say, the frenzy, just using the frenzy makes me more uncomfortable than putting cheese on Pop-Tarts, and somehow Diplos was able to just enter sight, or excuse me, Arrows was able to just enter sight and immediately get 2 or 3 picks with that frenzy. And it's such an underestimated gun. It's a pistol, and no one uses it. It's a pistol, and it's absolutely insane. And it works. It just helped them out immensely to enter hookah there, and it paid off. It's a bit of a risky buy.
Wait. I thought putting cheese on Pop-Tarts was socially acceptable.
Okay, okay. Can I get a new partner?
What?
Can we get a different co-caster on that? Woo!
That's aggressive. And thankfully, production confirmed that there's no one to take my place. So you're gonna have to deal with me and cheese on Pop-Tarts, because that's the bomb, man. Sweet and salty. What's wrong with you, man?
Oh,
Get
no.
with the program, man. It's just look at up here. Going
Speaking
big.
of salty, oh my! Immediately 2 kills dropped, and now Frost and Sova gonna get taken out, and now it's, oh my! Burton takes out Franklin. It's a 2-on-5, and Techie and York are both coming from CT, and this is not looking good for Diplo, as Eros already, they have bomb down and sight is theirs essentially, and it's not very helpful that both of Diplo's characters or players are both coming from the same angle. But now York is going to head towards elbow, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be ready for him there. Techie with that ugly minimal skin, my goodness. Trying to get some info with the sheriff there. Don't even try to defend that gun skin to me. Don't. Just don't. And here comes the dash, and not going to be able to cut it, but Techie's going to be there for the trade as Hoot takes out York, and that was all she wrote. Techie is going to get taken out by Bomb. And now it's 7-9. So now it's only a 2-round gap for Eros. They're able to bring it back just a smidgen here. So this is getting closer.
You know, I'm gonna bring back is the conversation we were just having. I can't harp on you for disliking his skin, but you can harp on me for putting cheese on Pop-Tarts. What if I told you I have made sandwiches using Pop-Tarts before? How mad would you be? Does that tilt you? Would you make
a little bit? I mean, was it toasted at least?
Bro, you gotta warm the Pop-Tarts up. What do you?
Okay.
What, like,
that makes it a little better because if you melt the
bro.
cheese, that's. I mean, I could understand that. Maybe I would never try that, but like, if you're just eating raw Pop-Tarts, I mean, you should probably turn yourself into the police.
Bro, like, you have to understand some of us, like, when you're in tough situations, you're on the go, nothing's easier than just grabbing 2 Pop-Tarts. I mean, worst case scenario, if you're, you know, you drive, you can just throw it in your engine bay and warm it on the go, like on the way to class or something, but
your engine bay.
What are you gonna do? Like, you go to the bus stop and you find that magical reflective angle of the sun through the bus stop and just like,
yeah, you just find a magnifying glass. You go to a local dumpster, find a magnifying glass, and you just sit it on the Pop-Tart, and by the end of the week, it's cooked, you know? Back into action here. It's already a little bit of a standoff here on A short. All 5 players from Arrows are going to be sitting A short, and here comes the Raisinade Frost. That could be the difference. That if it would have tagged up some people there, definitely could have made a difference, but instead, Frost is going to get tagged down to 30, and now it's a 3 versus 5. As Arrows is going to lose 2 of their members, so this is already a tough situation for them to come back from. But here comes the Hunter's Fury from Sova, all the way, Dragon all the way in spawn. Is able to get some information and tag somebody up here, but Panda's going to be there to intercept that Sova, and Bomb is looking like it might get planted here, but I mean, this is definitely, yeah, here we go. Bomb is going to get planted on the B, and now Hiccup going to make it 3-2. As Arrows is going to have the man advantage here as he takes out Franklin. And here we go, 1 versus 3. This is not a good situation for Techie. Not at all. He's trapped in Hookah. He's got that Phantom, minimal skin as well. I think he might be petting his dog again. I think we're okay.
It's the play. He's got 3 members to munch through and a spike to defuse. I mean, he's gonna need all the good love that he can get. He just taps, I think, to pull information. Oh, Panda's is gonna eat some dirt here with the puddle.
I get that. I think that just barely missed him. Oh no, it did get him a little bit, but he just waited that because he knew he was going to be watching that angle. So there we have it. Arrows is going to get their 8th round now. Now it's a 1 round difference. I am not able to speak today. I apologize. Diplo still up by 1, 8-9, and this gap, the gap is non-existent almost. It's just 1 difference, and that was not the case last round. They ended last half 8-4. With Diplo in charge of the whole game, and now it's starting to flip. I think your prediction, I think, is about to come to light. It's about to be tied up. So I mean, Arrows is not giving up. Neither is Diplo. So they definitely still got a ways to go before this is anyone's match.
Times like this too. I mean, Mickey, like times like this get really tight, right? Now we're just at a 1-round delta, and Eros is going to have a really hard time, you know, finishing if they don't keep this momentum, right? The moment they let off the gas and let Diplo back into this game, both economically and round-wise, I think it's going to be a brick wall situation, and it's very difficult to shift that momentum backwards. So we'll see what happens. Is they're very much grouped up towards B, and I think they're going to go on Franklin and Dragon here towards Octagon.
Yep. And here comes the information. They're going to be able to see that Franklin and Dragon are both there, but Dragon's going to take out 2, and now Stifler is going to get traded here to 3 versus 2. Stifler, and I believe that's Techie or Burton. I can't remember which is which. But they're going to be able to take sight with Bomb down, and here comes the Viper ult. Beautiful ult from him. Not quite on Bomb, I don't think. Is that? I don't think that's covering Bomb, just barely. It might be.
I don't think so either. I don't think so. I think it's just kissing it.
I think, yeah, it's just barely. It's about a 2-foot difference. That is unfortunate, and Frost is going to be able to fake it, get Techie's attention, but he's going to be busy with Stifler. He's going to be able to take him out, though. And now, I think there's 2 different Viper ults going on here, I believe. Or maybe not. No, there are not. There's only one. My eyes are broken as well. But now Diplo is able to get their 10th round on the board. furthering that gap once again. They're working on just they're trying to keep heroes down there, trying to keep them from getting any more rounds on the board, and it's worked so far.
That it has, and I mean, this is it. We talked about it. That 10 round, that double digit now is in the hands of Diplomax, and this is where the cards come crumbling. If my spidey sense is right, it looks like Techie's got his
Here.
pit ready to go, and it's going to probably send it on short to deny, but not too much to fear. It looks like the attackers are very much bunched up towards B. Of course, this is early round. Anything's possible, as Panda is now getting denied. Gonna dog right on through, and he gets quickly eliminated. Flash up close, and that's going to force Franklin and gang away as he wants to deny Octagon entry as much as possible. Paranoia sends it away. Who full Ray Charles as the rest of the gang is going to swing on through the smoke. Is this the play? It is the play. Who goes wide and connects. Stifler, of course, the showstopper maestro himself, is able to get that beautiful kill as well. So the ultimate utility being used every which way, as it's up to Frost now, already in a great position to contest Pandas right up close and personal at Hookah. But at 5 versus 3.
I don't think either of them are aware the other one's just on the other side of that wall.
I don't think so.
And now Frost, and now, there we go. Pandas is aware, but he takes out Stifler and Pandas, and now it's a 1-on-3 as York goes down as well. And he's going to chase, Astra down towards Gardens, and Hoot's just barely going to be able to get that headshot onto him. And here comes Arrows, again, closing that gap 9-10.
You want it back and forth? You get it back and forth. And this is it's a pretty situation here as we are on a 1-round delta. And financially, you can see now, Techie, who's been clapping 18-8 on the scoreboard, is unfortunately sitting on a Sheriff light armor buy, as is Franklin on the opposite end of the scoreboard. The rest of the team is going to commit and purchase. I don't know how I feel about it, though, right? They're winning in rounds. Would it have been better to bonus here or double save and then get into it? I don't know. This could be a determining round for me financially for these two teams. If Diplomax turns this one on its head, we're going to be in for a very interesting, last 3 to 5 rounds here.
I mean, I'm going to unnecessarily say the Sheriff is an extremely risky gun to purchase, because if you can't hit your shots with that thing, you're screwed. You're absolutely done. But if you can, then it's perfect. You're going to get a good amount of money for yourself and for your team for those kills, and it works great if you can use it. But if you can't, you kind of wasted your money. So I want to see some crazy Sheriff kills, guys. Do it for me. Do it for me. But immediately Bomb is going to go down onto A site with the World's Divide, creating perfect cover so that just Arrows can see where Bomb is at. It was honestly one of the best Astra ults I've seen in a while.
I've got your trail.
Just barely enough room for them to defend Bomb. And here it comes. York gonna bop right up on the truck, but he's gonna take it out. And here comes the trades. Dragon takes out Stifler. Frost gets taken out, and now it's a 3 versus 3 as Techie finishes off Pandas. Hiccup gonna return the favor to him. 2-on-3 situation now. Franklin is on site with Dragon, and it looks like one of them might have to stick this early. Franklin's going to take out Hiccup. It's a 1 versus 2. I think he's just going to go for the save. He didn't have enough time to go for the defuse or kill those two, so he's just going to give them the round. And now he's going to play for picks, takes out Hoots, and no, Burton's going to shut him down. And Arrows, they're going to tie it up. They're going to close that gap completely. There's no longer a gap there. Diplo has been working their butts off for the past 8 rounds, trying to trying to just completely exclude them from the scoreboard, and now it's backfiring in their face. It's all tied up 10-10. So this is I mean, if you look at the eco, there's those Sheriffs kind of kicking you in the face on Diplo's side. We're gonna get a bunch of more Sheriffs, but the Sheriffs from last round didn't do exactly what they needed to do, but they're gonna go for them again, see if they can't get some better plays off of those. Immediately we have Sky getting information. We know Raze is sitting towards Lamps. So, beautiful shot from Stifler, goes for the nade, excuse me, but Hoot's gonna take out Franklin. Right off the start, 2 versus 3. York, look at this beautiful positioning from York. This area is so often not checked, but just barely going to be able to see Pandas. He's going to see him, but not in time. And here comes the trades now. And Hiccup's going to go ahead and res his buddy Sky here, and it's a 2 versus 4. Bomb's going to go ahead and get planted onto B site. And this is looking interesting. Frost looking for a teleport, and here we go. He's going to enter into Hookah with, I believe that's Burton.
There.
Right on his back. Hand in hand, hip in hip, holding hands on their way towards Long to have a picnic. And You can see Hoot immediately, he knew he could hear the sound cues and he backed off of long and to give them dominion of that area. The Gardens is much easier to hold in general, and Exhibit A, Hiccup, is going to get a beautiful headshot onto Frost, and Stifler's going to end it with another headshot onto Techie, and now for the first time in the game, Eros, I'm sorry, I'm butchering their name, but they're ahead. For the first time in the game, they are leading the charge 11-10. It's been one hell of a fight
too. I mean, Mickey, like that financial round that I brought up with that save, you can see it's pushed them one more time now into the corner. Diplomats are sitting on basically no money whatsoever. So they bought, they lost, and they saved. They turned around over to Eros, and I mean, rightfully so, Firepower seemed to come out on top. And yet again, we are at a bit of a broke buy. You can see York is sitting on a Judge full armor. So all things considered, if Eros is able to get this round, we are going to see a save most likely, or a bit of a light buy at best, and that's going to be a troubling situation, as it's going to put Diplomats in a match point scenario against Eros, and they might get it taken away. As you can see, Techie though going in massive, opens it up with a stunning pick to begin. So good start. I mean, I'm happy to see that they have guns to their name and are making a mark early. Jet, of course, has knives available. Dragon's going to eat some dirt here as he is droning by the looks of it. Frost going in big, jumping out. Can you get it? No! Pandaz with the Phantom. Going to clap him before that showstopper can make the magic happen. And Rain Franklin getting on to Hoot. Ray Charles as Hiccup gets the one. And he is pinned away here. Going to TP away to safety. Down to 3 members of Diplomats against 2 of Eros now. York, knives aplenty, as they're going to try and get on site and do what they do best at B here. They've had mild success as York mildly gets a look at Stifler's head there as he jiggles and falls away, as he's going to look for some U-Haul control, escaping the cauliflower wrap, looks away to shoot it. Pandaz swings at such a good time, putting York in a tough spot. Leaves it down to a 2 versus 2 now. Anyone's game, but Omen is lit. Pandaz swings. I like the buddy system towards elbow. They connect onto Techie, and he's going to go for the stick.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
Is he going to be able to...
Is this happening?
This happened. This happened. That just happened. That just happened. Franklin with the beautiful clutch. I mean, he can count by 2s and teach you how to tie your shoes, but he can also teach you how to defuse. My goodness. If you don't get that, Franklin the Turtle, get it? Anyways, it's 11-11 now. After that awful joke, I apologize. But Franklin, I mean, he just stuck it. Sometimes that's all you can really do. I mean, especially if you're in that situation where you're not good on health and they have the upper hand in terms of bodies, I mean, that's really gonna be Franklin's only choice, is to either face them or stick it. He didn't have time to play the mind games and rotate around and around and around. So he stuck it and it worked beautifully.
A little bit uncomfortable, Mickey. I'm not gonna lie. If I could tell you honestly, that was looking really tricky. As Stifler doing his textbook backside bomb or grenade to push them away. As it looks like they're gonna try and make their way onto site. I've used Stifler showstopper with a 2-piece combination as they aggress right onto site. Gonna get that bomb down. Of course, Astro Utility to block off elbow. The wall now broken as well. Down to a 3-member retake. This is the likes of Diplo in the 2-man deficit to hopefully get back onto site here with the Viper splooge left, right, and center. There is some seclusion, and as everyone's kind of pegged in a corner, waiting for Utility to fade, as this is it. Do or die. They got to make the move now here, Mickey, and get out the site. Hiccup, close, tight angle. Franklin is going to have to clear it nicely, and he doesn't.
I mean, Hiccup just barely, and he almost didn't kill Franklin there. That would have been awful. Now York's in a 1 versus 4. Is able to get the running gun onto Hiccup, but Stifler going to catch him on the reload. And there we go. Eros up 12-11. They're up by 1 round once again. But let's see if Diplo can close that gap one more time, because they did it last time. Let's see if they can do it again. But if not, that's going to be game for that attacking team.
Sheesh. It's okay, Mickey. It's okay. It's a Wednesday.
My mouth doesn't want to mouth today, you know?
It's all gonna be okay, man. I mean, just have a Pop-Tart with Cheese Whiz on it. You'll be A-okay, I promise. But honestly speaking here, Diplomats, if they can get another Franklin defuse moment, that's what they need. But we talked about it. Financials are on the board yet again, as we are ending on match point with a big chunky save. As Sheriffs of the play, Viper pits are available on short, as Panda is going to spot out and not get much value out of that, as looks like the tempo's changed. They're choosing not to go towards the B site, and they get a nice steady pick onto Techie. Not a good way to open it. Who catches Frost on the rotate and gets that frag in just like that, Mickey. I mean, 3 members alive here for Diplomats against 5 of Eros. If you want a match point in a stylish way, this is it.
Oh, here comes the Sova ult. He's immediately going to hit Hiccup, but he's going to be able to heal that right back. He's going to get the information that they need. They know Sage is on site. They know Stifler's on site as well. And here comes Franklin. He's going to face against Pandas immediately. York, oh, bad positioning for him. And there's 2 down on Diplo. And now it's a 1 versus 2, or 1 versus 3. Such beautiful Sheriff shot from Dragon. Can he do it 3 more times? No. It's going to be 13-11. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have game number 1. Heroes is going to take that from Diplo Max. That was, man, that was a nasty, nasty game back and forth the whole time. That was, I mean, GG to everybody involved. So, I mean,
Yeah, you and I kind of feel the same a little bit. Eros went off there, right? There was a couple critical moments which kind of laid out the foundation for the success there. It was the 2 saves that I think Diplo was forced into a corner of. I think it was on round 10 when they were sitting on their 10th round. I said, was it the right play to double up and go for the bonus or save for the buy? It may have very well been, because that put him in a teeter-totter position to buy, save, and that was match point. And we saw here that 13-11 dub. There was also fantastic plays from Eros altogether, right? I mean, the connections on to be the early and confident engagements that we saw. The grenades to clear out backside coming out of Raze on that attacker side was just perfect to push them away and gain full control. And on multiple occasions, opening up the site like that, it kind of left me in a question, right? What is Diplomax's play, right? They seemed like they wanted to be grounded, but then they gave it up and they just kind of fell apart. No fast flanks, nothing really astronomical was happening that was setting them apart. So, you know, it's a culmination of multiple issues that led up to the way that this match panned out. Diplomax had a really stunning defuse too, that ninja, which, you know, gave me some hope. I'm like, man, like that's the
Franklin,
round they really needed.
Franklin, everybody patted him on the back. You know, the Discord was blowing up when Franklin did that. Everybody was screaming. Sure. There's not a doubt in my mind. And something that I want to touch on, even though we can't hear the players, we're not doing listenings or anything like that, you can almost tell, you can almost feel it when there's communication on a specific point in a match where something happens and you're like, oh, they definitely have comms, or else they wouldn't have known that person was in that location. And let me tell you, the comms on Arrows was phenomenal. You could just tell their rotates, their retakes, their post plants were amazing on every angle. And Diplo was the same, but Diplo just barely, I mean, they dominated for the first half, and then you predicted it perfectly. It was just that tie up, and then Arrows came back and took it, and that was it. That was all she wrote. So that was a great map 1. That was fantastic bind.
Can't ask for much more than that here, Mickey. And I think before we send the rest of the viewers here off to a quick break, one more time, guys, if you haven't, be sure to at FitFam with an underscore at the end. Be sure to follow on Insta, our sponsor, supporting us here for a $100 prize pot. And as per usual, guys, GLG10 is your code for drink control, your meal replacement. Get on that. Get that code in there and save yourself 10% for you fellow Americans. Shipping is super affordable too. So if you're going to do it, make sure to use that code and spread the love. We're going to send you guys off to a very quick break. Mickey and I are going to be back for 2 more. So don't go far. A snack, a beverage, make yourself cozy. Tons more to come here tonight.
No cheese on Pop-Tarts, please.
Put your cheese on your Pop-Tarts.
No cheese on Pop-Tarts. If you do, tweet them at me so I can unfollow you and block you.
Send you guys off to break. We'll be back soon with cheese on Pop-Tarts. Stay tuned.
me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been twisting the wind because of the work that we did.
Boom, and we are back, guys, yet again for another matchup. Join again with me, if you didn't know, is I'm going to see if I got my directions right. Mickey's over here, guys, getting you another match here tonight. There you go. You got it. You know it, my guy.
Right here.
Quickly smash a couple Pop-Tarts and cheese. Okay, I'm going to stop with that conversation. We are getting into another matchup here, guys. I hope you are comfortable. Coming off of a fantastic last match and a very tight one at that. Eros came out and absolutely did some work. So now we move on, folks. This is going to be Vanquish versus one of my, I think, favorite names so far in any tournament, Ploopers. So you guys can see down there, Vank and Ploop.
That's a
we're going
great
on
name.
The classic Ascent, Mickey. So a very simple, in my opinion, much more straightforward map. No funny business in the shape of teleporters and things like that to send you for a wild ride. And it's going to be starting with Vanquish on the defense side. So looking forward to this matchup. These teams respectively, I didn't get a map for Vanquish's win against Exolve. They're coming in from that on a 13-10. Ploopers beat IDK 14-12 on Vine in their last matchup. So they went to an OT scenario, which all things said and done. Hopefully they're a bit more warm. Who knows? I'm looking forward to the matchup. Thoughts and opinions, Mickey? What are you expecting here? You're, inside on Ascent. How do you think this is going to work out for these two teams?
I mean, if we don't see at least a Cypher or a Killjoy, at least one of either, and at least one Sova, I'm going to be really upset because this map is set up perfectly for all three of those characters. Omen is phenomenal on this map as well. The teleporting onto onto B site is, if you do it right, it's great. But it all comes down to whether the strategy, to be honest. And to be 100% honest, I haven't seen either of these teams play, so I don't want to make a prediction yet. But it's whoever uses that Sova properly, I think is going to have a huge advantage, especially with that mid area. Because if you look at mid on Ascent, you have four different entrances into mid site. You have Top Cat, you have Cat Room by Tree, and you have mid link to B, and then you have Market at bottom of mid. So that's four different angles, and Sova can ping all four of them. So I think that's going to be huge point difference for whoever is able to play that Sova well. But if we don't see a Sova, I'm gonna feel really dumb. I'm gonna be really disappointed. So
we'll see. Maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. But for me, let's talk about mid control, right? You touched on a critical aspect of this map, and we've seen Killjoy excel really well on that with the turret towards Pizza. Really does a good job at keeping things on lock. Of course, the Nanoswarm utility on Sidewalk 2 is critical. So agent-wise, we kind of know what to expect. What I have seen excel really well on this map is Astra. Astra, it lends itself really well to the layout of this map. A lot of tight entrances and alleyways coming from CT into B, from A main for Heaven. And that Cosmic Divide I've seen deliver so much activity towards B. If you set it up right against the drop there from Heaven down and into Hell even, you're kind of in trouble because to drop down, A, you're dropping, B, you're going through this goopy wall that you can't see through, and C, you're kind of seen right away as you drop down.
Yeah.
So Astra, critical. I love to see it. Sova, I agree with you that Hunter's Fury lends itself well to the tight proximity of these maps. You can see that it has a very, direct entranceway that's close proximity. So behind a wall, you send your entry in, you open it up, and you go from there. So Sova, I would agree with you. Killjoy, we talked about it. Cypher, very strong and can be used immensely well on this map as well. Lends itself to it and is probably one of the OGs, right? Before Killjoy became a bit more mainstreamy. So, comp-wise, there's a lot to talk about and a lot of potential ways to play this, but all things said and done, the most important thing to remember is we are really traversing the brackets now. So things are heating up. We're getting much more stickier, sweatier gameplay, hopefully. And as we get into it, Mickey, this is it. Your time to shine on Agent Select. So let's get into it and see if your predictions and dreams do come true.
Please, I'm crossing my fingers. Please give us at least one Soba. He's my main, Omen's my second, so I would love to see both of them. But right out of the gate, Polkin is going to go for a locking on Astra. We have a Sova and Killjoy. There's my Sova. Actually, thank you. And another Sova T-Turtle. Yay, we got a Sova and a Killjoy and possibly a Cypher on the attacking side. Oh, man, this is going to be great. Also, I just want to let you guys know Vanquish is going to be defending for Ascent on the first half. So on your left side of your screen, you have Vanquish, and on the right side, you have Ploopers, which is a phenomenal name. I love that name. That is a fantastic name. We're just waiting in for a few more lock-ins here. Looks like Perpy and we didn't. Perpy looking for Yoru. That's going to be interesting. Oh, maybe. Yeah, Reyna. Oh, we got a Reyna.
Come on,
there we go. We got two duelists attacking.
Yoru is I think not gonna happen. I don't remember the last time that I saw Yoru get played. I think just viability wise and the way that it kind of fits into the kit, kind of like that outskirt agent right now. It's not really mainstream or brought in. There's so much more power that can come out from, like you said, the pick that I love on this map too, given its close proximity, is Reyna, right? Massive clutch potential, huge amount of power coming out of that, and yeah, this is again lending itself to a fantastic Viper pick. So this is the thing. The one thing Valorant's really lent itself well to is a lot of dividing utility, right? You have the Viper walls, you have the Cosmic Divide, you have a lot of chances to split maps and make moves. Viper Pit as well can do that. So yeah, it's interesting to see as we get into it, getting down to the nitty gritty. Your second matchup here with Mickey and I, brought to you by FitFam on Instagram, and of course, Stream Control. Thank you so much for the support, and for those viewers that always use that code on those buys, it means the world to us. So let's get into it here, taking down the timer. Mickey, I want you to blow your heart out here on this pistol. If I'm not calling 911 by the end of this round, man, you haven't done it right. So let's get her done here tonight, guys. As I'm looking forward to this next matchup, and of course, it's one of my all-time favorite maps too.
Oh yeah, Ascent. I don't think I know anyone who doesn't like Ascent. On either side, it's a very simple map. There's not a lot of like crazy shortcuts. You know, you have tree room and you have market, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Mid A B. So it's a great map, and we're gonna have some solo information. We have an Aldrone. He is gonna spot Mikey, tags him up, but he's not gonna be able to spot Lemon in market, and that's gonna be key. He has no idea. No mail slash Lemon is gonna be able to get 2 right off the bat. Mikey gets traded out here. Normal Lemon is gonna be able to get his 3rd. Takes out Series, looking for his 4th. No, AC now, and now Lemon gets his 4th, but AC's gonna take that ace from, and now immediately right out of the gate, Vanquish is on their way. I mean, not on their way. They made it. They got 1 point on the board already. 1-0. Beautiful tone set from Vanquish. I'm concerned about the Ares from Ixie or Ixie on
why are you concerned? Why? You have Lemon at the top there with 4 kills. There's tons of finances. This is round number 2. If you're not buying, and I'm completely kidding, man. I don't know how I feel about the Ares either. These second round buys down to 300 can be troubling, but if you consider it right, Axie is basically sitting on par with buddies who are sitting on Spectres and Util. So he just went, felt that the gun for him was a better choice. He went for it. As looks like Mikey's trying to get control here. Swings off of T-Turtle. The Boombah on the right there. Doesn't do much of anything. A double airbag to send the guys on the right for a bit of a ride as Polkan comes around the bend. Double frenzy for him. And that lends itself to a Ploopers down to 2 members and a lit Reyna. But of course, the Devourer here will bring that health back with a kill, however. So we'll see what they can do with 1:12 on the clock. And they're the attacker side, and with 2 members, kind of hard to make anything happen here, Mickey.
Yeah, this is not the best position for Bloopers here.
Need that back.
And it's not a good position at all. Polkin's very low, but the rest of his team, there we go. Mikey is going to get a 2nd and 3rd kill of the round and close it out, makes them 2-0. And Bloopers, now they're going to have a little bit of eco because I think they did save. So now they're going to go with Vandals and Phantoms. So that's going to be a little bit better for them. They're going to be able to get their utility up. So that's going to give them a better chance at round number 3. But it is 2-0 in favor of Vanquish. But the game is nowhere near over. So this could flip any second. Who knows? Maybe Bloopers will take the next 4 rounds, or Vanquish will take the next 7. Who knows? I don't think anyone knows. Maybe not even The Rock knows. Dwayne Johnson, he doesn't know everything. But immediately, there's going to be a lot of abilities coming down A long from that Raze and Astra, and it looks like Bloopers is kind of making a push towards A to retreat and long. But Bomb's going to be, they're just kind of leaving Bomb, getting a feel, getting some information before they make a full commitment. And I think that's very smart. They're trying to get their teammates into tree to get that information. But Soul is going to be held up. There's a couple people in tree watching that angle. Lemon's going to get tagged to all the way down to 30 HP as Polkin is going to get taken out here on A site. And now it's a 4 versus 5. And this is already looking very interesting. They have 1 man down on Vanquish. That gives Bloopers a little bit of an advantage, and none of them are tagged, so this is going to work really well for them. But already Vanquish is going to enter site, and it looks like here comes Silva for that bomb plump. Yep, there we go. T-Turtle's going to go ahead and get it down. Purpy's watching up top. Beautiful sprays for him, excuse me, with the pre-fires. And here, immediate trade on Cat, Soul to Lemon, and now Mikey's going to take out Soul, and Sirius is going to trade again, taking out Mikey, and now it's a 2 versus 4 situation. This is not the best situation for Vanquish. It's just we didn't, and Ixel all by themselves heading towards Treep. We see we didn't looking towards just checking his angles as much as he can. Ixel's behind him trying to get those information. Here comes the Silva ping. That was a beautiful ping from him. I don't think it's going to get information for him, but here we go. We didn't walk straight into the crosshair of Purpy. Now it looks like Purpy's going to slow push into tree, and Gloomy, no, Gloomy's just going to barely steal that. I think Purpy's a little upset about that. But here we go, Vanquish. They're still up, but it's only by 1 round now. Pooper's going to make it 1-2.
Good bounce back here. Mickey is on it. And with
to
that
drop.
note, we are going to the real gun round, that round 4 bye after that situation. As looks like, unfortunately, Soul, who's that Jet, probably yearning for an op, is going to request a bit of a hug from fellow Astra, getting that bye. So everyone is equipped, ready to boogie here. And I don't know what it is with Sovas on this map. Maybe it might be the paper mache walls towards a site, but or B site rather. It's that Odin in the hands of Axie there, as they're going to try and work quick and see what they can make happen.
I'm scared about that Odin. The Odin areas always make me so nervous. It doesn't matter if my teammate has it or the enemy team has it. It's just a nerve-wracking instrument of death. And there's if you get stuck in front of an Odin or an Ares, 9 times out of 10 you're not gonna make it out of that alive. And Mikey's gonna get the first intro first entrance pick as they're heading in towards A site. But I think that's more so just making noise. But Sova's gonna have Bomb gonna rotate back through Vanquish's spawn here through Plooper's spawn.
Obscuring
The
vision.
attack spawn, just trying to get some information, heading towards B, maybe, possibly. We're not entirely sure about this yet, but Plooper's already going to be down 2 players here, and now Polkin is going to heavy. This is Astra on Astra in tree room. I mean, Polkin's holding that heavy with that Judge. And there we go.
Last
Series
player
is going to get taken
standing.
out. Now Lemon takes out Soul, and now just like that, it's a 1-on-5. The good news for T-Turtle is that Lemon and Polkin are both heavily tagged, and there he's going to take out Polkin easy. Just a couple shots for
30
him.
seconds left.
Easy destroys that turret, takes out Lemon's turret, but Mikey is going to get him from behind from top cat, saving Lemon, and it's going to be 3-1 in favor of Vanquish again. Or still.
Saucy stuff. Saucy, my friend, and you like to see Vanquish getting back on top after a 1-round turnover. That's going to force Bloopers to a good old save situation, as they're going to be holding steady with the likes of Perpy, though, who wants to sport the Guardian. He's still got financing for the next round buy, so I'm okay with it. I still have a gripe with buying, despite the ability to buy back in, have enough to buy for next mentality. If you're having, I mean, unless your team is absolutely cracked with Eagles, that Guardian kind of will just fall to waste, right? You could have saved that money and done something different with it. So I'm kind of 50-50, to be honest with you, Mickey, with that kind of stuff.
I mean, the Guardian in general, it's not an awful gun, but it's not the best in the game. I can't use it to save my life just because I'm bad at the game, but I've seen people crack heads with that from halfway across the map. So it's really just a matter of whether or not you can hit your shots at the Guardian. If you can, it'll seal the deal. If you can't, it's gonna have some trouble.
Yep. I agree with you, and we'll see though. The rest of the team is going to have to carry some weight too. You can't rely on one. Oh boy, Soul with the personal. Polkin going to trade that out. So I thought Soul was going to pop off there and dash for more, but he gets denied as there's still 2 more to tree room. That is Lemon and Polkin holding steady. T-Turtle spamming, and he runs out of bullets as Nomel goes for the double swing there, as they're going to make the final connection here. No busy tone this time as Astra is eliminated. That is Sir One Easy. Call him Sir One as he gets clapped out of this picture.
Yep.
And that earns
I think
Vanquish
it's
that
series. I think it's series, but I almost said Sir One as earlier.
point. Sir One Easy.
So
Bot coming back.
Series. We're going to go with series, Mickey.
I think
that
it's
better.
series because
We're gonna go series.
ones are usually supposed to be I's or L's. Unless it's Surles, but then
Okay,
it's like,
series.
what kind of name is that at that point? But just a heads up, we are Killjoy on Ploopers. His name is Lemon backwards, so if we call him Nomel or Lemon, that's who we're talking about. We're talking about the Killjoy.
Yes.
Just so everybody's aware. It's a little confusing, but it's fine. We're all here to have fun, and that's what tonight is. Except there's $100 on the line, so it's fine. But yeah, 4-1. Vanquish is going to take the lead with 3-round difference here. Axie, that one, the Sova guy, is going to just bombard B garage with that Odin. I think, yeah, he's not able to tag anybody yet, but he doesn't know that. So he's just going to keep on going, and here comes the Sova thing, it looks like. Astra abilities. Oh, there we go. Mikey able to get one off. Nomel/Lemon is going to be able to capitalize on that, and now it's a 3 versus 5 situation for Ploopers. Not in the best of situations. T-Turtle and Soul are going to try to hold mid as best they can, while their Sova, or their, excuse me, it's a 2 versus 5 now, because Series just got taken out, unfortunately. And Vanquish, 3-man difference here. Soul watching this, not quite able to tag up Mikey here, but he knows he's there. Here comes the Astra abilities, almost mess him up, but he's able to take out Mikey. And now it's a 2 versus 4. And look at this Sova shock dart. Is that going to land perfectly? I think it is.
30
Just
seconds left.
barely. He is able to move out of the way there. Now T-Turtle heading towards Cat with Bomb and a Phantom and a Dream. And I really want him to make a really cool shock dart play. I would love to see some shock dart explosions. that result in somebody taking one to the head. But Polkin's gonna hold this beautifully, taking out T-Turtle, and now it's a 1-on-4 situation. Sorry, couldn't count for a second. He's got 59 HP, sitting down mid. I mean, Polkin, he's right to your right, and I don't think he has any idea, but... Oh, he's gonna walk right past him. Oh no! Oh no! Soul! The timing on that, we didn't just barely able to, Soul saw him, but he just wasn't able to react fast enough. He wasn't able to adjust that scope, and it's gonna cost him. That was unfortunate. That was very unfortunate for Soul. But now Vanquish gonna make it 5-1, a 4-point difference. They've taken the last 3 rounds. Bloopers was able to get one in there, but, or Ploopers, excuse me, was able to get that one, that round 3 in there on the board for them. But I don't know. It's still anyone's game. This is only a 4-point difference. But
Poison orb emitting.
yeah, this is already interesting. Very interesting start.
Huge. I mean, you look at Vanquish's situation, they're in the driving seat without a doubt here, Mickey. And leading the charge with a 4-round delta now as well. They got 3 ultimates on the board. Of course, Ploopers has 3 to counteract that. We're going to see if that cosmic divide on both these sides comes into play, as looks like we didn't want to get some information without doing much of anything else. He doesn't want to take damage, and he spots it, but he's down to 81 hit points. His stars are getting dropped here. If the suction cup does come out, looks like he's going to be having a hard time swinging, but I think it's all a bit too soon to talk. It's kind of a fake situation. Mickey, looks like they're going to walk off of A, regroup, and see if with Cypher's help they can make some magic happen on B by the looks of it.
I mean, they're holding these angles as much as they can. So far, nobody's dropped. A little bit of HP has been taken, but no bodies so far. This is a very, very strategic placement for Ploopers to be taking A long here. They also have Soul on Cat, waiting for that entrance in the tree, but Polkin's holding it down. He's going to go for the spray, is going to be able to get the wallbang headshot on the series. Weedin's going to capitalize, and Weedin's going to pick up a second. Now here comes Soul for the trades, and Mikey is there as well, and it's just all now turns into a 1 versus 2. Gloomy's not in a good position here. He's going to get naded, but his he is able to get that Cypher cage down, so it gives him a little bit of cover to work with, but he's going to have to plant here soon.
10 seconds left.
He does have bomb, but I don't know if he's going to have time. I think, yeah, they're just going to be playing time here, and Mikey's just going to peek out, barely able to get that headshot onto Gloomy. And that was, I don't think I've seen a more perfect way to just waste time. They just kept shooting at him, using their abilities. There wasn't much he could do there. He didn't have room to play. So it ends up being 6-1, still in favor of Vanquish.
Utility bait is critical. I mean, pulling that out early, getting that off, and gives you the opportunity to kind of flex on it after. And respectively so, 6-1 now, you're going to see, unfortunately, the attacker side is going to be bleeding heavily on the finance side, right? They bought in here, they're fully committed. If this doesn't work out in their favor, the following round is a definite save, and given the current 6-1 trend, can almost expect an 8-1 before Plooper's going to have an opportunity to fight back. So we'll see if that comes to be, as looks like they have full control of long, and with that smoke, the Lear coming out nice and big, Weedin is going to fall away, a bit of a splooge to block it off, as they're going to close the door and get in position for the take, but that utility usage on its own is massive now, Mickey. They're going to most likely bait some more out here and regroup and recalibrate and maybe fall off. And it kind of leaves me to wonder, is that the right strat, though? They're just having a hard time making anything happen altogether. Should they just 5-man commit? And I think they're going to do it. I take it all back here, Mickey.
They're doing it. Oh, man. Oh, here we go. The entrance from Turtle, but it's going to be a trade onto We Didn't. He took it. He took out his buddy Jet Soul, and now it's a 4 versus 4. Reyna's tagged up on Bloopers, but he's going to make that entrance. Maybe. I think, yeah. There we go. Here comes Pix. Gloomy takes out Lemon. Polkin trades to Perpy, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Here comes the Razor. Oh, Mikey! Able to take out Series and Gloomy with that. Beautiful shots from him, and now T-Turtle just not in a good spot here. On a 1 versus 3, 11 HP, able to lock heads onto Polkin. Can he get the second? No, Mikey's gonna deny him of that last kill, and now Bloopers is not in a, they're not doing too hot so far. It's a 6-round difference, Vanquish 7-1. If you're a Bloopers fan, I apologize for what you're witnessing, but it's not over yet. Vanquish is absolutely, they're pulling no punches right now. And if you look at the eco difference, there's definitely a difference. Plooper is just barely able to get some rifles on the board, and Vanquish has plenty of room to work with. So even if Vanquish loses this next round, which would be ideal for Ploopers, but they could still buy next round. So this is not looking too good for Ploopers.
That's what I'm saying too, Mickey, right? You got to look at it. They've bought in here, kind of broken situation all across the board. They're bleeding financially. Was the better play to not buy a single thing, get the round over with, and have an opportunity to play out the rest with guns? Or, you know, was this the right play considering the deficit? I don't know. Bloopers, of course, like on this attacker side, being Ascent requires a lot of synergy and being able to read the utility and capitalize from there. So they're struggling. I mean, it's tough to be on the Ascent. As you can see, Soul is trying to get up close and personal, but this crossfire from Mickey, I mean, he's so swift with that shoulder peek.
Mikey.
Gonna quickly clap him. Mikey, I'm sorry. Mikey, as
That's
that
me.
Mel, and we didn't want a piece. And just like that, without any trades or contests, that is a flawless round picked up there for Vanquish. And that's critical too, Mickey, is that scenario of not having trades. When you're kind of spread apart, you get picked off one by one, and yeah, it's unfortunate, but that earns Vanquish the 8th, and Bloopers is kind of hemorrhaging rounds here at this point.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, I just want to touch on the fact that Mikey, the Rays for Vanquish, 13-3, and then right under him is Astra Polkin, 10-4. I mean, they both have a few assists, but I mean, they've both been very solid in this first half. So I'm keep my eye on Mikey for sure. And immediately here comes a Rays nade. Not going to tag anybody up because no one's there to get tagged. They're always waiting for those abilities to pour in. I think Series actually did get tagged up just a little bit there. But now Bloopers is doing their absolute best to hold A long because they know they've been pushing that route for a couple rounds now. So they've been really focusing on that spot. And Soul is now mid. We're going to have a Sova drone checking out market and defense spawn. So we're already going to get not much information. I don't think that Eldron was able to tag anyone or ping anyone or get any intel. But Perpy's going to get tagged up. And it's not going to be very good for him. He's going to be trapped towards mid, but he does have his teammates to back him up to the left of him. And now here comes Polkin looking for that little bit of a pick, but he's going to go into Astral Form, lays down a smoke or two, or an ability or two in mid, trying to cause some distractions, get some information for his team. But so far, nobody's dropped, and here we go. As I say it, we didn't takes out Soul. He's going to get that first pick and just back off, let his Sova go ahead and just help him out a little bit with those shock darts. And we didn't, and Gloomy in a 1 versus 1 in the smoke, but Gloomy's gonna come out on top for that. Here comes the World's Divide. Axie with the Odin on site gets 3 and 4. My God. Oh, that wasn't
all aboard the paint train. That's tough, man. As it earns Vanquish round 9. So yeah,
that wasn't pleasant.
No, nothing pleasant about
nice.
that. Actually, that's anti-pleasant, if you want my honest opinion.
Yeah, anti-pleasant. It's not quite rude. It's just anti-pleasant.
Yeah, just slightly uncomfortable. Like, you know, getting poked by I don't know, a stick. That's not comfortable. But, you know, considering the fact that we are sitting on just 2 more rounds left in this half, I don't really know what more is in the tank here for Bloopers. They're gonna have a hard time getting some momentum. If they can get the 3 though, Mickey, I mean, it's really good for them, but tough.
I mean, it's really, they just gotta work on the connections here. And Polkin, oh no, Mikey and Polkin gonna get stuck inside of each other. It's not going to do them any good. No! Lemon with a beautiful sheriff shot on the Soul here. And Perpy's going to enter into tree. He's getting tagged up by 2 nades at once. And a raised bot, killjoy bot, but Lemon's going to enter into there and take him out. Now it's a 2 versus 3 situation. Gloomy going to enter from long. Astra's already on site. He's there with Series. It looks like a quick fake plant, and here we go. Here's the real thing. Sova drone out. Gloomy's all by himself. He's going to get pinged. He doesn't know there's one in tree, and now he does. Lemon is going to be able to get that wallbang headshot onto Gloomy. And, man, this is just unfortunate for Bloopers. It's now 10-1 in favor of Vanquish. I mean, Bloopers is going to have to kick themselves into gear in this next round. This is the last round before the swap. This is very pivotal. They need to get a round in here, and they have the eco to do it. You know, they have just enough eco. They have 4 rifles and a Spectre, so it's not impossible to get one more round here. But I am going to pay attention to Lemon here. He's 13-3, and he's going to say screw it, and he's going to go with an op. So I'm wanting to see some crazy plays with that op, but it looks like Axie again going to go with the Odin, and Perpy's going to whip out an Ares. So this is going to be an interesting round already. And there's Axie with the wallbang. You can hear it on B site, but it looks like Polkin is going to be in a 1 versus 5 right out the gate down A long. He's all by himself. I don't think he realizes the entire team is there with Cypher watching mid. Gloomy. Here comes Lemon. He's sitting in trees, able to get a little bit of intel, but he's going to get tagged by that Sova drone and going to back off sight. And here comes the Sova ping. Soul's able to spot Mikey up in heaven, not able to tag him up though. 2 bodies have dropped, 1 for either team so far. It's a 4-on-4 situation. And that raise nade, beautiful there for Mikey, is going to be able to tag up the entirety of Ploopers. And that's going to cause Polkin to be able to get those kills onto 3 people there, 2v4. And now Mikey's going to finish things up with Gloomy, and he steals the ace. That's unfortunate. 11-1 is how we're gonna end half number 1. This is, man, it's almost a shutout at it's almost a shutout at this point. This is just Ploopers is not. I don't know what's going on over there, but they gotta kick themselves right now. This is there's 2 more rounds and Vanquish will win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, all things said and done, man. I mean, we've seen some slippier comebacks in our times here at GLG.
Oh, yeah.
There's been situations where there's been massive deficits and we've seen mega bounce backs. And I will say this could be a situation of Ploopers just feeling a bit more comfortable on the swap. So we're gonna get into it. I don't really want to comment too much in the last half because it looks like Vanquish just had it almost too easy as they flex very heavily on that first half. But as we get into pistol round, this is going to be a do or die moment for Ploopers, really and honestly speaking.
Oh yeah.
If they lose it, it's going to turn heads over, and we're going to be witnessing a buy up and potential shutout here. But 11-1, it ain't no bunny hill. It's a bit of a Mount Everest to climb. As we're going to get right on through here and see what the attackers have in store as they've taken the reins here on this match. So
look at Soul. He's already peeking through mid. I mean, Ploopers should probably call Miley Cyrus and get some opinions on what they should prepare for the climb. If you don't understand that joke, I'm sorry for your just for your childhood not being that good. But Vanquish, this is already looking interesting. It's round 1 of the second half. Nobody's dropped yet, but Soul is going to get tagged up quite a bit through mid here, but it looks like a rotate from Vanquish towards A, and now they're cutting through tree. They're all in tree. We got 2 down A long, and here comes the nade. Beautiful nade from Mikey, and now bodies are trading and getting traded, and shots are everywhere. Mikey looking for that Sova kill onto T-Turtle, but he's going to take out Lemon, and now it's a 2 versus 3 situation. And Bomb is going to get planted. Here comes the beautiful Soba ping from T-Turtle. Gonna be able to scan sight. There's no information though. Everybody's off of sight waiting. Now Mikey's gonna catch him from behind. It's a 1-on-3. Series has to clutch up here, and he's not able to get shot in the back by Polkin just at the worst time to turn around. That was unfortunate for him. Now 12-1. Match point for Vanquish.
This is it, my friend. Do or die at this point. It's going to be a scenario for Vanquish to bring it home in what has been a bit of a whirlwind of a matchup here. I mean, a whirlwind in the sense of absolute destruction through the city made of paper mache and spitballs. But with just 1 round to go, and they're going to buy up respectfully on both sides, and I wouldn't expect anything less. It's going to be tough. I mean, Ploopers, all or nothing. It's on the table here. We're going to see if they can make that magic happen as we patiently tick down and get into it, folks, in your second matchup here with Mickey and I. Looks like a bit of a split as well. Grouped up 2 towards A. The Bomb and Viper patiently waiting as the rest of the gang are making a bunch of noise toward B, and you can see they've already pulled so many rotates over, and it's only the Lonesome Cypher on tree room here towards short as this big fake has kind of raised some flags. You can see Reyna, Jordan's laced up, getting back onto A to meet up with Cypher, but they're already on site here and going for the plant.
Oh, Polkin just absolutely yeeting himself into tree room, and he's going to be able to take out Gloomy. Lemon takes out Perpy, and now it's 3 versus 5. And we have players on both sides tagged up, and that's going to be where the difference comes in, whether or not you have 20 HP or 70. And Lemon's going to be able to take out Soul, and Polkin gets the final 2, gets his 3K, and that is map number 2 for game number 2. 13-1. What a shutout, man. Ploopers, man, I really feel bad. I think they just kind of got a rough start, and then at that point they didn't start playing their eco the way they should have been, and then it was just all about communication from then on, and it was just not a good situation for them. But GG's to both teams. Vanquish is going to take that 13-1. Man, what a shutout.
Tough.
It was very tough. Yeah.
It's a sticky scenario to be in. There's not much else you can say. I mean, if anything, you learn, you adapt, and you move on, right? As a team, you want to re-synergize and get aligned, and it's just more opportunity to improve. Like I'll say, Ploopers lacks some of the swinging and trades. It was a kind of LMS, one-on-one picks type scenario, which playing hero, whether intentional or not intentional, is not the situation you want to be in. And you can see Vanquish just punish them every which way possible. Their aggression, their defense, everything was beautiful. So, and the score speaks to that volume. So on that note, I think, Mickey, we're going to let everyone kind of take a bit of a breather for us to recalibrate. There is more to come. The matches are kind of flowing in tonight very nicely. So we're seeing back-to-back action. Guys, don't go too far from your computer. Again, as we hit the break, be sure to slap all the likes on the socials and the follows. GL Gaming Lounges is the Twitter, at FitFam on Instagram. Myself and Mickey, I am at SomRad. You can hit that with exclamation mark casters in chat. If you want to spread some love, be sure to do that. Hit up Mickey's socials as well. And don't go far. We're going to send you guys off to a snappy quick break, maybe a chance for you to get your hit of drink control. Don't go far. Be back very shortly.
Because of the work that we did in the past, when we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Well, yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Well, you want to see we the best. Hey. You don't see that with a basket, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh, damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now when come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like. Go.
Invincible.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one.
We are back again for another matchup, guys. Highs, guys.
Highs.
Sir Mickey is joining me on Ye's side. Wait, they side. And this is going to be semis here, guys. Going to be, as you can see, Rock Bottom versus Vanquish. So we're following the Vanquish squad along off of their stunning win in the last matchup, 13-1. And against Rock Bottom, and you guys guessed it, if you haven't already looked down, we're going to get a repeat. We're going on to Ascent. So, Mickey, semis, this is a BO1, as you guys know, in typical Pit of Valor fashion. The finals are BF3. So lots more opportunity to kind of breathe there as you get a second chance and maybe even a third, depending how things go. Well, not really, because then it's even. But I'm looking forward to it. Going to be a really juicy match, right? Polkin went heavy there on that last matchup. And we're wondering here, is Vanquish going to keep coming with that same steam on Ascent, or is it going to be a bit of a turnaround and we're going to see Rock Bottom, well, not end up on Rock Bottom, to be honest with you?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope Vanquish doesn't. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here real quick. I hope Vanquish doesn't 13-1 again, because I'm gonna be honest. I want a long game. I want to have fun. And with 13-1ing people, this isn't fun. It's not fun for the casters, man.
Oh, okay, but
I mean, it is. It is. It's fun no matter what.
Like, yeah, it's a good time. We
It's
want to
too
see
quick.
a good matchup.
It's fun, but it's really quick. So I'm hoping there's more of a fight this time. So Rock Bottom, if you're listening, please, I want you to, first of all, take your cheese off your Pop-Tart, and I just want you to get your head in the game, all right? Both teams, this is going to be an interesting match. Again, like you said, we're on Ascent. I'm hoping we see some Soba plays. I want to see some more Soba plays. I want to see some. Please. So
you might get it. You might get some Odin play. Who knows? But all things considered, man, it's going to be a good matchup. We're patiently waiting for these two teams to play a bit of Rochambeau as to who's going to play in what server, which seems to be a theme of tonight. Looks like server conversations are a thing. But let's talk about Ascent one more time. Composition-wise, we know what to expect. Prediction-wise, being semis is a thing. I like to flex it. I'm going to say we're going to get a really tight matchup up to 8-8, and then from there, we're going to see it go one way or the other. So by second half, 8-8, and then I think Vanquish is going to bring it home. I love what I saw. I like the aggression, and Polkin is just absolutely cracked. That entire team as a whole is just solid and very, very strong. Leaves me to believe, though, Rock Bottom are in semis for a reason, right? Let's be honest. This wasn't a free walk in the park. We're not sitting with an umbrella on a rainy day, just casually
earning their spot.
They fought through the storm, man. They really did fight through the storm to get here. So when you think about it, this is all things said and done, man, going to be a really, really good matchup to watch. So I don't know how you feel about my prediction, but I'm thinking Vanquish all the way home, but going to be a great battle nonetheless from Rock Bottom.
I mean, after that 13-1, it's kind of hard not to expect Vanquish to just stomp on some people, but I don't want to call it too early because I haven't seen Rock Bottom play. I don't know what they're capable of. I don't know what they're going to bring to the table. Sure. But I mean, this either way, it's going to be a fun match. I can tell you that, because Vanquish as a whole is fun to watch already. Last match was just so much fun. But like I said, it was fun, but I didn't like that it was so quick. So I'm really hoping this is going to be like maybe not back and forth every round, but I'm hoping that there's more of a fight in this one. So, but just to touch on last match real quick, again, Polkin, like you were saying, he went off. He went 19-5 with 8 assists. I mean, you got the assists up there, but 19-5 as an Astra, that's kind of crazy. As a support smoke character, that's nuts. And then right below him was Mikey. He went 16-4. So, I mean, like you said, the entirety of Vanquish is just a very strong roster. But I haven't seen Rock Bottom play, so I don't know what to expect here. But I can tell you it's gonna be a fun match.
I'm patiently sitting here twiddling my fingers, analyzing the situation and where it's coming out of your mouth, and I'm not sure, man. Like, as we are patiently waiting for the gang tier to argue over 26 ping versus 27 ping. And we get situated, guys. Just play a server, man. Like, you know what? I'll even one up you guys. Next Pit of Valor, if y'all vaccinated, y'all squared up. My place, my crib up here in Canada and Toronto. Y'all reach. I'll set up the tables. Y'all BYOC. Bring your own chairs. Bring your dogs, your pets, your wife, your kids, your family. Come on over. We'll have Pit of Valor back here. No, I'm just like that.
But leave the cheese at home.
No,
nobody wants that.
If you bring the cheese, I'll put it on a Pop-Tart. No, but guys, honestly, I miss the days of life. And I hope that we can all get back to some sort of normality soon and get back to the fun things in life that bring us pleasure. And one of those for me has always been LAN events and gaming with buddies. So hoping that comes around. And you know what? Maybe one day, guys, maybe GLG will be an in-person event where we get to see some of your all's beautiful faces. But that's the dream.
Oh,
we gotta aim,
man.
Aim for here, man. Aim for really up high as we get into it here, Mickey.
Yeah.
Big thoughts, big dreams and wishes coming into this matchup, but let's keep it on a micro level and focus on the task at hand, which is getting this pick all settled in and getting on to the semifinal.
Yeah, again, this is going to be Rock Bottom versus Vanquish. We just saw Vanquish 13-1 Ploopers last game, so this is already we're going into this with a very strong opinion of one team. So this is going to be a very interesting map. Also, we already have 2 Killjoys and 2 Sobas locked in. And we have Jet, Astra, and it looks like maybe Breach on the defending side. And then we have Raze, Astra, Killjoy, Soba, and Viper all locked in on attacking. So this is, it's already looking interesting. We got Smokes. Again, I've never really been into Astra that much. I've never really looked at Astra and been like, wow, she's an amazing character. But Polkin makes me want to change my mind. He makes me want to learn how to play Astra because that was insane what he did last game. So you never know. You really just never know. That's the thing about live events. Anything can happen.
Yeah, so, you'll see, Mickey, right as we get into some of these more matchups and like how they pan out. Like typically, and as we advance to the higher end brackets, we see a lot of high tier gameplay come out of Astras more than often, right? You see a lot of Radiant players pop that, and it comes down to being, in my opinion, one of the more higher skill cap agents to learn and master. And that on itself, coupled with the utility, makes it very flexible. And if you can master the concept of using Astra on an attack and defensive mentality, it's a little bit tricky to wrap your head around if you're trying to fight her. So there's a lot of opportunity and for both these teams to capitalize and come on top here. The compositions are looking strong, but the big Breach, man. Like that's a huge.
Speaking of a big butt, Breach, that's gonna be a difference maker. It's gonna be a huge, that's because especially since we don't have any flashes on Vanquish. Yep. I just realized that there's no flashes on Vanquish, and Rock Bottom, he's got 3. Breach is running there with 3 flashes, not to mention his aftershock, which does an enormous amount of damage if you hit it just right. So that's already going to be a huge difference maker. Plus the ult from Breach, able to shake people right off a bomb, and that fault line is able to do the same thing. Like it's a little bit in the favor of Rock Bottom just looking at the Breach selection, because each team has 1 duelist, 1 Soba, 1 Killjoy, 1 Astra. And then we have that difference between Viper and Breach. So again, both teams are definitely going to have an advantage that the other team doesn't have based on that Viper and that Breach. And that's where it's going to get super weird and interesting. But it looks like right off the bat, Vanquish is going to head towards B, also covering towards mid, just to get the information they need to. Oh, right out the bat, I was just saying Hyun is going to take out Aixi with that beautiful aftershock. I was literally just talking about how OP that thing is. Thank you for proving my point, Hyun. I'm sorry if I'm butchering names. And here we go. Mythai already going to take out Mikey and his Raze bot. And now, right out the gate, it's a 3-on-5 situation. This is already not looking too hot for Vanquish. But we've seen them do crazier things. So let's see if they can get bombed down on site. And there is going to be 2 more Rock Bottom players positioning themselves onto B site. So I think Vanquish is looking for a possible rotate towards A through CT. But Polkin's going to be able to get that pick onto Hyun. And here we go. We got Lemon taking out my priority, and it looks like, Vanquish is going to go ahead and make an entry onto B site. Lemon is by himself, though. Putting in a little bit of damage here, and Matt is going to get rid of him. He's off the board, and now it's a 1-on-3. Polkin able to save himself, but not for long. Shroud's going to take him out, and now it's going to be 1-0 in favor of Rock Bottom.
Shout out to Matt there for coming in big with the 2-piece combination on site, and I do like what Vanquish did before committing to the B plant and trying to get situated. They peeked CT, knowing very well that the rotates are coming through. There's a Soba alive, maybe trying to use some utility, and they caught him red-handed in that act. But Rock Bottom definitely not on the bottom here, starting off with a healthy 1 round. And I won't shake off Matt's classic skills there towards site, holding heavily on B as we progress into round number 2.
Yeah, it was definitely a very interesting first round, and here comes the fault line Breach again, that difference maker. and the Sova ping to match it up. And now they, oh no, all 5 of Vanquish players have been pinged. So now here comes the rotate from rock bottom. They have 3 on site, 2 holding mid, excuse me. And now Hyun's gonna enter straight into the tree room. He's gonna be watching that angle, making sure that there's no sneaky business happening. And now it looks like a full rotate from Vanquish heading back towards B. Look at this shock dart that Xy's setting up here. I wonder, will that connect with anything? That's going to be an interesting result. I don't think it lands nearby. I think it landed in tree, but it just barely wasn't able to tag anybody up. But this is already, I mean, we have people drained of health on either side of the team strife. So I mean, this is already anybody's game. It's only 1 point difference. So
Yeah. And with 45 on the clock as well, I mean, ample opportunity to make a play. For me, that 50-second mark is the ticking point where I start to get worried as to who's going to do what. As by the looks of it, they are situating themselves towards A, getting set up for the take here. Only a Sova in heaven to do some activity. That's made Authority getting the 1. They have rotated over Jet and Breacher in the wings there. On site, gets the green box, tapping away, cannot get a connection there. Mikey denies that. Nomel and Matt one apiece now, down to a 2 versus 1. This is KJ and Astra against a very half HP lit KJ coming out the back end, and Matt is going to swing and connect there onto Nomel and bring home that round number 2.
that Sova spray down. That was ridiculous. I think that was my Authority that did that. That was kind of insane.
Yep.
He got 3 right out of the gate. He almost had the 3rd there, but fortunately, Matt was there to get the trade off for him. So, again, it's 2-0 rock bottom, up by 2. This has been a pretty I don't want to say slow game, but they've been playing it pretty cautiously. Both sides have been. You know, defense isn't pushing out too far, attacking, staying together, strategizing instead of just rushing in, which is very helpful. And here goes Hijinks immediately with a beautiful headshot push onto Lemon at B link, and now it's a 4 versus 5. We're gonna have Astra ability set up on A site.
Patiently wait now with a great setup towards A. They are aggressing right on through. This is Polkin leading the charge here, has a gun out in hand, getting situated into hell now. Astra utility blocks out Heaven, May 30 spamming away with the Odin, is able to get 1. That is We Didn't, who they definitely did take him out of the picture now. Spike planted, Stars going down now on the retake. We're gonna see rock bottom. Firepower tagging away. As they did a good amount of tickling, but it wasn't enough. Actually, no tickling whatsoever. Axie with the technical lineup there. Tries to get some shock dart activity up close in Heaven. Polkin getting spotted, getting spammed, and here they go, jumping on through, jumping into sight. This is Polkin, and Shrouds is making quick work of counterpart. Astra picks it up, May 30 with 1, Axie with 1, May 30 with the 3-piece combination this round, and they're gonna stick it right on through and bring home that stunning 3rd round in a fantastic, well-orchestrated retake.
If you're a rock bottom fan, you're excited to see that round. That was such a clean retake there. With Shrouds leading the charge, that was phenomenal.
Absolutely.
So if you look at the eco difference, there's already a huge difference right in the round number 4 here. If you look at the Vanquish side of things, they're not doing too hot. They could possibly afford SMGs here, but they're gonna go the safe route and just buy pistols. I mean, I don't know how safe a Sheriff is, but they're all gonna grab Sheriffs, go pistol route. Got heavy armor for Mikey, and then on the other side of things, we got 3 rifles and an Odin. I think Hijinks is gonna be saving for that op, so he's gonna go in with the Sheriff. So hopefully next round he is able to get that op, and we're able to see some crazy plays with that. But no, oh my, Nomel is going to enter B garage, immediately takes out Hijinks with that headshot. Beautiful Sheriff shot from him. Now we're going to have a little bit of action mid as Mikey's just trying to cause some distractions. Maybe pull Rock Bottom's attention towards mid instead of on bomb, which is almost where bomb is right up top cat as they're guarding it. So that has been a strat that we've seen a lot tonight. We drop the bomb and then we go and get the information spread out, try to take a site, and then we grab bomb and pull it into site and plant. I think that's been the strat. Polkin able to just barely tag up Hyun down to 5 HP, but he's not going to be able to finish it off. He's going to get taken out. Now it's a 4-on-4.
And you can see Mikey getting up on tree now, trying to make quick work of that turret, tapping away. Still ample opportunity on the board here for Vanquish. The numbers are even. They're aggressing right on through, fighting that is Shrouds with Van up close and personal, 1- and 2-piece combination respectively, bringing the numbers up even further. Does he have another? No, Nomel swings with the Sheriff and is able to respond. Matt finally has a thing or two to say Nomel in typical Nomel fashion with a 3K now, leaving it down to his lonesome self against 2. He has turret in the wings as it's watching for his presence now. Matt jiggling towards Jenny, changing it up, getting in a healthy position, taps away. Oh, Authority though, Odin from the side brings home round number 4.
Yeah, I don't think Namel was gonna make it out of that. Unfortunately, that was just not the best situation for him to be in.
Yes,
Just
sir.
a sheriff and a dream. He had 2 people. He was sandwiched between 2 people. One on site, one tree. It was not amazing for him. But they're gonna have 2 ults on Rock Bottom and 3 on Vanquish. So that's, I mean, Rock Bottom's ahead 4-0. If you guys are just joining us, this is Pit of Valor, week number 42, I believe. And I am Sir Mickey. I'm joined by the amazing Strive, who for some reason belittles his personality by enjoying cheese on Pop-Tarts. And it is 4-0 in favor of Rock Bottom as we're on game number 3 of the night.
Good, my friend, and this is again semis for those that are just getting into it here. We're going to be watching a nice post up towards B here. Hunter Fury, Mickey loves to see it. That's coming out of May Authority. No connections though, as he is tapping away. And everyone goes unscathed with the attack and killjoy lockdown as well. And they're going to try and push everyone out of sight, but they're not capitalizing on it just yet. I lied. Up they go Sidewalk. There is only a Matt in the wings there on Killjoy, holding steady towards the back of the site here. He gets started, jumping away, gets the one. Does he know there's more? Actually, through the smoke of Astra is able to connect there on the trade, down to a 4 versus 4, as he is getting fault line to Mars and back. And they're going to try and retake Rock Bottom. Excel at this time and time again. Mickey, we'll see if they can make the magic happen here.
I don't know if you saw that, but both Astras were just in Astra form right next to each other. That was pretty crazy, just on the other side of the wall. And here comes another Sova ult, and this one is going to tag up quite a few people, not able to pick anyone off the board, but now it's going to be Hyun by himself, trying to hold Boathouse, is going to be able to pick up Polkin, but not going to be able to pick up the next 2, as we didn't going to finish it off. Now it's 4-1, as Vanquish is going to finally be able to get their first round on the board.
Good, sir. Happy to see it. A bit of life here out of Vanquish, who came out of a very strong previous match. Now on the board with their first kill. So as we observe Mikey in a bit of a financial rut, I wouldn't be surprised if teammate Viper doesn't buy him. And yes, he does. So guns are aplenty, but this is a critical turning point for Vanquish. As you know, my obsession with finances, Mickey, is you can see they're going to be bleeding on the next. At least 3 of them are going to be. So this critical round for the likes of Vanquish to pick up, or else we're going to see either a broke buy or a full save for the next. So keep your eyes peeled on this round.
Man, you're like the wolf of Sage Wall Street.
Hey, I like that one.
That was really bad.
Oh, good. That's good. Vibe, man. For those that have been playing the markets in crypto recently, I felt that one. That one hit home. So maybe my positions will go up here after that comment, Mickey. Thank you.
Hopefully. Oh, Hyun. My Authority gets a 2-piece, but so does Mikey. He's able to trade it out to 3-on-3 now, just like that. Both teams have lost 2 people just within that span of that tiny conversation off that awful joke I made. And now Bomb is going to be recaptured here by We Didn't as he heads on to B side. He does have a little bit of backup in the form of Mikey sitting, marking. Ixel's watching mid. He's going to be able to pick off one, but Matt's going to get a quick trade onto him, and now it's a 2 versus 2, as it looks like they're going to try to get that bomb down. Yeah, We Didn't going to come off Sidewalk, get that plant right in the corner there as Mikey's covering the stairs. Again, it's a 2 versus 2. So this is still anyone's round at this point. And here comes Mikey with the raise ult. Let's see. The showstopper. I always want to call it the party stopper, but that's not what it is. And he's just going to have to waste it. He just barely didn't have enough time to wait for someone to peek. But there we go. Hyun's going to get the first pick onto We Didn't. Now it's a 1-on-2 situation. Mikey is looking for this beautiful post plant protection. He is going to be able to take out Matt there. Now it's a 1-on-1. Hyun is going to get offset by that raise satchel. We got airbagged, but it doesn't matter. Beautiful headshot wallbang there from him. And now 5-1 as Hyun is going to solidify the 5th point on the board for Rock Bottom.
Big Papa Hyun with the fadeaway shot there as he was getting airbag. So he picks that up and gets Rock Bottom that 5th, like you said, now sitting on 3 ultimates, knives, Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide are on the table for Rock Bottom. Unfortunately, there is a Viper Pit on the attacker side to make some magic happen, but critical bit of kit. And we talked about it last round, Mickey. This has forced them to a bit of a financial disparity. You can see them buying up, and again, I have mixed feelings. You're down 5-1, choosing to buy, frenzies and sheriffs and specters doesn't seem like the right play to me. Much rather bonus up here and go big for the following, but we'll see if it works out in their favor.
I agree. I would just full save this round and see if we can get some good rifles in the next round. But I mean, Vanquish is just kind of full sending it, which at this point you have a jet ult, so they're not in the best, or they're not in the worst position, but they're also not the best. That jet ult is going to be helpful if he's able to land his shots with that. And then we're going to have Hyun set up in tree room, as he might have company here in a second. in the form of Lemon on Cat. So that's going to be a very cool fight for them. A Breach versus a Killjoy that could really go either way depending on abilities. But it looks like we're going to have Vanquish heading towards B, trying to lock down mid and B garage as they're trying to enter. But I think they're going to play it nice and slow. We still got a minute on the clock. So at this point, no one has been killed on either side. So this is, again, they're playing this nice and cautious, nice and slow, just trying to keep it together with the comms, stay together. And Hijinks immediately going to get the first one on Nomel, but Weedon's going to capitalize with 2 more. It's going to be traded with 2 more, and now it's a 3-on-4. This is, I mean, here comes the Silva ping, and oh, Strive! Oh no! My Authority is able to pick up 2, but he's gonna get taken out quick by Axie, and now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Axie, he's gonna be able to plant bomb onto A site, and here comes his teammate for the backup on A long, and it looks like Axie's just gonna kind of focus on Heaven as his teammates down long, and it looks like we're gonna have Killjoy, and, Matt, and Shrouds coming from 2 different directions, Tree and Heaven. They could potentially group up and both come out of one spot here, but I think their plan is divide and conquer. And Shroud's putting down some shots.
Clutch for this positioning. Oh, Virtue there. The dart as well. Matt now has to duel a generator. Does he know he's getting swung? The turn on top. He's gonna tap it from behind. Jenny, that plant is not ideal. Axie's gotta go. It's going on. He gets off.
Oh no!
What?
If Matt hadn't got off, I think he would have had it. Oh no! If Matt hadn't got off of the defuse, I think they would have had that round. Axie just I would like to say he played that well, but he didn't. I mean, it's not that he didn't. He just didn't cause Matt. I think Matt just kind of got over paranoid and hopped off the defuse. But Axie was able to capitalize on that. So now Vanquish is going to be able to get their 2nd point on the board thanks to Axie, who's 6-5, leading the charge. I mean, it was a pretty solid round in general, pretty even on both sides until the end there. And then if you look at Eco now, it's, I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Vanquish again.
Dude, that clutch situation was tough. I mean, my heart broke there. I don't know what his logic was to get off of it like that, but Hijinks, you can see getting aggro and falling away. Good choice. I mean, no need to get too peaky. But that clutch, man, it seemed totally doable. I'll be honest with you. It just kind of fell apart, so my heart broke a little, man.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. But now we're gonna have Nomel just trying to get some information. It looked like he was almost in trouble there. Had a couple Astra abilities in front of him. Now he's just kind of spraying through smoke, hoping to get a tag or 2. Meanwhile, Polkin and his Viper friend are heading towards A, trying to get a plant in. I think Polkin, yeah. Yep, here comes the plant from Polkin onto A site. He's got We Didn't guarding him perfectly, and now the bomb has been planted. But here comes the breach ult. That's what I'm talking about, the game changer. Polkin's left alone on site, completely, like you said before, Ray Charles. And now he's going to be able to take out Hijinks. 6 HP, though. He's going to be able to second. No, my Authority going to shock dart him. And here comes the defuse from Matt. The Viper smokes have been activated. Matt's taking damage, but he's going to ninja defuse. Oh! Oh, that was just, oh, man. That's...
Mickey, you always got to stick it, my friend. That's the sauce to success, and he goes for it and brings it home. So even that Viper utility was insufficient to get him down hit point wise, as the rest of the team protected the defuse so well there, and that earns rock bottom round number 6 here in this matchup. A very convincing first half so far. 4 more rounds here on the table to pick up as well as we progress on through. This is going to be a bit of a broke-by scenario for the attackers. You can see Polkin, impact player from our last game, top fragger, is getting a buy and some love. He's in the game. I was kind of worried he wasn't going to be able to buy, but team support is always a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Real quick, the Viper smokes on the plant always make me nervous because they can work and they can't work because they do damage to the diffuser, but they also prevent you from seeing the diffuser. So it can work either way. It can work against you or for you. It's really a very risky maneuver for a Viper to do that. But it didn't quite work out on that round.
Hey, but you know what, Mickey? We're in round number 9 now, so we get to shake that one off. I'm kind of expecting that to work out in Viper's favor. Typically on a post-plant scenario, I was expecting some sort of lineup situation too, but we didn't get that. You know, a deep post-plant lineup. Maybe he had already used his charges and didn't catch the tail end of that scenario, but we're looking on the minimap. Looks like the Spike Carrier, supported by Sova, are grouping up towards B site. Meanwhile, Viper, Raze, kind of situated towards really well in market, actually. You can see Raze is really up close and personal. This pinch on B would be critical, as he is more or less uncontested, but he's got to go as Breach is coming around the bend and is going to spot him. The aggressive point on B main as well from Jet.
30
They set
seconds
some
left.
funny business as they get picked off, and they're going to bail ship and regroup back towards A. As Raze is going for a fat flank here, we'll see if Hyun is expecting this type of activity.
We've got a Worlds Divide across the map. This is very interesting placement for the Worlds Divide. Mikey able to get one onto Hyun. Hijinks gonna take out Poken's 3-on-4. Spike has been killed again. They picked it up, but just barely not able to get it anywhere. And now, oh, here we go. And my Authority gonna get the 2-piece to end it off. Taking out We Didn't, who had bomb. Even if they would have been able to grab bomb again, I don't think they would have had time to fully plant. That's the thing about playing cautiously, as cautiously as Vanquish does. While that is very helpful, it also gives the other team time to rotate and prepare for you to attack that one site that you're already on. So it's a toss-up when you play that cautiously. It can go either way. Either they push you and you're screwed, or you hop on site and you dominate. So it's
yeah, tough, man. I mean, tough.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? But this now forces, unfortunately, a full save scenario, as you're watching the likes of Vanquish sitting on Sheriffs Abroad, important that Singularity Sheriff on We Didn't, one of my favorites.
beautiful Sheriff.
Very much so, sir. As we
Absolutely
patiently
beautiful.
and eagerly wait for a strong and assertive A take on the pistols. Of course, working a pick is kind of troubling. You want to be buddied up, tripled up, and be able to trade off with those pistolas. We didn't, and getting ready, running the timer down, keeping the defense honest, not pulling any early rotates. And here we go, Stars down, wall down, and here we go, engaging the rotates coming through here from the defensive side as they get right onto A.
The score is 7-2 in favor of Rock Bottom, and here comes Vanquish immediately gonna, oh, they're gonna go for the plant, but the Sova ult's gonna stop them. Beautiful from Authority, able to take out Poken, does some damage to some others. Here comes Matt for the capitalization, and now it's a 1-on-3, or 1-on-4, excuse me. Actually not doing too hot on hell. Is gonna get taken out there by Hyun. 8-2 in favor of Rock Bottom. That was just an unfortunate round. That Sova ult from My Authority that was exactly what they needed. They stopped the plant and he got a kill off of it. That's how you play Sova.
Yeah, critical. I mean, really massive play. And as we patiently wait for a bit of an answer from Vanquish with 2 more rounds left on the table, they're still in it, but, big but, if this doesn't go in their favor, final round of this matchup is going to be a light, if not broken by scenario. So I'm really hoping to get this one and set themselves up for a strong 4th round as well.
Yeah, agreed. And again, we're gonna have hijinks with an op yet again towards mid. Looking for some wall bangs, you know, trying to tag up just anyone he can. So far it's a standstill in terms of which site they're gonna go to on Vanquish. But look at this angle Nomel has. He has 2 people in his sights here almost, and he is not able to take out either. Hijinks gonna take him out. That's the first kill of the round. And now Mikey's gonna set off those nano swarms from Matt. But here comes the shots trading in through tree. Now we're gonna have shots traded across the map. It looked like some mid as well. And now here comes Polkin and Mikey entering into tree. This is already working up to be oh no. Oh no, there's that breach fault line, but they didn't push it. That's the thing about breach. He's an initiator. You gotta push it. Once you fault line somebody, you have to capitalize with a push. If you don't, then you're gonna give them time to get their footing back, and it's just not gonna be fun for you. But here comes a Sova drone and a Sova ping, both outside market. Viper's gonna get pinged up just a little bit, but they are able to get that information from My Authority. But now there is, oh my, here they come, all 4 from Vanquish through tree. Mikey's gonna enter with the Raze ult here. I think that's gonna be a waste, unfortunately, for him. But I think it wasn't technically a waste. I think it scared the other team to back off site a little bit. But now here comes the retake. We're gonna have a Viper ult on site, it looks like, or right outside of, I'm not sure where that went. I think it's outside, right? Or no?
I would say so. Oh, hijinks massive 1 clock with the knives there onto Axie. Brings that one home, and that site is going to be a troubling situation here for the defenders to get back on and take control of. Swinging, that's Mikey getting one onto hijinks. Hyun coming around the bend onto Mikey with the trade 2 versus 2 scenario. Sitting in the decay as they are heavily detained with the 3-person. And pretty easy to defuse there when no one's really able to contest you there, Mickey.
Beautiful Killjoy ult placement there from Matt. That was Oh man,
Timing. So good.
yeah, the timing was phenomenal. I don't think if that Killjoy ult didn't go down exactly when it did, I think Vanquish might have had that round. Because that gave Breach enough time to give Huan just enough time to get on site and get that defuse off.
And oh geez, what started out looking, you know, with a good bounce back opportunity. I thought Vanquish had more after that round. They kind of put a halt in the momentum. Is pan up to be what is looking like a near 10-2 half. As you can see, Rock Bottom are in it fully committed, as is Vanquish, as they're grouping up and walking towards A. Seems to be their favorite site, Mickey. As ultimate wise, there's only a Silva ult available, so that Hunter's Fury coupled with a drone might be the way to open it up, but no, they decide to save it for, I think, what's going to be the post play. Matt hugging and patiently waiting in hell for the rest of the guys to get in. He is howling for rotates at this point, as everyone is there in heaven to support. You see Silva coming out the back end, hijinks one, Heon one, Matt one apiece. Everyone contributing in this round so far, leaving it down to just Astra and Raze now on the side of Vanquish. Make that just Raze as Papa Vulcan clap. Shrouds is going to make it quick and easy as well. And before I can count to 5, we have wrapped up this round and earned Rock Bottom that 10th here. So hijinks, of course, the defuse man gonna get on it, and all's good in the hood, my friend, as they picked it up
For Rock Bottom, at least.
Yes.
It's not too good for Vanquish, but we are gonna head straight into the first round of the second half. This is, I mean, if you're Vanquish, you're gonna have to kick it up a notch right now. You're gonna have to get yourself into gear, and you gotta focus up. You have to. It's an 8-round difference right now. Rock Bottom just needs 3 more to win.
Is there?
So this is not looking too hot for Vanquish.
Yeah, Vanquish has basically little to no breathing room, right? The noose is fully tightened up here, and on this side, they gotta really come out swinging. They gotta get a pistol, if not 2, bonus on the 3rd, and go for the big dub. Because if they lose any kind of finances early on and they can't counteract the buy of Rock Bottom, who has so much breathing room, it's gonna be tough to bounce back, man. So finances, they gotta play it right here, play it smart, and hopefully come out on top on round number 3 and keep pushing right on through to the 10th to tie it up.
Yeah, it sucks because if Vanquish loses even one of these pistol rounds, it's gonna be absolutely detrimental to to them in general. Because that gives Rock Bottom the point they need. They only need 2 or 3 more to win. So if Vanquish loses both pistol rounds, it's basically over, unfortunately. But I don't know. Let's see. Like you said, we've seen some crazier comebacks. It's 2 to 10, 8-round difference. It's not entirely impossible, but it is going to be extremely difficult to come back 8 rounds.
Agree. I completely agree with you, but you know what? We talked about it. Ascent has a very silentness. That flash critical. Are they going to swing onto Market? Mikey through the smoke, connecting onto Mate Authority, and the fault line now going to disrupt him as Hijinks is fighting. No, Malvo connects with the classic Mikey with the frenzy. The Maestro himself picks up a second frag, leaves it down to only 2 members of Rock Bottom here. Vanquish, love it. They are leading the charge here. Mickey and Shroud down up close to personal. Gets the 1 and the 2. Axie finally trades him out, but Matt is down to 21 hit points. Gets pinged as he jumps the sidewalk as Axie.
No.
If you're a ping man, you might as well just clap the guy to the wall, and he does just that. And that brings Vanquish that much needed round number 3. The question remains, do they buy or do they bonus? That is what I'm looking forward to seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, Vanquish finally getting that 3rd point on the board. That's definitely going to help them eco-wise heading into the next round. But it's whether or not they buy. I think they are going to buy. They're going to have 2 Ares and a Spectre. Or, no, wrong team. Yeah, no, yeah, right team. 2 Ares and a Spectre. 2 Spectres from Vanquish. So, I mean, from Vanquish. So this is, it's already looking to be a bit of a difference there. Because if they are just going to force buy. If they were to save, I think that would be the best call to make. Just to save this round by pistols only, and the next round go at them with Vandals and Phantoms. But I mean, it's already shaping up to be not a great position for Vanquish.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the situation, there's already so many rounds to be, you know, given up here from the side of Rock Bottom that I don't think they're overly concerned, to be quite frank with you. But as they go on to Tree Room, oh boy, Nomal gonna fight Polkin as well with 1, and this is, at this point, completely falling apart as a bit of a repeat of history. Rock Bottom down to 3, fighting every which way possible, but they're bleeding here, Mickey. Very much.
Huan's health, I knew it. I saw the Raze wind up or nade, and Huan was right there with like 6 HP. I knew he wasn't going to be able to make it out of there, and I was correct. And now, oh, there we go. Vanquish is on a roll now. They're going to get their 4th point on the board, 4 to 10. All right, all they have to do is 6 more. If they drop any, it's going to make it that much harder. I mean, again, this isn't impossible, but it's looking like Rock Bottom is gonna be very dominant in this game so far. But again, it's not impossible for Vanquish to come back here, especially now that they're able to full buy. They're gonna say goodbye to all the pistols. Or no, excuse me, Rock Bottom is full buy, and Vanquish is gonna have SMG, shotgun,
Bonus, my
works. Yeah.
That bonus, and rightfully so. I mean, Rock Bottom's been saving for this opportunity. The suction cup coupled with the grenade, gonna try and do something, but no action there. The attackers have left that spike deep towards spawn A area, as they're spread out, you know, trying to work a pick, open things up, of course, clear out the corner, make sure nobody's hiding in wine, and they've done a good job at that. And on that note, they have more or less long A under lock and key, but they're gonna give it up, go back and grab the spike, and regroup with the rest of the gang and see what they can do. Bit of a tickle there onto Jet early on for Rock Bottom, but nothing to be overly alarmed about as they're swinging back towards what looks like they're going to set up for a B take here, Mickey.
Yeah, here comes the Sova shock darts. Matt has his turret set up there, I think. Yeah, here comes the Sova ping. And it's looking like a B push, but they're going to go nice and slow, play cautiously. They have one person mid. Breach Hyun is on his way to help out that one person mid. It's Astra. Yeah, it's going to be Shrouds. Right up against We Didn't now. And Mikey's there to back up that Viper. Ike's going to get an entrance into B. Takes, oh my, here comes a shot, here comes the trades. Hijinks going to trade out, We Didn't, and now it's a 2 versus 3 situation. Ikesy with the Ares is going to be able to take out Hijinks. It's a 1-on-3. This is all on my authority right now, and he's going to be able to get 1. Can he get the 2 more? Not quite, and there we go. Vanquish now 5-10. They're not done. They're not giving up. And here we go. And now that half their team died on that round, they are able to buy full buys. They can get themselves some phantoms. So that's going to help them out a lot, because on the other side, Rock Bottom not doing too hot Rock Bottom not doing too hot on eco. So it's going to be just pistols and SMGs for them.
How would you give up, Mickey? I mean, really and honestly, like, you're fighting so hard. You've gotten to the point of semis. If there's one time to put your foot on the gas, it's now. And they've earned themselves guns as well. They denied the buy opportunity coming out of Rock Bottom, and this is more or less looking like a healthy start to this round. As Shrouds is doing some quick math there, getting his stars all figured out and aligned, and getting his team set up for success. As given the scenario and the buy situation across the board, I don't expect Rock Bottom to be going too aggro to start off with. They want to pull some picks, but look at the mini map. Vanquish is making some choices, to say the least, and basically rotating early.
I'm looking at
yeah, what's going on here? As they kind of went back towards spawn and had second guesses and got back, but look at this. At the same time, they're executing on A. So what's happening?
Look at Hijinks here. Oh, he rotated through market. He's able to get 2. That was a beautiful play by Hijinks. 2 down. That makes that much of a difference. Now it's Vanquish in a 3 versus 4 as We Didn't takes out Hijinks. He's going to be able to get that trade. Again, 3 versus 4. It's a 5-round difference. Bomb is planted on the A site. So now we're going to have some rotates coming in. Nomel's going to get scanned, but it looks like he might just back off there as Hyun. You know, Hyun's right there on Cat. We Didn't. It's got 2 people under him on Heaven, and now Matt is going to get a beautiful nade onto Ikesy. Hyun going to enter with a beautiful sheriff shot onto Nomel, and I think this might be where Vanquish, the roll is going to stop. I think, yeah, here we go. There's 1. Nope, We Didn't's not able to capture that last point, but it's going to be 11-5. Or wait. Yeah, unfortunately, Rock Bottom's going to get their 11th point. They're going to shut down that roll that Vanquish was just on. It was a 3-round win streak, and Rock Bottom said, nope, no more of that.
And with that too, I mean, you got to now consider the fact that this is a do or die opportunity yet again for the likes of Vanquish, right? They're in a position where it's really gotten even tighter now, and this is what I talked about. When you have such a big padding right on the side of Rock Bottom, such a strong delta to lead the game in the half, you're comfortable. You're not getting too panicky. You're not doing anything stupid. You want to just be relaxed, cool, calm, collected, and work the map and let the site kind of do its thing, or the map do its thing, and it will unfold. And given Rock Bottom's strength on the first half here, I was not expecting anything less. It was a matter of time until they bought and were able to make an impact. So we digress. We wait patiently for a bit of a rebound from Vanquish as they're still bought up. So let's see if they can make it happen. And we can see at the same time, no funny rotates happening. Vanquish is holding steady on their sights, not giving up anything just yet, as they're shifting their momentum back towards B. That is Rock Bottom on the attack.
getting ready to contest Sova and Viper as Breach has decided to YOLO heavily towards mid with that spike. So if he dies, it's going to be a troubling situation. Hijinks is already up though onto Mikey. Picks it up, has teammate Breach support the flash. Matt gets pinged, but with that spike now planted, or not spike, the lockdown in position, Matt's going to go for it and get onto site.
There we go. There's the pick on the We Didn't. That's their entrance. But here comes the breach ult from Hyun. And that's going to make all the difference. Ixie goes down at the hands of Shrouds. And now it's a 2 versus 4 as Hyun's going to go ahead and get bombed down on B site right behind those boxes. Polkin's doing what he can to my authority. He's going to be able to take him out. But look at the health on Rock Bottom. They're not doing too great. Hyun's the only one with full health. But it is a man advantage. That is going to give them definitely a little bit of an uptick on that. So here comes Vanquish. Or here comes Rock Bottom looking for that retake. Vanquish looking for the retake, and immediately Shroud's gonna get 3, closes it out with all 3 kills, and there we have it.
Match point.
Not much you can do there, Mickey, with the Cosmic Divide there. That's a critical way to use it. Blocking off sight completely used as well on Heaven as well. But at the same time, you can see Shrouds and Polkin and teammate Nomal had the right play, right? They put the suction in the right place. They swung off of it, but there's just too much contest. They're watching both sidewalk and stairs respectfully. So you can't get onto site uncontested, especially with that Cosmic Divide. And that earns us match point here for Rock Bottom. A chance to close it out here on Pit of Valor 42 and bring home the semis as we push forward to the grands. But this is it. Really and honestly now, I swear it's the last time I'm going to say it. If there's one round that Vanquish needs, it's got to be this one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and right out of the gate, Rock Bottom getting the picks they need. Hyun takes out Polkin, excuse me, and it's going to be a 4 versus 5. Look at that beautiful breach aftershock. No one's there in wine, but that's still a very useful aftershock because if someone's there, it forces them out. Either forces them out or they're going to die. But here comes the Sova drone, gets the information on the site, and here comes the push from Vanquish, or excuse me, from Rock Bottom as they're now on site and ready. Looking for that plant. Matt's getting, I don't think, yeah, there we go. Matt is aware he has bomb. And he's going to go ahead and plant, and here comes the Sova ult as well. That's going to be helpful. We didn't going to take out Hijinks, and we didn't just barely not hit by the Sova ult, but he is going to get tagged out by Hyun, and Matt also takes Mikey, and there's a 2-piece from Matt, and I think this is going to be it. Unless Ixel gets a 4K here, I mean, I think this might be a little bit... Yeah, nope, there it is. Shrouds is going to come from behind, from window, and he's going to solidify that win for Rock Bottom, 13-5. Man, and I was afraid that Vanquish was going to do another shutout.
Well, things are happening here. I am one with the flag behind me right now.
It happened to me a couple times. It's okay.
We're good. We're alive, guys. We wrap it up here, and this is Rock Bottom earning it. Vanquish, a tough scenario coming off of a basically flawless win in their last map. Now in the semis have turned this over in a 13-5 fashion. You look at the way that this panned out. Combination of just simply getting outgunned, outstratted, but I saw Vanquish do a lot of hero plays, especially from Polkin that last round. I don't know what the motive was to solo push on long A like that and give up a kill. If there's any time to really, be patient, group up with your team, buddy system, and work a trade, it was that round. So I'm not going to say that that was the only issue. It just kind of didn't pan out the way that I was expecting it to. So tough matchup, and we get to look at the scoreboards here and see the contributions from these members respectively. May Authority came out with a 19-11, Matt 16-10, Hijinks 13-15. So the Sova, your boy, did it big there with the 281 combat score, coming in massive, and you can see that earned them that big win too. So they go into finals, the BO3, feeling super healthy with a nice lead. So I'm looking forward to it, Mickey. Likes of Seymour and Doctor are going to bring you guys that one. Your thoughts on this match, overall closing opinions, and just give us what's going on in the mind of Mickey. Except no Pop-Tarts and cheese.
No Pop-Tarts and cheese, I promise. Like I said, I really thought Vanquish was gonna do another shutout, but it was almost the exact opposite. Instead of their 13-1, they lost 5-13. That was a huge game for Rock Bottom. Congratulations to them. I mean, GG's to both teams, but all in all, Rock Bottom basically owned that game, and I don't think Vanquish had quite enough room to breathe. And like you said, if they would have played their ecos and their strats a little bit better, they did. Vanquish players were constantly pushing up along. We saw Polkin do a lot of that. Like you said, the hero just kind of going up by themselves, pushing up where they didn't need to. I think that was very unnecessary. And if they would have done that either with a team or just backed off, played a little slower, I think they would have had a better chance. But we saw a lot of that 1v1 stuff, and that's what hurt them. So again, GG's to both teams. Congrats to Rock Bottom. So
Wraps it up here for us here. Myself and Mickey want to wish you guys a good rest of your night, but that doesn't mean we're going anywhere. That means we're here, just not going to be these two faces. So Doctor and Big Papa Seymour are going to come back on the screens to take you through the BO3 finals. A big shout out again to FitFam, double T with the underscore at the end, exclamation mark sponsor to see that in chat. And of course, be sure, guys, use that code GLG10 for some drink control if you have not already. And this is for $100. So thank you to our sponsors week in, week out for bringing us the love. Good things to come in the future here from the gang. And my offer stands. One day, I hope we can all meet and have a LAN together. That's the goal.
yes.
But on that note, Mickey and myself going to send you guys off to a opportunity to get a snack, maybe a drink. Come right back to your chairs. We're going to bring you some more gaming. Thank you so much, guys. As I always say here, take fantastic care of yourselves. Be healthy, be safe. And we're going to see more matches right here. So don't go anywhere. Talk soon.
Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling up, yeah.
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. You kiss me now, and I'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
I'm lost in a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Will you come with me and guide me through the dark? Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. city nights and satellites. When I'm on the losing side, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm on the losing side, carry me home all through the night.
You made a monster. You made a monster. soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Fight for the speed house. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Fight for the speed house.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. What good is a kid? Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Whoa, you want to I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just keep on the feed, those they don't get it like.
Invincible.
taught. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Superhero.
Folks, welcome back to the Pit of Valor number 42, presented by Great Lakes Gaming and sponsored by Fit Fam. Go check them out. Give them a big shout out and lots of love over on their Instagram at FitFam_, as we are very much appreciative of helping us bump our prize pool from 50 to 100. Because speaking of prize pools, we're in the grand finals, everybody. And here we have myself, Seymour, alongside my Snapcaster himself, Doctor, right next to me. We did have Shrive and Sir Mickey right beforehand, giving us quite the entertainment. So big shout outs to them as well. But Doctor, we're here. We're in the grand finals. Rock Bottom and Aim Stars. Haven, Ascent, Bind. This is where we'll crown our champion.
Yeah, I mean, beginning of the night, we started off saying Rock Bottom. This was their chance to claim victory after falling last week to Down to Flank. This week, Down to Flank was here. Surprise, surprise. They were not able to make it to the grand final, though. It is going to be the Aim Stars, Rock Bottom, trying to earn themselves that first place $100 prize pool, because it is winner take all, by the way, if you guys didn't know that at home. So if you win 2 maps in this best of 3, you're $100 richer as a squad, and you get the bragging rights heading into next week's Pit of Valor, which if you guys have enjoyed all of the work here today and you want to be on stream next week, the signups are already live. You can click the link right below the stream here. It's a little card. It says Battlefy. You just click on it and you can sign up for next week. So if you want to play, that's how you do it. And it sounds like production's ready to just jump right into it.
Well, if you look at both of these teams, I mean, take it back to last week, Down to Earth beating Rock Bottom in the Pit of Valor Grand Finals. This week, we look at the bracket, you see Euros beat Down to Flank back in our quarterfinals, and Aim Stars beat Euros. And Down to Flank beat Rock Bottom. So if you kind of like connect the dots here, technically Aim Stars has a leg over Rock Bottom in confidence this week. But nonetheless, Rock Bottom has been rolling through their opposition here. So honestly, like, this is going to be an insane grand finals if I have to say so. I mean, Aim Stars really showing their proof to Euros in an overtime victory in their last semifinals. And coming into Haven here, you're really looking at these teams to kind of win out on the agent picks, as it is going to be very crucial to see what we come out with here. So you see an Asher on one side for Smokes for the side of Rock Bottom, and then Omen out of Pix's hand for the side of Aim Stars. Exciting to see what Hyun's gonna bring out. Is he going to pick Phoenix to match them? It's a big question here.
Yeah, we'd have almost identical compositions at that point. You know, it would just be the Omen for the Astra, which is understandable. You know, we've talked about it a couple times here tonight about what the smoke meta kind of looks like when it comes to an agent selection. Astra just does so incredibly much when it comes to area denial, area control, you know, smoking off, the cosmic wall, like all of these things combined, just they bring so much versatility to the table. Whereas Omen, he smokes and teleports. That's his thing. He has a blind too, but you get one around. it's helpful, but it's definitely not as versatile as the Astra. So outside of that, it's identical. We got double duelist comps, we have Cypher, and we have Sova. Pretty standard run of the mill here on Haven. We are going to expect, tripwires on the back, tripwires in the front, recon darts. We're going to see Hunter's Fury a lot this map. I guarantee you that. It's going to be both offensive, it's going to be defensive, it's going to be a learning tool, it's going to be a defusal tool. Like, it's going to be used everywhere.
Put a little bit of your tripwires here, a little bit of your tripwires there, sprinkle some over yonder, and you're good to go here. As you do say, it's as you do see the fly through for Haven as we bring up Ascent and Bind as your second and third one. Bind if we need it. Ascent is definitely going to be that secondary match. And we just got pointed out here that the acronyms rock stars. This is a match made in Haven.
Oh God, Colin, I heard you, even through production in my ear, and that's cursed, my guy. That is rough.
I don't think anybody's ever said that before.
It'll be clipped, I guarantee you, production. Don't you worry a little head. I'm sure Ben will clip it, because that's definitely the type of humor that Ben is a big fan of. As we're into the pistol round here, Paranoia going out. Hot Hands already being used to heal up on the side of Aim Stars. And for now, let us see what we got going on here. Oh, turns out it doesn't matter. Mizi's already dead.
Ooh, big recon dart though on the C site. That should call for a rotation now that they know there's at least 3 players that got pinged. But take a look at May 30. He's going to be sneaking in his way onto that ramp. Taylor finds his way into garage, opening up for the equalizer in this map. And you see the bomb still lurking over towards C. So Aim Stars, even though they got all that information and rotated a couple players off to look for picks, they still haven't given up on it. And with that last call, you can see the Sova with the spike moving towards the middle of the map. Shroud's taking a big dig. Hyun, the all-star duelist on the Phoenix, is going to be overwhelmed by 2. The Hot Hands keeping them back a little bit, down to 15 seconds. Now his time is going to be against them. Shrouds and hijinks for the crossfire, blocking in to quite the shredding, as it is going to be Aim Stars losing out all of their lives, and even with time to spare, Rock Bottom holding on with 3 players.
Poor Taylor got absolutely whiplashed in the crossfire there. They had both Vaughns and I think it was Pix just dipping back and forth. Might have actually been Mizzy. Yeah, it was Pix. Going back and forth, and then, Taylor just tries to slip through the middle and just gets caught right in the uprights and headshotted there. But no, very solid round there from Rock Bottom. The time really working against Aim Stars there. They tie him out, they lose the spike. It was a messy show. And now we're on to the second round here, and Depth Jack has a shorty on offense. Not your standard show.
Shorty on offense, and picks as well. Shorty in his hand too, so gonna get the spike down, get out with their life, even though you're losing quite a bit of it. Gonna move on back in to make the most of this shorty composition, but the Ares mowing them down from that connector, as it is gonna be the retake, steady and primed on the way. You have two kills in tandem from Aim Stars to bring this back to an equal, but Hyun gonna push the aggression. May Thordy keeping his eyes peeled for that flank from Jack, and now all up to Taylor to deny this defuse. Hyun's gonna stick it behind the wall, and Taylor's gonna find a third before he goes down, but nonetheless, Rock Bottom are gonna get that defusal with plenty of time and take their lead to 2.
That said, it's a very expensive round. I know you and I witnessed a round like this earlier in the night, where they only were able to keep one person alive after their going into their bonus round, and you can see now the quandary that Rock Bottom kind of have, and that they don't want to overspend, right? Because they have a full rifle round waiting for them on the other end here, whether they win or lose, and so they want to be able to keep their economy in a healthy spot. But right now, they can't realistically win this round as pistols into full rifles. They have an Ares, but Shroud's on a double barrel. It's not a very successful round, I hope. Although did you see that tripwire? That was funky. It's going straight up from the box. I'm curious if that's just a visual bug or if that actually does something.
Actually missed it. We are getting a little bit of frame lag on our end for this, so we're going to be taking this step by step with what comes off of it. Jack finding quite a bit of real estate into garage, but even still, Aimstars hesitant to make their move. The bonus from rock bottom. They're getting aggressive so that they can hold angles, especially with that Sheriff here. Dangerous with that one tap. Vons is out of play. Jack gonna rebuttal. Matt is now out of it as we equalize with 4 players up on each. But look at Mezzy. Mezzy's getting good timing through the smoke. Mate 30's out of it, so Aries out of play. And Jack's gonna lead his front foot forward. This rock bottom now down to 2.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, the weapons, they just were a non-factor this time. There was that nice kill from Hune, getting that one tap with the Sheriff. You love to see it, but I mean, looking at the rest of Aimstars, they're relatively healthy. I think if you're Hune right now, you're just trying to get any type of economic damage at this point. There's 4 rifles alive. You want to make it 3. You want to make it 2. If you can make it 1, godsend. But to go aggressive here, I think would be a big ask, as we do see them rotating around. Death Jack is going to clip the rifle sight and gets a 4K for themselves.
And I mean, it's just a bonus for rock bottom. You come out with those first 2 rounds, you get your economy as big as you can. You don't lose out on too many players as well. So moving into that round number 3, it's one of those situations where if you win it, perfect. But if you don't win it, it's not the end of the world here. So now you see the rifle round going to come out into the fruition here. An operator on hijinks playing on that jet as well. I want to keep my eyes out where they're going to be sitting, and it does look like they're going for an early pick through garage.
Yes, this should do.
See, they do have that operator, so it's a good call. I mean, they have been losing a lot of mid control quite regularly. We do get the knives. They're out and sent. They didn't use all of them, though. You can tell up in the top right corner there is still that green highlight there, so they have at least some knives left. The question is how many?
But look at Jack, so aggressive with these knives, trying to hunt down that operator, but the absolute appeal from rock bottom to make sure that that aggression is really nothing. And you look at the retake from rock bottom, they get onto site and they drop them all the way through. Following that, run it back. 3 players go down. And it's going to give them their third. They're quite the showing from rock bottom in that. And you really got to put it on top of Hyun there. That heads up play to follow up with that run it back. After Hijinks escapes with the operator from the knives of Jack. It was just Aimstars falling into the trap that rock bottom laid.
Yeah, it's a miracle that all 5 members there were able to survive from rock bottom. It's incredibly strong of them to be able to carry all of their rifles forward, keep the economy going. We are getting another full buy round here from Aimstars because of their previous victory. So that's a heck of a shot there to Hyun. As we get the run back from Mezzy here as well. Goes in, curveball not going to quite connect, but oh god, that's another nasty shot.
Oh, he doesn't even know. He doesn't know.
Goodbye.
Right, that's the perfect amount of spacing in that smoke for rock bottom's Asher to sit in, so that Mezzy couldn't see. That was like, I think that was lucky.
Oh yeah, I'd agree.
Spike going down.
Yeah, talking about lucky though, Dep Jack already ripping heads off. There is a 4th kill not going to, go their way, but in terms of luckiness, what I was going to say is that Aimstars dominated that round. You can see here, they are going to get a full buy. They're going to have to contest with one, but realistically, if they win here again, the economy on the side of rock bottom is going to be in shambles. I mean, they're at 400 average. They'll get a 2nd round loss bonus at this point, whereas on the Aimstars side, if they lose this round, they'll have a 1st round loss bonus, putting themselves on an awkward spot where not everybody will be able to fully buy, but they'll be able to get at least some rifles on the board. So I think this is a must-win round for rock bottom if they want a successful half.
Mezzy's going to burn that wall early to heal up to 100. As he took a leg shot from Hijacks over on C.
A legger.
Look at Aimstars though. They're going to be rotating around. Plenty of utility from the Cypher here to get information. But Vaughn's leading the way on this Sova drone and making his way through heaven. He is smoked off, but still gonna be quite quiet there as the Cypher backs on out. Spike goes down 5 on 5 for the retake. The post plant looking full fruition here.
This is a first between these two teams so far. All the members are alive. Utility still available for a lot of players here. Hunter's Fury on the side of Rock Bottom. My Authority has been able to use those in the past. We're getting the Flame. Oh, he just gets clotheslined by Depth Jack there. Back and forth. Those hijinks and Vons come out. Depth Jack still alive. And just like that, the round is over.
Absolute shredding there, Aim Stars. They set up that post plan and it flourishes. You did see the Cypher get trapped back in heaven, wasn't able to really do anything with the utility that was on site, absolutely shut down by the heads-up awareness of Rock Bottom. They lose an operator as well, so quite a costly loss in that fact. You're gonna see a force buy here for an upgraded pistol buy with hijinks going for a classic full armor with the knives. The rest of them sheriffs. You have light armor on Hyun. Looking to make this absolutely deathly with these one taps.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the economy kind of broken here from Rock Bottom. They just don't really have anything to work with here outside of sheriffs. The knives are out, and they do get a kill. Let's see if they can get more than that, though. They're chasing down the Cyber Cage. Wasn't enough to save him from Hijinks, who gets a refresh on those knives and is stealing away the weaponry here. No, that's being used up as well.
They know exactly where they are. Pix standing up top after the TP, waiting for the flood through connector. See hijinks with those knives going all the way around to CT. The smoke to make this a little bit troublesome, pushing through the choke. Mezzi misses the flash, and he is going to swing on back for two, and the backup from Pix as they shut down that retake. 3 players alive. Aim Stars finally taking that lead back that Rock Bottom accumulated at the start. 4-3 here. Let's take a look at that round, Doctor.
So it started off strong. This is right towards the end there. This is after the plant's down. The flash comes out. Mezzi still able to hit the shots, though. 2 headshots in a row. Basically full blind as well. Nice shots there. And then obviously we did see Pix right at the end there with the counter swing to be able to catch the defender spawn flank as well. So solid stuff there from Aim Stars. They're definitely showcasing some aim right now. I do think that Hijinks, though, had a good start, though, right? Like, they had the knives, they got the first couple kills, they were able to pick up weapons for their team. It just wasn't enough in the end.
Mezzi running back, nothing except information. He was even going to lose out on his life in total. Jack does get the trade with his knives. Shroud's going to go down, so no gravity well, no smokes, no stuns from the Astra. But Rock Bottom find themselves a life lead.
It's pretty volatile, though, I'd say. Vons obviously knows there's a tripwire here, is waiting for somebody to just peek through this garage window. Just barely kind of hit it at the end. A bit of a struggle bus there, but he walked away from it. You know, it's difficult to remember exactly where things are placed when they're not your own. But you can see how far Pix is forward as well. I mean, the breakage of that tripwire there is actually pretty nice because it may have triggered somebody to try and flank around through that B main area, and they did get caught.
30 seconds left.
Hijinks right around the corner from Vons. The camera distraction. Hijinks still comes out with 1 big kill from the Jet. The trade from Taylor leaves him at 2. The TP from Pix. Where is he going to land? Right on site. Hyun. Look at him. Heaven creeping forward. Hunter's Fury is going to be pulled. Pix heads up awareness with 12 seconds left. You have to get the spike down. You're going to have plenty of time after the Hunter's Fury in a 2v2 as Rock Bottom are going to go for the retake. Just take a look at the Cypher. Taylor very low compared to the Cypher of Rock Bottom. So you have to watch out for this. May 30 spots out both of them. They know the positioning. They just have to push in tandem. The shock dart's going to bait Taylor out into May 30's rifle. Matt swinging around to take down Pix. Shouldering him, jiggling out here for the one-on-one, waiting for the 1v2. The distraction from the recon dart is so brainiac from May 30, as he's going to hit the defuse after just to put the cherry on top to get his Hunter's Fury back for later rounds.
Yeah, and one thing I would like to remind the viewers here tonight is that My Authority last week was an absolute animal from this Rock Bottom team. You know, was quite near the top of the charts, I believe, in 2 of the 3 games on this Sova player the entire night long. So I do expect to see them to be a high producer here today, and they're already showcasing that. You know, they're 10-5-2, 8 rounds into the game. They're top of the leaderboard, second only to Depth Jack, who again is a duelist player. Their whole job is to get frags. They don't need to worry about, remembering lineups or, being the informational play. They can just frag out, have a great time while doing it, whereas My Authority has to do just a bit more brain stuff. And Hijinks, holy Christ, they got clotheslined.
I was about to say, if Mezzi came out with that second kill on the Hyun, that would have been such an out-mechanics play. But he's gonna fall, leaves Aim Stars at 3. Rock Bottom with that player advantage one more time, and the full wrap to A as they have sight open. Shrouds doesn't have a start out here either, so as soon as it comes out, you're not going to get that gravity well down to stop it. So they're playing for the retake. Shockdart lineup, the double Shockdart lineup, as fact, brings picks down to half. Spike goes down, the retake does have 2 flankers as well.
This is a really interesting play here from Rock Bottom. They had the 2 super deep flanks. They're gonna just now break that tripwire, so they know exactly that somebody's flanking, but the question is who and how many, as we do get onto the site.
My Authority takes down Taylor, back and forth, split kill feed, but with the player advantage, the trades is what? Rock Bottom want. Another round gonna be in their books as they get it to half. They're gonna go for that run it back. Once more, they bring it to 5 in their round count, as these teams have been going pound for pound on Haven. You can tell why this was the first map picked.
Yeah, these teams are showcasing some really solid fundamentals here. It's super interesting to me that Rock Bottom are not giving the ultimate points to Matt. They're opting to these more kind of explosive ultimates in the Hunter's Fury and the run it back instead of the knowledgeable one of the Neuro Theft. So it seems to me that they're more willing to go for the frags, to go for the fights, than to go for the knowledge play and the mental game. It's a lot of bullets. Just slinging them down range.
So much.
There's 2 of them too. There's 2 Odins currently on the side of Rock Bottom. One in garage and one in mid. And Mizi actually gets dinked through the wall, is what that sound was just now.
Odin go burr. So that's all my brain can process from that play. Look at that! Hijinks is found, spotted out pigs. The aggression from the defenders. Hijinks and Hyun both making their way into the spawn to tear out Aim Stars from behind. This is the worst nightmare, man. The Odin's gonna make it count now through that wall spam. Jack's gonna peek on out from garage. The awareness from Matt and locate that there is a player missing, as they are checking every single route possible from these Aim Stars. Hijinks is gonna put the last one down. Taylor tried to make it costly, but a flawless round for Rock Bottom. They take their lead back to 2.
Yeah, that's an interesting round to break down. I mean, we had the double Odin popping off, able to get some nice penetration damage, but somehow Hijinks really slipped through the line here. I mean, was super deep into the enemy, backline, took out a couple members, played fancy with it, and was able to, be a distraction. And the rest of the team just looked completely stalled out on the side of Aim Stars. Once that, kind of Odin shenanigans caught them off guard, they didn't know where to go. They just stood still, waiting for something to happen, and the answer was Rock Bottom just throwing bullets at them at a high rate of capacity.
Gatling gun of opportunities from Rock Bottom in past rounds now. Look, a full sight given up. Rock Bottom, I think they're gonna be playing off their abilities here, as they do have the Cosmic Divide, the Knives, and Hunter's Fury for this retake. Aim Stars as well, though. Run it back. Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft. If they find a pick, they can get the info. Run it back's gonna be pulled early from Aim Stars to push their aggression all the way through garage. Gets the info. Spots Authority before that Odin can take him out. It's a big pick to slow down the attack. As finally, Rock Bottom are gonna prime those knives to get on out. No Hunter's Fury to lead the way. Matt through the smoke. Vons is gonna take him down, and in return, Shrouds is gonna take Mezzi's life, but everything's going the way of Aim Stars at the moment. Hijinks is found their way onto site, pinged up from the camera. Pick swings wide to take him out. It's all up to Hyun, but player advantage says Aim Stars just have to play the time and wait till he touches that spike, and exactly what happens. We're seeing ourselves a 1 round difference right before this half. Aim Stars a chance to tie us up.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that round from Rock Bottom. They went for a kind of similar play to something they've done a couple times now, where they go for this like over-committal flank, or I guess in their mind it's an attack, you know, trying to beat Aim Stars to the punch. The only reason it looks like a flank is because Aim Stars were on the other side of the map. They were just completely not where Rock Bottom was predicting them to be, and so it gave up the site for free. They get in, they don't need to burn any utility, they just get the spike down, run away with it, and just hold off for the retake. And you can see here they only used the one ultimate in the run it back, and it got a frag. That's not 100% worth it. You love those types of trades, and so the curveball here is going to get a little bit of knowledge. But I mean, that was a perfect Aim Star round last time. This time it's the final round of the half, and you can see Rock Bottom, they've adjusted. They're playing much more safe. They've got the 2-1-2 split up going, and it's gonna be an interesting decision to see how they rotate around, considering the C-side right now is the Astra Jet combo.
Hyun able to get the ult orb early, run it back to be used. Already one pick now. I'm gonna clear out the corner, trying to find a second, but you see Aim Stars wrapping off the site, gonna take their sights elsewhere. And off of that play, Rock Bottom hasn't rotated yet, so they are steady to counter this out. Shrouds hears the tumbling of these players. Gravity Well gonna keep them in place for the short time being. And the Odin looking to mow them down, but Mezzi's gonna keep them forward. My Authority, how do you even do that with your Hunter's Fury? 2 go down, Shrouds to finish it off, and Rock Bottom hurt the sheep in for their end.
It's a good round. It is a damn good round there from My Authority, able to get multiple kills with the Hunter's Fury. And at that point, what are you supposed to do as Aim Stars? You've lost multiple members. You're trying to funnel through this tiny little garage door, and the entire enemy team is just trying to mow you down. So they unfortunately do not win that round. It's a 7-5 half in favor of Rock Bottom, and now we swap sides. Rock Bottom now the ones having to be the aggressors, having to get onto these sites and get the spikes planted. And this is where you can kind of let your creativity flourish as you know, an IGL or a team leader, because you get to make the calls, you get to call the shots and do what you want to do. And they're going up the mid. There's nobody here, there's nobody stopping them.
Shorty on the jet. Flashes and flies right through that. Gonna be taking so much damage from the hot hands. Mezzi is gonna take down that jet. Nothing to show for that Shorty. Flashes on out of the smoke. Wraps onto Hyun, who actually got caught from the flash of the Phoenix. Mezzi looking for a little bit extra, but backs on into a shock dart. Well, low health is gonna lead to his demise. Now Shroud's caught in the middle of everything. Back turn to Vons. He finds 2. Beautiful defuse here from Aim Stars, and they're gonna take a pistol round this time around. Says Rock Bottom who took the first one. Aim Stars taking the second.
Like, the idea is cool, right? Like, you just take the site for free, get the spike down, and then you play retake. But you lost your duelist right at the rip, because I mean, you have to play default in that situation, and the hot hands was just so perfectly, you know, placed, because that was just where Mezzi was, right? Like, they just happened to be right place, right time, get the easy default hot hands. If if Hyun had actually, not Hyun, if Hijinks, there we go, had actually gone to the other side of the box, it would have been totally fine. They wouldn't have had to deal with the hot hands. That recon dart pings 3 people, and you can immediately see them 180 and just run away.
Very decisive from Rock Bottom into the second round, as not gonna force up. You do have some upgraded pistols on the Frenzies and the Ghosts from Jack on that flank. Finds the first one. Immediate tumble from Aim Stars to lead themselves back into the site. Taylor with the Spectre actually gonna whip on some shots to May Authority. Gonna pay for it with blood. But now May Authority with his last one left is gonna be hunted down from every angle. Judge is gonna put him out of this round. We have a tie game once more time here. The defense for Aim Stars looking good in the early rounds now. We're heading into a bonus from their half of it. Rock Bottom are gonna have those rifles bought up. See what Taylor and Pix go for. Taylor on the full armor and frenzy. Pix yet to pick up their utility for themselves. It's going to be interesting here to see how they play, because if you remember Rock Bottom, this is where they actually lost their first round here when back in the first half. So Aimstars looking to be a little bit aggressive here with these guns. Look to take gunfights that favor them.
Yeah, this is looking to be a bit easier of a bonus round for Aimstars than Rock Bottom had last time, because they'd only had the one surviving member. They're going to check the corner, but it's not enough. It is going to cost the Tailwind, but they do get the kill. Hunan takes first blood.
That Tailwind was so fast, as he was caught off guard with the double check into that corner, but staying on this map with that Tailwind is going to be perfect for this flawless round, which is ensuing so far. 2 players out of it for Aimstars, full A site. Sign from heaven, controlled by Rock Bottom, but they also have a lurker too. So you see the Cypher all the way back grass. Might call for rotation here. If not, if they don't want this A site, be a huge call, because the rest of Aimstars have rotated around. You can see A link is occupied by the Omen and Cypher, Tower, the Phoenix, but it does look like A is going to be these sites. You see that it smokes on to get them a free spike plant. The retake's gonna have to be flawless from Aimstars. If not, expensive. Pix already with 1. Mezzy drops for hijinks. Okay. Taylor wraps for a 3rd one. This is looking quite doable. Now 2 on 2. Taylor around the corner is gonna find Matt's life as well with this frenzy. Now down to a 1v1. And May Authority is on 11 health, Doctor.
They have the Hunter's Fury, though. Will they use it is the question. It's super late in the round here, and you can see the time is ticking away. The 11 HP is not enough, and it is the clutch up from Taylor.
Absolutely mental. The side of Aimstars entered their way onto the sites and did what their name tells. They out-aimed Rock Bottom there with the lesser of rifles too. And now look at how beautiful their economy looks going into this next round, as they have had some expensive ones, but they have an Odin, they have an Operator, they have Phantoms and Vandals. Whereas you look at Rock Bottom, they have Judges, Spectres, and a Phantom.
Yeah, not a great round here for Rock Bottom, but I mean, it was an expensive round. They got 4 frags. They brought it down to the 1v1. And yes, it's less than ideal, but they got something for it. That shot, I thought it hit. That was insane. The second one does, though, and it's already 2 members of Rock Bottom down. Make that 3.
Eyes on the back of his head as he's swinging back and forth. Shrouds does take that op down, but with maximum resistance. Aimstars put themselves on 9, as this is the biggest lead they've accumulated in the grand finals so far. Defending round looking good for Aimstars here, as Rock Bottom starting to find a little bit of cracks in their armor here. And talk to me about this team, and where are we seeing some problems?
So, I mean, right now they are just having so much of a struggle getting onto the site without losing too many bodies. Like, yes, we have half the rounds here as defuses because they've been able to get the spike down, but once they get that spike down, it's not exactly an easy show for them. And so Rock Bottom, they need to either play more explosively and get onto the site much quicker and hopefully survive a bit more, or they need to play a bit slower, wait for the Aimstars to push forward aggressively and make a mistake. And it does look like we're going to be heading into a bit of a pause. But yeah, I mean, I think either go harder in the paint, just full on W key onto a site and hope that you out-frag them. I think at that point, you might need to just try and avoid Jack, though, because they're just playing out of their gourd. Like, they snorted 8 lines of G Fuel before they came into this grand final. Like, they are insane right now. Technically, they have less kills than May Authority, but, like, I just feel like the Jack frags are just more impactful. They're flash
G-Fuel. I would have thought that they just drank a whole cup of drink control after using code GLG10 at checkout.
That's entirely possible too. But we're onto the site, and this is kind of what I wanted. They're onto the site, no deaths already. Run it back used by both members, and the spike is just now going down. That's not
nice.
good.
Hunter's Fury denies the spike plants. So rock bottom struggling exactly like you say to get the spike down, and now it's stuck in the back top left of the mini-map. Nobody close to receiving it. And Vaughn's through the wall, not going to be able to get hijinks as that's not wall bangable. The retake. Gonna be in here. Gravity well for hijinks to peek on out, but Vaughn's ready for the aggression. He's got the backup too from Messi. Shrouds is gonna leave. His last player alive, Hyun. Phoenix and a dream. The flash is gonna be solid onto 2. Messi's gonna pay for it. The 1v2 here, Vaughn's expecting it. Nonetheless, there was a flank anyways. Aim Stars give themselves 10 and even off the tactical pause there. Rock bottom not able to plan themselves back into a round win.
That was such a tough round because they did the right thing. They were able to get onto the site without any casualties. They were able to get some map control by cutting off all of the entrances there to the C site. And just as soon as they go for the plant, they don't go for like a super safe plant. It's literally as far back into the site as you can go. And you just get double teamed by the Hunter's Fury bullet combo through that box because that box is bangable. So once that falls and the spike's so far out of your reach, you could tell them that they just like, do we go for it? We can't go for it. They're just gonna frag us. And they were dead in the water at that point. And then it was just, you know, a shooting gallery. They had nowhere to go. They couldn't fall away. They couldn't aggress forward. They just had to take odd fights.
The Odin versus Frenzy fight there was just
That's a bit
David
much, yeah.
versus Goliath, if you ask me. Jax once more opening up this round with the operator as he's looking so good here. Even the scenery around his op when he scopes in is quite beautiful. In fact, on top of those shots, Shroud still lurking around to the middle of the map, calling for a rotation from his team as you hear the stomping of aim stars around this map. Now, Mezzi around the corner. Shroud's avoiding this flash, still staying quiet. Depth for another one. Depth looking for more. Shrouds is going to get the trade now. May 30 for 2. But losing out on your life as you try to get that back in. This is going to be the go-ahead for the A site now for Rock Bottom in a 2v3. Vaughn's waiting for a little bit of info to shoot through this smoke. He's going to find Matt. All up to May 30. The Odin is going to spray and pray right down onto both of them. As you see, the patience pays off for this Silva player. Rock Bottom going to lose out on another round. Even with getting the spike down, and Aim Stars accumulate 11.
Odin players are just built different. Like, there's just no other answer to it. Like, it does so much work, it does so much damage, it penetrates, it goes burr. It is just so hard to deal with in some situations, and right now, Rock Bottom just don't have an answer. Vaughn's is able to just post up. I mean, you saw that time. He was just tracing Matt's head through the cyber cage. Didn't even want to pull the trigger in the case that it was a fake. But it didn't matter because then you just held left mouse button and swung it around and was able to get both frags.
See, Rock Bottom, they have to find something. They have to find it soon. Because this lead from Aim Stars is just getting bigger and bigger. And Jack again! The tailwind! Just to keep him forward in case he messes it. Opens up this round wide for Aim Stars. He's looking for another. Jinx is going to peek him with an off of his own, but he is not going to get that first shot. Shrouds is sneaking himself out for that trade. So it is going to drop both ops on the map from either team. Rock Bottom now with that. Quite the costly pick for Aim Stars, but they still have player advantage.
I don't know how much longer that will last for, though, as we do see the team still kind of out of shapes. There's 40 seconds left. Spike's not even in hand. Rock Bottom, I don't know if they're playing for a save at this point, considering the next round is match point. And I think that actually is the call. But before that exact second, I thought that was going to be the call. They're going for it. Cosmic Divide, run it back, both being used. All of this utility.
Full 9 yards.
Oh, God.
Still not able to get it done. Overrun to this side. Look, the utility still standing. 4 Aim Stars. So hard to get on it. I don't think they have a clue that where Taylor is, but they should have an idea that the Cypher usually plays up top there. Vaughn's another kill with his Odin off site. Down to 2. Rock Bottom looking to clutch this one up. to avoid map points.
Recon dart, not gonna ping anybody, and Shroud's had a nice flank angle, only able to get one though. Authority only also able to get one. Mathematically, that leaves 2 members alive here for Aim Stars. Plenty of time for the defuse as well, so that is going to be map point here in game number 1.
Now, honestly,
Point.
Rock Bottom, just like you say, they're giving up some lives early, and it's not their fault. It's Jack. It's not their fault one bit. It is this Jet player just finding the openings that he needs to and hitting the right shots. So, I mean, it's only a matter of time where Rock Bottom, they have to respect this operator.
And what's crazy is Authority has a better KDA thanks to that one extra assist, but you're not getting assists with an operator. It's just not gonna happen. You'd have to leg somebody and then have somebody else kill them. And like, seriously, what are the chances of that actually happening? So it makes a ton of sense that, you know, the Jet is out fragging basically everybody. Hunter's Fury being used here does get a bit of damage down, but now they're on the site. Now what do? They plant the spike. I like this. We're getting progress.
Oh, but Matt is going to be dancing around to avoid that Hunter's Fury. Off screen, see Mezzy find 2. Hijinks is going to trade out in 1 for that mix. On site, run it back, leading the way, looking to close out on this map number 1 for the grand finals. Mezzy moves in for a 3rd. All of the bells and whistles out, snapping back and forth is Hyun, only to find 2 though, and that is going to be GG's for Haven. Is map number 1 going to go to the way of Aim Stars with their beautiful defensive rounds flurry?
And yeah, that was definitely a flurry. I don't think Rock Bottom won an offensive round because it's a final score of 13-7, and the halfway point was 7-5 Rock Bottom. So that's 8 rounds in a row there for Aim Stars, and it's just lights out. Like, they were so points. They were unrelenting in their defensive side, and if they play the next map like that, Ascent, especially with the momentum they just gained, I don't see how Rock Bottom can compete. They were constantly being out-utilized. They were constantly being out-aimed. I know I said out-utilized, but you used that word earlier, and I can't think of how it's actually pronounced, so...
Out-utilized.
Yeah, that word. And so, man, that was a crazy map number 1. Heading into map number 2 is on Ascent, which is a bit more even than Haven, I think. So, I mean, hopefully Rock Bottoms can break out of their shell a little bit and, you know, heat up the gas and come back playing.
I wish I could see a statistic for depth Jack on prior to having an operator out and post operator standing, because as soon as he was finding so many first bloods for his team, first, second, third, how many he wanted in that round, it was just pick and choose for himself. So moving on into the series, coming up next, it is going to be Ascent, as you can see below. And into that map, I really would like to see Rock Bottom change up one key thing, and it's just respect Jack. I think if you learned anything from Haven is you were throwing out lives super early to this operator play. You gotta check in with flashes. You have to anticipate that wherever you go, there is going to be an operator waiting for you. Even if that operator isn't there, you just got to take the safe way out. You don't want to lose those first bloods, because when you get that spike down, you're just in the player disadvantage again and again for those attacks. But a big thank you to our sponsor once more at FitFam on Instagram. Go check them out. Show them some love. We're going to head to a quick little break before map number 2. And when we come back, we're going to see, is Aim Stars going to close this one out, or are we going to see binds?
You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch, and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby, our love is gonna burn down. You know these days ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby, our love is gonna burn
city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Will you come with me and guide me through the dark? Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know, Father.
Folks, welcome back to the Pit of Valor number 42 grand finals here. Aim Stars taking map number 1 as Haven, 13-7, right below my name here as we are heading into Ascent map number 2. As always, my name is Seymour, alongside me, Doctor, and we're here bringing you this last match of the day. Doctor, talk to me a little bit about this matchup.
So, I mean, this matchup is really interesting to me. This is a rock bottom pick. They picked it last week against Down to Flank as well, and they lost it 13-8. So, I mean, after that first map where we did see Aim Stars run a train on their defensive side, going 8 rounds in a row to win it 13-7, I am a little concerned for Rock Bottom, considering historically they haven't won their own map pick, and this time they're going into its second, which means if they lose here, they're done for the week. They don't collect go, they don't collect $200, and technically it's only $100, but my reference point is still the same. It's a really interesting situation to find themselves in because they have to win. If they want to stay alive in the tournament tonight, they have to win this map.
That one seemed cursed. They almost seem cursed for grand finals, Rock Bottom. But moving into Ascent, I mean, this seems like quite the comfort pit map for them, as we have seen them absolutely dismantle teams on this map pick. Moving on forward, will the side of Aim Stars fall to the exact same situation? As I like the strategy from Aim Stars. Just everybody pick the same thing. You know, if you got 5 sages, I mean, it's the best duelist in the game. If you have 5 sages, you're not going to lose.
It worked for Overwatch, so I don't see why it can't work for Valorant. Oh, wait. One change that I do really like here is Hune, actually. You know, going from that Phoenix last game, this time they're on the Breach. It's something we saw them play last week as well, and they were insane on it. Absolute nut job. So many flashes, so much disruption that it was really difficult for the enemy team to deal with, and I think it fits the playstyle a little bit better for Hune, so I love that. Everybody else on the same stuff except for Matt swapping from Cypher to Killjoy, and now Messi's on Reyna instead of Phoenix.
Reyna pick onto Ascent. It is going to be exciting for Messi. I mean, Messi was really tearing apart this team with those runabacks and flashes. And moving on to Reyna, I mean, literally an agent who solely relies on getting picks. If you can kind of utilize the exact same mentality pushing it into a map like Ascent on an agent like Reyna, you can do even more damage and tear this team apart from their souls through. Heading into the pistol round, we gonna get a nice fly through for Ascent one last time before starting the action. As you take a look at the mini map, as you can see a little bit in the top left, you see the Killjoy and the Astra right outside of B main. The rest of Aim Stars looking to set up for A main. And if that is the case for these squads, if that is what we're going to be seeing, I expect that mid control is going to be heavily favored from Rock Bottom for this attack.
Found them.
And they're going to just push through there.
Glamorbot triggered, but are they going to actually peek it? Matt is kind of chilling here. Shots on target. They're gonna get the flash. They're gonna go for it. Depth check. Takes out Shrouds. The animal's already unleashed. Gets the dink. Matt through the wall is dead, and the rest of the team is coming with him. Authority's gonna take out Mezzi. The flash is not enough to stop Jack. Are you kidding me?
Aimstar says no.
But you can't just do that to him. Depth Jack is literally something else. I do not understand this man. It is just non-stop action. This is after they already got 2 kills, by the way. They just dink him right in the face, dash forward, still doesn't die, and then Pix is here for cleanup duty for the full house.
White, the ticket they punched there for round number 1. Jack was the team to shut down Rock Bottom over on Haven. And Jack doing the exact same thing here in that pistol round. You're going to see full decisive action from Hijinks as he is taking shots from behind from Yvonne's Ares. Bank's going to clean him up from the front. Teamwork is blooming from the side of Aimstars here over on the B side. That Rock Bottom may need to look at a new option for the time coming. May Authority is going to answer back onto Pix, but the full aggression in retaliation from Aimstars. Going to find them their second.
And somehow Depth Check gets more frags. Like, they had the Phantom after pistol round. They bought the Phantom round 2. Even if they don't win this bonus round, I think that's for Depth Jack, it's a fine investment because they're still sitting on 2,300 credits here in the 3rd round. Pix, not as big a fan, right? 0 credits left over, has the Phantom full armor. So, I mean, this is a really strong round for the Aim Stars. But if they lose, they're basically minus a player into the next one.
Jack is going to be forced out of that corner. And that is exactly what you like to see from Rock Bottom, is expecting the unexpected from this Jet. And finding the first blood out of it, as Rock Bottom did take quite the damage on that breach, as well as he is knocked incredibly low, I'd say about 10% health. And the rest of Aimstars just going to take their time and look for a mistake now from Rock Bottom.
Yeah, the dink was there for Jack, but wasn't quite enough. Also got double peaked, so it wasn't like they really had numbers on their side. But I mean, you're expecting that to get checked anyways. Now Taylor's a little stuck, is trying to W key it, but does get beaten out by Hyun. And this is what I'm talking about by this being a much better fit of an agent. We're seeing flashes, we're seeing the lava bursts, the fractures, everything so far is coming together very cleanly. And yes, they're on 10 HP, but the rest of the team's cleaning up so nicely.
Oh, headhunting. Mezzi finds May 30. Quite the shot there with the Marshall. Rock Bottom put themselves off the board, and you have to give it to Hyun there. Hyun single-handedly with this breach shut down Aimstars with the first 2 picks onto Taylor and onto Jack. So I need to look at that teamwork to continue through this if Rock Bottom wants to, I guess, pull apart this Aimstars defense.
Yeah, I mean, Hyun really took what you said to heart, Colin. I mean, they recognized that Jack's operator was an issue. You said they needed more flashes. They picked a breach, the character with the most flashes in the game at 3. And
for now.
Okay, for now. And they're going to town with it. Hijinks is going to be able to break the brain of Jack there. Gets the frag. Shroud's also going to pick up a frag. This is looking a bit better for Rock Bottom's attack side.
Slow and steady now, Rock Bottom. Don't want to give anything over to Aimstars. We've seen crazier things fall apart. So they're still going to use all their utility to clear out this A side so they can get this bomb down. Asher maintaining these smokes, and you can see that Aimstars have been backed up onto Heaven. See, they have the utility to get themselves back on the site, and I assume with these rifles, they're going to be making it costly for Rock Bottom. The only trouble is that they have really static attack, and they're being flanked right now by Astra.
Do they know about it, though? It doesn't seem like it as the flash comes up. Mez is able to pick up a kill. Shrouds with the 2 quick from behind, though, is absolutely problematic. And the rest of the team just comes together as a unit. And Rock Bottom pick up a second now for their team.
I mean, Shrouds is a problem when they're flanking. Whether or not they find 2 kills or not, he is just gonna slow this save down and pull utility out of them just by making themselves known. And Rock Bottom now find their second in a row with these rifles down. It is going to collapse the economy of aim stars. They do have a Marshal and Sheriffs along with Jacks and Knives. But only light armor on Taylor to kind of lead the way. I'm going to be playing some creddy angles.
And they actually do pull out the knife.
Dinner time.
You can't ask for a much better shot there. The drone's out too and is making a ton of noise. But it's not going to find anybody. We'll be timing out in just a second. Gone now. And you can see Pix moving.
It's just things that aim stars do because they're aim stars.
It's insane. The Knives do try to get more out of the team, but it doesn't quite connect there. Shrouds manages to bring 2 right back for themselves, and they make it a much more manageable 3v2. The issue becomes if they can steal away some of the weapons for the aim star side, right? Like if the 2 aim members push aggressive, take away those rifles once they do get some knowledge about where, Rock Bottom is, then all of a sudden they've given over 2 rifles potentially to the retake.
Yeah, they're going to be hiding back in the boathouse. You can see the 2 players left on Rock
30
Bottom.
seconds left.
Gallivanting their way through the middle of the map. Checking every necessary corner. Not to mention that aim stars do have the lesser rifles still in this. So there's still a chance that Rock Bottom can clutch up as they're being quite as mad. Only 13 seconds left. They're going to find Vons from behind now. The Raycon in. 10 Taylor shot this down. The Raycon dart is going to give away their position. Let's see if they can drop this spike planter. They cannot. Made Thorny juggling himself on the corner. Still Taylor finds his head. Now a 1v1. Mezzy with a Marshal against the Phantom of Shrouds. You also have to get through the utility, and that is a tough task on its own. Shrouds finds an ace to close out this round, and Rock Bottom, with odds looking to be stacked against them, still come out on top.
They did a ton of damage economically. It doesn't look like it, considering there were multiple members of Rock Bottom at over 6K, but it has to be okay for the mental of aim stars to know that they were that close to being able to win the round off just a bunch of pistols. It is unfortunate that Mezzy went the way they did instead of going through, at least grabbing a rifle from the A side there, which definitely would have evened up the chances a little bit more, but they did a ton of damage. They're only down a round here on the side of the aim stars. They just need to do it again now that they have rifles in their hands.
Look at look at Rock Bottom here. Full mid-map control. Playing for one of the tree trunk routes that is provided from this positioning, as it is marketed. Catwalk or checkers. Taylor is going to be sitting at the end of market, waiting for these players to push on up. And a chance, I mean, I don't know if the alarm bot is down. It doesn't look like the alarm bot is down, but Mazzy's going to be there to swing wide for this trade nonetheless. But Hijinks might be sneaking their way around. They have no idea. They're going to have to break this door, and that is it when Taylor is going to start their prowl.
Yeah, breaking down that door is going to take a ton of noise, complaints, and they get it. Here comes the movement, though. Taylor's already moving down. Oh, they decide against it. They think it's a fake. They think it's a flank. They are going to fall away. Vaughn's trying to get sprays through the smoke, but Hijinks comes out ahead. It's just the one member now. Hijinks wins that one, too.
Into the site. Utility going to be burned. Spike goes down with 10 seconds. Now the bloodbath ensues. Taylor going to find Hijinks onto this Cosmic Divide. Going to be used from Rock Bottom. As Messi is going to push on through. He's going to find their life taken by May Authority. It's operated from Jack. I mean, you look at him. He's backing up. He says he does not want to give up this heavy rifle yet. And with that tailwind, going to be looking to take some rifles out of the hands of Rock Bottom as they're exiting this site, and that's exactly what Jack is going to do on Hyun. Can you find any more? Taylor's going to do that with the crossfire. It almost looks seemingly impossible for Rock Bottom to escape. They have to slay out on one of these players, and Taylor's gonna be that.
Enemy remaining.
But still, you gotta get by Jack, and Jack is just disintegrating your team with this boomstick. Finds himself 3. Nobody survives from Rock Bottom. Not to the spike, but to Jack.
That's unfortunate, I will say, but doesn't matter. You survived the last round, and you can see what that did to Jack's economy specifically. 900 credits remaining when the rest of the team's at about 1,400 after purchasing something, so not the best shape. I do think he actually had to rebuy armor, though, since any type of armor damage does require a full rebuy, so I think he had about 1,900 credits to start there, but, you know, obviously wants that full armor to back the operator. So does seem to think there's somebody back there.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, he knows. Shrouds knows. Shrouds knows what's waiting for him on the opposite side of this, and he was still going to be dancing with the devil. Jack gonna whiff a shot, which is quite uncharacteristic for this grand final, but gonna leave Rock Bottom sweating nonetheless.
This will be a pretty pivotal round after this one. Not this one so much. Obviously, there is that operator onto the side of Aimstars, but the rest of the team kind of not exactly in amazing positions. That said, their last pistol round was very successful, getting them down to just that last 1v1. This time, though, what can they get done? Do they have the same headshot prowess? Flashes coming through, double flashed up. Pix is just blind for all eternity.
30 seconds left. Lombok down.
Yep. Still wreaking havoc with this operator, but the collapse on site from Rock Bottom, they're going to be able to get the spike down with the 21 seconds left. Jack going to recover a Phantom. Look to spam on through this wall. Open up some opportunity for his team. Being still a tough task ahead of him. Gonna got reloading. Hijinks swings wide for that one. Even gonna look for a little bit more. Can Vons escape the gravity? Well, he cannot, and Rock Bottom find a 5th now on Ascent. Getting this operator in their own hands instead of Jack's.
This is obviously looking like a very strong half for Rock Bottom. They've won now 5 in a row. They're looking to potentially win out this half quite dominantly. But I don't want to get overexcited just yet. I mean, obviously they won the first half in the first map too, and then once they swapped sides, it was not nearly as successful this time. I am cautiously optimistic for Rock Bottom that they're going to be able to, you know, stay strong and take it over the finish line. But until we see this halftime swap and we start seeing the team on the opposite end, I don't know what we're going to expect from Rock Bottom's defense.
Bonds spots the attack, knows what's coming into this side. Lockdown gonna provide, he's gonna scene roll the way. Lockdown finds nothing, but it is gonna allow the spike to go down for 5-on-4 from a retake. Aimstars stuck outside of this, but a lockdown of their own now. The Venn diagram to open this retake up. Picks through Market, May 30 right along down to his left. Yet to be spotted. Hijinks finds the opening to escape and caught inside Market, detained as ever. The retake now with the flash to follow it up. Hyun gonna provide the way, but right into the death provided by Taylor, and Mezzi knocked down 4, all up to the last player in the back. That's gonna be Matt. Looking to hold on strong. Gonna miss the quick scope, and Matt sprays for 2 alongside that nano swarm to take down the counterpart. Not able to survive, though. It looks like, oh, they are going to survive. I thought the time was going to go off.
How is that allowed to happen? How does Matt get a nanoswarm kill and a rifle kill at the exact same second to close out the 2v1? I thought that round was Aimstars guaranteed. It was down to 1v2, and I was like, oh, they have an operator and just both sides. They can just easily pinch him and just overwhelm him. And then, you know, we saw Mizzy gets super aggressive with that operator. Must have been going for the quickscope attempt that we saw. They went a bit wide, but the fact that the nanoswarm also just got a frag for free is mind-boggling.
Yeesh! Jack! Oh my! He's doing it to him. Knives are his
I got no words.
specialty.
I have
As
no
you
words.
think Rain is the one that reaps souls in this. It seems like Jack is just gonna be that one. Shroud's
I have the spike.
keeping it forward. This is tough. When Jack is just has that potential, what do you do as rock bottom? I mean, it's just stuff you can't teach, stuff you can't expect, stuff you really can't plan for.
And stuff that like they even
Oh my lord, no way!
They even tried to stop this from happening, right? Like
Gun
they
here.
flashed a main, they double peeked him, they had a third guy on the flank just in case. Didn't matter. Just shredded all of them like beef jerky, and then went on to close out the 4K. And like once the flash dies, like once Shun goes down, there isn't really a ton on the side of rock bottom to actually stop Jack from doing anything. Like yes, there's smokes from Shrouds and that's it. Like that's literally it. You have smokes from Shrouds, flashes from Hune. If either one of those die, you no longer have that utility, and Jack is just gonna outfrag anybody on your team. They've been showing it for 2 maps in a row now.
Shadows traveling.
Smokes can go down. Messy with the operator this time around instead of Jack. Unless are they running double operator? I might have missed it.
No
Nonetheless,
charges left.
Hijinks inside the site, looking to find some real estate for his team. And that's exactly it. Messi misses a shot, tries to go for the bait and switch, re-peeks for the second, and he isn't gonna miss twice. That's gonna force rock bottom to make the rotation to A, where the site is seemingly open. The Hunter's Fury gonna push him into Jack, though, who drops the spike. Beautiful team play once more from Aimstar. Show their communication.
My authority was collateral damage there from the Hunter's Fury somehow. Oh, that's not a good look there from Shrouds going into the astral form. Super deep under the site, was the only one there, gets absolutely obliterated by that operator there from Mezzi, and now it's just Hune all by their lonesome. 1v4, and Aimstar's looking
30
to
seconds
claw
left.
back into this half.
I mean, this is just a situation that we see Rockstars in, or Rock Bottom in, quite a bit. A 1v4, nothing to be shown. This honestly looks like
10
Haven in a
seconds
nutshell.
left.
These past 2 rounds. I mean, Jack does the unthinkable, and his team backs him up, and all of a sudden, Rock Bottom down to 1 player.
That was a nice play there from Hune to end off the round. I liked that frag on the picks. It was kind of fun to watch. You know, they heard the door, they timed it nicely, expecting somebody to run through said door, and it was nice. The full flash, easy shots on target. And so as we do head into a bit of a pause here, I'm super curious what Aimstar's comms are.
Rock Bottom calls for the technical pause, or tactical pause, I'm assuming. Now you see players heating up for the side of Aimstars. There's a good chance now to just kind of sit back, relax, kind of let the pot stir for these players, and maybe even disconnect some momentum that you start to see Aimstars gaining in these rounds. So I love this call from the side of Rock Bottom. I mean, this is exactly what they tried to do on Haven. Just call for a tactical pause, slow things down, try to break up the momentum from this team. But nothing came out of it. So this time around in this tactical pause, I need to see them communicating on ways to shut down these individual superstars that Aimstars are really utilizing on a map like Ascent.
Yeah, and it's clearly working to their favor. Rock Bottom 6-4 currently. They do want to get at least one more here to technically win the half. But, I mean, they need to outfrag Jack somehow, who isn't playing. Was beaten by that Gravity Well before, not even going to challenge it. And, like, the trade's there, but Jack is just... I don't understand it. Like, how do you hit shots like that? It makes no sense.
Blinding.
Peeking in, here's the ult orb and drops the body off it. Now Aimstar's gonna lose it on a second too. Both duelists out of play. You still have the utility from your other agents as well. Rock Bottom, with their succession, being as quiet as ever with their 4 players up, they really want to keep Aimstars guessing, try to bait the last 3 around the map and toy with their minds, but I don't think I don't think Aimstars are really biting here, because they're not really moving, they're just waiting to play reactionary from Rock Bottom's play.
Yeah, Vaughn did hear all of that sound. The door, though, does actually connect with the floor. Not going to be broken out immediately. And I'm curious what the call from Aimstars is here. There's 1 round and a half after this. So, we're... All right. Oh, that's an offensive Cosmic Divide. Interesting enough. So, it completely blocks off any type of knowledge from the main entrance here. There's 2...
I love it.
This is an interesting situation here from Aimstars. I think the call should be to save. They've spent so much time now not doing anything that even if they win a bunch of trades, I don't think they have time to defuse.
Will they get the kills? But like you say, I mean, that was just a perfect wall. We've seen that wall before too from Rock Bottom, I'm pretty sure, earlier in the Pit of Valor. Or from a team earlier today. I'm trying to remember here. Let me check back at this team. It was Vanquish did this exact same strat, but on the opposite side, on their defense for a retake. They in round 1 today, they put that Cosmic Divide on A main so that their retake was like uncontested from the post plants of the attackers. So I love that situation from Rock Bottom. That was a perfect wall.
Yeah, they did lose a lot on the side of Aimstars. They did have 1 surviving member, but they still lost the round, which is the important bit. So the attacker lockdown is going to go live as Jack finally going to lose a trade there to Hyun.
Things looking good here. Rock Bottom playing for the 8-4 half. Vons tries to make the rotation. Those knives sharp and primed from Hijinks, and that should open up the site as well as give over the Phoenix to Hijinks. Sonar is going to reveal Mezzy, and that should call for this hit to be as fast as possible, knowing there's at least 2 people over to the A side of this map, and the opening is there. You see the last player on this half of the site is playing in Market, so a free site for this bomb to go down.
Ultimate there was used. Rolling Thunder, Hyun trying to get some knowledge, but like you said, Colin, there was nobody on the site, which means nobody's affected by the Rolling Thunder. Pix is going to teleport and commits. That's questionable to say the least, and now it's just down to Taylor here in a 1v5. And yeah, that's just not going to happen. That teleport from Pix leaves me scratching my head just a little bit.
Granted, I don't, even if he didn't TP, I didn't see an opening for Aimstars in that round. I was really trying to look for a gap in that defense, or in that post plant from Rock Bottom, but I couldn't see one. So even if he didn't TP there, I didn't think that there was an outcome where all Aimstars went out on that last round. But I mean, I've seen weirder things happen from this Aimstar squad. So we are going to see the first half end at an 8-4 difference in favor of Rock Bottom. We're moving on to their more preferred side, onto defense. Their attack came out with 8 rounds. I'm sure that their communication is ecstatic with this outcome.
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy about the 8-4 half. I mean, it's a strong half to have. It means you only need 5 rounds. It all starts here with a pistol. If they can win here, they can really skyrocket their chances of victory. But Aimstars, they've done it before. Let's see if they can do it again as Meezy, first one dead on the rift.
Hijinks finds 2. You see Jack really questioning and scratching his head on where to look. Hijinks is tearing them apart for 4. Hyun's gonna take that 5th one, but that was close to the quickest ace I have seen in quite a long time.
That was still a lightning speed round. They got all the frags they wanted. Hijinks definitely popping off there. The 4K huge ups there from them. It puts them in such a good position going forward. And this is where I think things get a little interesting. We saw last time Jack got the 4K on the pistol, and they upgraded immediately to the Phantom, which is definitely something Hijinks could have done here. They would have had to use half armor though, so a little scary in that situation, but they opt to just go for the Frenzy, which means they are fiending for that operator. They want that big rifle, the one that explodes and just really changes the momentum of the game. And if they can get their hands on that and then they can have a good showing with it, then there is a much bigger potential for Rock Bottom to actually close out this map and force a map 3.
I'd like to swap over to the Jet, to Jack. He's got a shorty, I'm pretty sure.
Looks like it.
Just waiting for Rock Bottom to get a little bit antsy. They're not biting. They're not biting one bit. As the Mate Authority is going for the information peek over the little hop onto that wall. And I'm so struggling really to find anything here.
Yeah, aim stars are decked out in a bunch of one-shot guns. They have sheriffs, they have marshals, so you can tell Rock Bottom are being very respectful of it. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, it means that we're gonna have to see something from aim stars very soon. And they're so split on this map. Mezzi's gonna get caught here in tree, but what's the rest of the call? They have to take the A site. They cannot rotate on. They only have 20 seconds left, and they are getting melted by the nanoswarm. That short is useless there. It's just zero chance survival.
Player standing.
Well, I mean, Rock Bottom, they know that aim stars like to be aggro. They like to do those superstar plays, so they respect that in the force buys that they can go for in the upgraded primaries that they're gonna take, that they can go for those aim, just the aim star-esque play. And you can see them setting up for that with the shorty just waiting along the side for a mistake from Rock Bottom to get a little bit over aggressive. Never happens. They stand their ground, they wait, and they play reactive to how aim stars want to do it. Rock Bottom control the pacing, full. Aim stars couldn't do anything to bait out this team, and Hijinks does it again. Jax loses his life early.
I mean, just look at how deep Hijinks is already. Like, there's no way to expect that type of aggression this late into the game, and we've seen Hijinks play a certain way up until this point, and all of a sudden, it's flipped. Light switch, totally in the opposite position. Hijinks getting another frag here on the Vons, and with just the one member remaining, what are you supposed to do? Messi's trapped in hell against 4 players, and that makes it map point, I believe, here in favor of Rock Bottom, or do they need one more? No, they need one more, excuse me. And they're basically assured to get it. Colin, this is a very shoddy round here from the aim stars.
When you can visually see the communication from a team, that is when you know that they are well practiced on Ascend. And that play onto Taylor that you saw, the breach flash into the double swing from B Garage as well as Checkers, was executed to a T. And it just shows the potential that Rock Bottom have here in this game. As they pick apart aim stars in that last round, they're looking to put themselves on map point. Taylor swings into Hijinks. Doesn't lose his life, but takes quite a bit of damage to escape through Garage and back out into Market. Messi with the Marshall again. We've seen Messi again and again with this gun, but nothing to show. And again, losing their life to Hyun. First blood goes the way of Rock Bottom. Pix answers back though immediately with the Sheriff.
They did have that one Marshall kill back on, I think, round 2 or 3 of the entire map. But I mean, they have at least one frag with it. Matt's gonna take out Jack. But I mean, it's funny, Colin, that we were kind of like super concerned for Rock Bottom here, because the only other time we'd seen him. Oh, excuse me, Pix, I was talking. Please, can you wait a moment? Holy heck!
That's just the aim star's potential that I was talking about. It's really, words can't explain it. As Taylor has somehow slipped their way onto this B site to get behind Authority, and this is not out of the question just yet. Shrouds almost finds the head of Taylor rotating onto the pit. Spike is going to go down 2v2. So there has a Vandal. What their counterpart of Vaughn's, nothing really behind them. Shrouds as the backup for their teammate. The Owl drone to look for info. Rock Bottom playing for the pinch though on either side. And you can see them. They are thinking considerably of how to take this. Vons is going to deal quite a bit of damage with that shock dart. Both players down to half. The shock dart misses the second time around. Sheriff now is a lot more dangerous than it was before. You're going to push right into the Vandal of Taylor now. Matt makes it a 1v1, but with the health difference, you're thinking that Taylor can come out with this, and they can come out with this easily by just playing the time on top of it. Matt cannot get the defuse, and Rock Bottom, they're going to lose this round. Aim Stars avoid map point.
Yes, it is. So it is 11-5 is the score currently, and that was a really solid round there from Aim Stars. They, did a lot of things right from the get-go. They, were able to set up positions where they weren't easily, blown up. They weren't easily picked off by a lot of the members there from Rock Bottom, and the movement around the map was very crucial. Once they finally got down to the 2v2, they played it so masterfully, even with the weaker weaponry. Like you mentioned, they had a rifle and a sheriff, but they had a ton of utility because Killjoy had not used any getting onto the site. They had the turret, they had the alarm bot, they had both nano swarms, they had both shock darts and a recon dart. Like they had everything at their disposal.
Shroud spraying through the wall. Not gonna find anything. Rock Bottom with the player disadvantage, arguably setting up for a retake here as they give up the site and they respect the lockdown. The flash onto Pix, disrupting from the fault line. The push to follow up all this utility, but it really hasn't stunted any players yet on Aim Stars. And Shroud's gonna force his way in with two. Matt to tip it up for a third. And they're finding their way out here. Pix is actually TP'd all the way back to the spawn as he's looking to set up a pinch with Jax. We've seen what he can do with the operator. Nothing to show this time around as the Odin burning a little bit harder than that boomstick. The defuse is gonna come on out. Pix just looking for those last minute exit frags. And he is gonna get out with his gun somehow. On top of that, Rock Bottom going to get that match point after all.
It took them an extra round, but they are going to get here eventually. This is actually, in a way, I think better for them to do it this way, right? Like, they reset the economy of Aim Stars. If they had just won the round before this, straight up, it would have been maximum loss round bonus on the side of Aim Stars. They would have had a pretty superb buy at that point, where they would have had almost everything they wanted. Coming into this round, though, they only have the 1,900 credits, and you can see it reflected in the weapons they've chosen to pick up. I mean, even Jack, who's been such a star, wasn't able to buy a gun, had to come in with just the Blade Storm.
All you non-believers out here that didn't think they had what it takes to force a map number 3, Rock Bottom showing that their stocks on Ascent are booming to the moon. 12-5 right now, looking for map point to send them to binds. As this is the lifeline for Aim Stars now in this round. Minute has been burned off this clock. Spike just looming with the operator Vons inside garage. You do have the jet of Jack stirring up the pot over on A as well. Looking to keep distractions in foot for Rock Bottom, but he's going to pay for it with his life, and Hyun to back it up with a second. It leaves Aim Stars absolutely stunned.
This is an interesting situation. Messi somehow finds the flank on him authority and makes it a 3v2 with the Empress available, with the Hunter's Fury available, and they don't actually know that Taylor's here. Are they going to target Teenage P? How they get the kill? Matt's down, and so does Messi get the kill into Shrouds, and Aim Stars staying alive. They're playing for overtime right now.
Singing the song quite loud, as you can see it on their iPod. Staying alive, Bee Gees, or Survive, something. Oh my goodness. I think I had it the first time around.
What song do you have in mind here? But that answers my question.
6-12. Look at this into this round. Did you see kind of a broken buy from Rock Bottom? 2 Spectres, 2 Phantoms, and an Odin. Smiththorne actually having quite a quiet game here, 9-19 with this gun. You see the force from Hijinks through the mid with that Phantom is going to take out Jack, but both Jets now off the playing field for each team.
I think that's actually more beneficial to Rock Bottom than Aim Stars. Jack you know, as we keep mentioning, has been such a star player here for Aim Stars that he's almost disproportionately warping the kill feed. And so with him off the table, it makes it a lot easier for Rock Bottom to outfrag and outtrade as Shrouds takes down Mezzy.
That Odin is a lawnmower, and it is mowing down only Aim Stars here. Punches Fury now from Vaughn's. Rolling Thunder to answer back as they're just stunning Aim Stars again and again. The CC is booming out of the roof here as Vaughn's just sitting on very low health. As soon as you peek into Hyun, he is going to take your life. As Pix again drops that spike, the lava to force Taylor into his sights as well too for himself and May Thorny. The Odin through the wall. Cherry on top, nail in the coffin. However you want to say it, 13-6 on Ascent, as they have not skipped a beat on the second map.
Yeah, I mean, that was not entirely what I expected. I thought Aim Stars showed up on map number 1 so much stronger than we saw here from Rock Bottom, but they clearly put in some work on that map. They looked much better than they did last week, and the practice clearly paid off for them. They're taking it to game 3. We're seeing bind here tonight between the two teams, and they're going the distance for this $100 here tonight.
They definitely are. Well, coming up for that $100 is going to be bind for that last map, Doctor. We're going to head to one last break before we find the epic conclusion between these two teams. Do not go anywhere. Tell your family, tell your pets, tell your friends, tell whoever you can. Rock Bottom and Aim Stars are going to be duking it out on bind very soon. And when we come back, we can't wait to finish this.
City nights and satellites. When I'm home, losing sight. Carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm home, losing sight. Carry me home all through the night.
2 teams, 1 prize, rock bottom, aim stars, 1 last map. Bind is where we see the epic conclusion for this grand final, $100. Thank you to our sponsor as well, Fit Fam, to give us that extra 50 to give these players a little bit more cash in their pockets at the end of the whole road. Doctor, are you as excited as I am for this last map?
Oh, I'm super excited. It all comes down to this $100 on the prize pool. We have Rock Bottom looking to, redeem themselves from last week where they went to a game 3 and fell to, another team. And now this time they're looking to run it back against Aim Stars. They're looking into this map number 3. It's Bind, a map that they've obviously played a billion times in the past, just that this time it's for $100. It's much better than playing solo queue.
100%. It's way better than solo queue, especially because there's no Smurfs and on like to just kind of kick you down when you're already down.
True.
I'm having a little bit of flashbacks here. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cause you to mentally have a problem, but it is going to be, I think this is an interesting setup here for depending on what agent selections. From what we see locked in already, it's pretty standard stuff. Hyun, moving away from that breach that we saw last time that was, in my opinion, very successful in shutting down Jack. This time over to the Raze. It's a much more traditional bind pick. It pairs really well with almost any other duelist that you want to run. This time it is Hijinks still on that Jet player. And so now it's just up to them to pick the supporting agents. And it seems like it's going to be Cypher, Astra, Sova. Pretty standard core there.
Things I'm surprised that I'm not seeing are Viper picks. I haven't seen Viper out of these 2 teams yet. It seems like they're trying to stray away from this agent. Maybe not quite comfortable either. But definitely going to be interesting once again to see the kind of difference between picks on the Omen and Shrouds on the Astra, because they've really seen their differences between both of those smokes. And another big difference too is going to be that Raze on a map like Bind can kind of shake this up quite a bit. I mean, we saw earlier in the Pit of Valor, Doctor, how much that Raze can do on the B site with their blast packs, with the showstopper, their opening potential, their mid-round potential, and when you group up into a little pool, the amount of potential that those paint canisters have.
Yeah, and I think a big thing here is going to be which duelist duo is more successful. And, I might have to be a little bit biased here in that Jack has just been so individually successful that, there is going to come a point where, it's going to take the 2 duelists of Rock Bottom to out-trade the 1 duelist of Jack. And so it does allow this extra Raze duelist to just kind of, have some free reign. Matt is going to have to try and avoid this paint can. It does take a ton of damage, but Hijinks and Hyun are the ones on the aggression.
Give it Trey so far. A little bit of damage over on the Rock Bottom though, there, as Matt is quite low. Jack's the wrong side. He's gonna pay for it. Big kill, and Matt recovers the frenzy as well with Hyun, who was on that flank through the TP. So the defenders now have kind of flipped this on their head. And Messi really in no position to find an opening here. With Pix and Taylor, they actually have a potential to rotate all the way through CT, but not going to count for these 2 players pushing up Lon. Messi caught with a recon dart in their hand, and Hyun is going to tip the scales a little bit farther into Rock Bottom's favor. The gravity well as well, right into those paint canisters. Actually, are going to miss out on him either. No damage done, but Pix left alone now. 1v4. Hyun hunts him down, and first strike. Rock Bottom take the pistol round.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the paint cans didn't do anything there. There was that screen flash, but I think that was from the vulnerable of the gravity well. So, sad day, but it's another piss around over to the side of Rock Bottom. It means they're going to be able to buy up here, but with no individuals severely popping off, like no 4K and no Ace, it means they're not going to buy a Phantom on round 2, thankfully. We are going to see Hyun. Looks like they're saving up for potentially that operator as we saw previously, or just wanting to have a little bit extra money in the bank.
Hey, Valor 42, by the way. 42 weeks of this beautiful tournament. Who's gonna take this time? Big satchel charge from Hyun right around the corner. The paint canisters too! What is he on right now? Hijinx is gonna try to swing into it, but Mezzy finds 2 with the classic, and he's left alone now. Finding 3 alive, trying to dance around these smokes, but My Authority's gonna spray him down. Talk about Hyun there. Mezzy says it in chat. I couldn't agree more. What the hell is happening?
Insanity. Like, I don't know how that paint can got a double kill. They chucked it through the teleporter. It found its way into Hookah and was able to just pick off the 2 members there. It's absolutely mental. And the rest of the team just kind of collapsed in. It got a little messy around the teleporter there. There were like 7 different smokes, multiple people coming in through the teleporter, both the front door and through the teleporter itself, and somehow managing to lose 3 members to a frenzy on the side of Rock Bottom. Means that their bonus round isn't going to be as built up as they would probably like.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Showstoppers already in round 3. So,
Oh God!
There.
Just Freelo.
another one! Right around the corner. Jack bites the dust. Oh, pain and only pain here. Vaughn's showing the dynamic of those paint cans, the geometric shape of the arc. You have to go recover the bomb though, as it's right through this teleporter. Easier said than done. Is a full setup now for the side of Rock Bottom to watch over the spike. Messi is gonna find 1, but the trade's coming out. Vaughn's gonna take down Hyun. He has about 10 health to his name. 2 players left on Rock Bottom on either side of him. Vandal gonna be missing those shots. A little bit shaky. Rock Bottom find 3 now in a row. Samestar's yet to really find anything on binds.
Got a little dicey there for a second at the very end. It was potentially a bit of a blow up, but Hyun and Hijinx are quite strong. Hijinx not having a frag yet, which is a little disappointing, but Hyun's more than making up for it. 10-2, Colin. We've played 3 rounds. That's more than 3 kills a round on average. It's like 3.3 repeating forever. And we've only played 3 rounds. It's insane. How? I don't have answers. I don't have words.
It's just the power of Rock Bottom. Aggression through Fountain. Find Messi. Swap over to Vaughn's.
Blocking vision.
2 early kills. And he starts to scratching their head. I mean, Taylor can hear them, but Hijinx is just not missing the running headshot onto the Cypher. Things that just are so unfortunate for him. He knows Spike is down too. Hijinx is just gonna wait here on low health.
I mean, the spikes,
One
or the
enemy
smoke
remaining.
is going to dissipate eventually, and they just have to worry about the spike. They don't actually have to really do a whole lot. I mean, they can just hang out. They get the flawless anyway, and everything comes together nicely. It's 5 members alive, 5 rifles alive. Economy is booming. They have full armor, full rifles, full utility. They're getting ultimates on the table already. Hijinx has the Blade Storm. They are in such good shape right now.
I mean, financially, this is just the best I've seen Rock Bottom all day. This is Bind. They're owning, but I thought that Ascent was this team's map, but Bind is looking to be quite the third for them as well. Hijinx looking to push their aggression through a short. Shrouds to back him up on a crossfire. 3 players, and in fact, the Tailwind to dash on out as well. Jack does find Showers Control, taking out May Authority. It is going to leave us 4 on 4. What can we get?
Fury.
What can we get out of the Hunter's Fury? Damage on Hijinx, damage on Hyun. Jack's gonna walk in, find Hyun as well, and the knives too. Jack is back in a peak male performance here.
Somehow slips through heaven as well. Is potentially looking to catch a flank here, as Matt may not be expecting this, but they certainly are. Jack just gets clothesline. Shrouds is on camera, doesn't care, getting caught in 4K as Taylor trades out Mezzy. Matt, though, they might not expect this. Again, wins the first trade, needs 1 more. 70 HP and a 1v1.
And a cyber cage to split them off. As soon as it drops, Matt is going to take it. Rock Bottom keep their flawless going. 5 in a row now. I mean, talk to me a little bit about A-Stars. What do you think is kind of nullifying anything that has to do with them? I mean, Jack got a 3K in that round and still they couldn't come out on top.
This is kind of what I was talking about in the duelist duos to a point where, you know, I was saying that Jack was just going to be so far ahead of the curve that the rest of the team wasn't necessarily going to need to show up in a certain way. And what we're seeing so far has been almost the exact opposite. You know, Jack finally has a good round and it just wasn't enough. The rest of the team wasn't there supporting him. And so they lose everybody to the duelist duo of Aim Stars for the most part. I mean, that time it was down to Matt for a lot of it, but they did the hard work. They got the clutch. They put Matt in the position to clutch. And so Jack cannot be the only aim star aiming at this point. Everybody needs to be hitting their shots.
Chat, Aim Stars, they need your GLG gas right now.
Camera taken out.
As they just seem like they are running on fumes. Hunter's Fury from my authority, taking him down to 45 health. Mezzi is just dodging as best as they can. The paint cans though can clean him up. Hyun for 2, tries to look for a third onto Jack, but gonna lose their head for it. As you do see the rest of Rock Bottom now looking to clean up house. Taylor takes down Hijinks, but they're so low that Shrug just needs to tickle him a little with that Vandal to drop them. Aim Stars again and again, they keep falling lower and lower, digging themselves a hole, and they just don't have the ladder out.
Can I get a drop?
It's already 6-0.
Can I get a drop?
6 rounds in. It's 6 rounds down here for Aim Stars. And they finally have another rifle round for them. They do have the Showstopper available, the Neural Theft, the Teleport here from Pix as well, but do they use them is the question. I think you kind of have to at this point. You're down 6 rounds, right? Like, you don't have anything to show for the 6 rounds that we've played so far outside of some frags. So you need to spend a little bit more. You need to get a little bit more aggressive. And like I said, you need everybody to start getting kills.
Hijinks. It's exactly what Jack was doing back on Haven. He's just finding those opening picks. And the Neural Theft too. Taylor has an idea that Hyun is there after the TP noise, so big one-on-one victory for himself. And Neural Theft to answer back too. Opens up the site for Jack, but gonna lose the duel to Shrouds. And the line is gonna miss my authority, so when the swing into for Shrouds is gonna be answered by the Sova. I know Taylor's lurking around here somewhere, and Taylor's just winning those peeking duels. Spike is picked up by Mezzi, soon to drop as well, all up to Taylor. Has to play for the ace.
Has to go through the operator of Hijinks as well. Gonna put out some tracers, so they know that they're in showers, right? And you can see the flank here from Matt. Actually ran through the teleporter, and it looks like Taylor... They must have heard it, right? Like, there's no way you don't hear a teleport, even though technically I didn't hear it. But Hijinks caught on camera, busts that up, and I mean, the round's over. Like, there's no way for Taylor to get frags, get the spike, and get a plant in at this point. And I mean, look at how far back Matt was. They teleported in and just ran away. Like, they were so far from the original position, you could tell that they just had no way of knowing that that's where they rotated to.
Folks, if you have small children with you, avert their eyes, because this is a massacre from Rock Bottom. And I thought that SpongeBob was having trouble in Rock Bottom. Aim Stars seem to have even tougher of a time.
This is definitely a spanking from Rock Bottom. I had no way of expecting this. I thought this was going to be so much closer than what we're seeing right now. We're getting the Showstopper and the Teleport out of the Aim Stars. One's going to go wide. The Teleport also didn't go anywhere as they just line up from authority and they get shut down.
It's beautiful. The disengage back into the pressure. Rock Bottom are not blinking an eye at anything that Aim Stars are bringing. Now Hyun gonna take down Messi to leave Pix all alone. Gravity well to put the charity on top, and he is stuck in that corner. Shrouds is gonna put that one down for an 8th round in a row. Not what I expected to a map number 3, but if you are a Rock Bottom fan, you are absolutely ecstatic right now.
Yeah, you're having a great time. You are just basking in the excellence here, and you hope it continues. But for now, I think it's going to. I think the streak's going to continue. I think it's going to be 9-0 right now for Rock Bottom. I mean, they're heading into Sheriff's, which, to be fair, we've seen some Sheriff magic tonight. We have seen some fancy stuff. So, can they do it again? Is the question. As Jack is going to get caught out as Hune kills somebody in game, of course.
Matt with a beautiful
Spike
spray
down,
transfer and
B.
picks to Taylor. It just seems clinical at this point. Spike goes down. Vaughn's inside hookah. Only paint canisters. No showstopper. Nowhere close to the showstopper. Nothing else. Jack shoulders into Matt. And with the Phantom at a distance, it seems like even the Sheriff with the one-shot potential, the Phantom's still going to have the advantage in this fight. But you got the backup now from the Operator. Is going to miss that first shot. The gravity well to try to suck them on in. Hijinks speaks for a second when a tailwind in to distract him. Swaps to the classic, but Matt's got your back. You were right. Prediction looking good here. 9 rounds in a row.
This has to be mentally breaking. This has to be really... this is pretty bad to see. Like, this can't be fun to watch right now. If you're if you're a NameStars fan, and B, if you're a NameStar, right? Like, if you're on this team and you're just watching round after round after round after round after round after round after round not go your way on sometimes the slimmest of margins, to now find yourself in this seemingly insurmountable deficit. You're just getting obliterated on these peaks, and I don't, outside of just aiming better, there's nothing you can do, because you're not being beat by utility, right? Like, you're not getting flashed by breach, you're not getting smoked off, you're just losing these guns.
Oh!
That's a bit of hubris there from Hijinks.
Down B.
You go for the right click from Hijinks on those knives, and the showstopper just in case you miss. Luckily, the showstopper was there because he did miss, and you pick up the Operator, you pick up the Phantom for the Operator, but you're looking to take it into the next round. Double digits. Folks, Reds to Rock Bottom. Looking like that is seemingly the bet to go with here on binds.
This is, I'm running out of words in all honesty, Colin, because it gets... We're hitting that stage where it's like, you know, what can we say about aim stars outside of just
Get out of my
they're
way.
getting outclassed on bind? And all right, that's something. Go aim stars, do that again, just a lot more.
There's only so many ways you can explain a massacre, everyone.
Yeah, like just kill them again and again until you're winning, because right now it's not really going your way. That was a really sick shot onto Hijinks, so I gotta give credit where credit's due.
I mean, you're looking at aim stars really to just play more, I guess, default into this and play for a mistake on Rock Bottom. The only thing is Rock Bottom is not making mistakes, as their disengages into the retakes are so fluent, so practiced, and so well communicated that it's just tough to deal with these situations. Taylor has found themselves side by side. A killer's whisper with the Sheriff would find the likes of Shrouds, but in fact Shrouds is going to spray through that wall. Vaughn's did take an Operator kill onto the likes of the enemy and leaving us at a 3v3. Shrouds stuck onto D-Field. Hoon hits the flank, backing up with this pinch. Vaughn splits the difference, and the Cosmic Divide maybe just keeping Matt onto this. They're going to stick the defuse. 11th round, as Vaughn finds 4 into it. Not going to amount to anything
Last round.
but confidence.
It wasn't enough. They had the 4K onto Vaughn's, and it was not enough. And you can't even say it's because they had, you know, the weaker weaponry, because while they did, had they had rifles, that wouldn't have happened, right? They wouldn't have had that one-tap potential. They wouldn't have beaten Hijinks on that first shot accuracy. They would have, you know, had a bit of a harder time. The scenario that they found themselves in was the best case for them, and it just didn't work out. So now it's 11-0. Last one in the half. Operator versus operator, and Hijinks wins out.
And I mean, I really would like to look for a difference from aimstars. And we can talk about all the things that they need to do, but simply Rock Bottom are not allowing that with the amount of forward aggression that we see from these operators. With the amount of just pressure that they're applying to aimstars, there's no way to break on through, honestly. You just need to force a mistake if you are aimstars, and your agent picks aren't really in a situation where you can force a mistake out, as they don't have too many flashes. They don't have that breach. They don't have a sky. It's just really walking into the traps that Rock Bottom are setting for you, and nothing to just dodge around them.
Switching sides. Match point.
This could be it, Colin. This could literally be the final round of the night. It's 12-0 in favor of Rock Bottom. It's a pistol round, though, so largely anything could happen. There is a bit of a chance here for aimstars if they can win this round and run it all the way back 12-0 in opposite fashion. Then they go to overtime here against Rock Bottom. But if they make any single mistake and lose around here, it is over for them, and Rock Bottom will be the Pit of Valor 42 champions at a 13x scoreline.
Camera taken out.
It's so long since I've been 13-0, let me tell you.
It's been a minute for me as well. It was definitely an icebox last time I saw it, but it's still been a minute. Taylor started strong, but it fell apart very quickly.
Well, Taylor has escaped into elbow with the sheriff, the police station 5 sheriff. We to at least shake this round up. That spike down now. Matt losing their noggin. Shroud downstairs back, and Taylor is just not missing here. Shooting nukes with the sheriff as he's deputized into you. No, not in 4K. Jack from behind is going to be dropped down. Ladies and gentlemen, salutes to your agents. 0 for the aimstars. 13-0 victory in the grand finals.
I got nothing, Colin. It was a 13-0. It ends in a pistol round with a knife kill and a 3K on the opposite. My mind is literally broken and melting into my spine. Like that was a weird final map here at GLG Pit of Valor 42. I didn't expect it. It broke me as a human.
We get some love for aimstars in chat. I think, like, get some love for aimstars in this chat. I mean, 13-7 on Haven. They showed up in the grand finals for map number 1. Map number 2 too was quite the shakeup from them as well. Map 3, they did kind of drop the bag at that, but they have made quite the run in the Pit of Valor. I mean, it is a gauntlet to make it here nonetheless, so respectable, commendable at that. Not the way you'd like to end it, but the fact that you made it this far really shows your potential as a team. On the other hand, Rock Bottom shake the nerves from last Pit of Valor, and they come out victorious this time around with a triumphant victory at the end of Binds. You look at these two teams, and it was quite the battle between those first two maps, but really gotta give some commending to both teams, especially Rock Bottom for having the mentality to continue with that, to just lock down round after round on that bind. It takes a lot to 13-0 a team, as you can't allow one simple thing to shake up. There was no mistakes from them. Disengage, their pressure, everything was reading. They wrote the book on aimstars for binds. They literally wrote the book for aimstars. Then they read it word for word.
100%. And so hopefully this isn't the last time we see them. I know we talked earlier about how next week's Pit of Valor signups were already live down below. We do also want to give a shout out to next week's sponsor, Team Caged. They will be supporting the Pit of Valor for week 43. So we hope that you guys can show up and show out by joining the tournament as well, playing for that prize pool at the end of the night. And who knows, maybe you could be in this grand final fighting for the chance at some money in this wonderful best of 3.
Oh, folks, Was one more shout out to our sponsor, Fit Fam. For giving us that last prize pool. And into the rest of it, if you want to avoid 13 O's, head over to drinkcontrol.com, pick up yourself some nice and fancy drink control to replace your meals, either breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack time, whichever time you want to. It'll make you cracked out of the wazoo on the sticks for Valorant. Hoping to avoid those 13 O's, you can use GLG10 at checkout. That is what's going to give you the power at the end of the yellow brick road. But for Valor number 42, we're closing it out with Rock Bottom, crowning themselves champions. Big thank you to Doctor for coming on side me for this whole cast. Strive and Sir Mickey for getting in for those best of threes, best of ones prior to this, leading to the grand finals. Vermilion Rose, the producer. You got Will sitting there unobservant, giving all the shots, and he's been at it all day. Same with Rose, and then the TOs behind the scenes. Harry, Betty, Ben, everybody making that magic happen. That is Pit of Valor. Huge thank you, and of course the viewers too. I hope you all have a great night, and until next Wednesday, see you later. Jinx gonna check the wrong side. Bigson still in it now. 1v1 Hyun versus Bigson. 44 health to full health. Is Hyun gonna expect the right side? He is not, and Bigson nullifying the ultimate in total. The follow-up as well, walking into the site and dropping at the hands of all players. What is that? Spray transfer, poster for 4.
Basically everything you can imagine.
Down B.
We have the run it back here coming in from Gucci. Koziak's able to get into sight again, getting one, but Gucci coming in huge.
Is going to be open for a plant. Matt Crouch. Wow, I'm lost for words there with that shot. Hijinks now making some noise. Stroud's on that crossfire. The distraction heals enough. Now you have to rely on Kraken, that Viper spin, which is so good here. This thing. My Authority. Pacified that one. Kraken gets an ace.
It stops the plant. That's huge. They're pushing now aggressively. Lockdown's coming in as well, but Tono hits the first shot.
The other thing about it, right, is that Hunter's Fury comes in, and that just denies the lockdown, allowing for everyone to swim.
Stop their breach at all costs.